Kinnock.
Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister aware that today's report from the National Audit Office shows that the government sold Rover for at least £60 million less than it was worth? Will the Prime Minister now make a public apology for this gross incompetence?
Mr. Speaker, apart from the year it sold Jaguar, Rover had not made a profit since 1976. It was a major achievement successfully to privatise this company, and the government struck the best deal it believed it could in all the circumstances of the sale.
But, Mr. Speaker, doesn't the Prime Minister recall that this is the second time in 2 years that the government has shortchanged the British public by selling off assets? Mr. Speaker, it happened with Royal Ordnance, it's happening with Rover, and tomorrow it's going to happen on a monstrous scale with the sell-off of water. When is the government going to stop asset stripping the country?
No, Mr. Speaker. Rover Leyland had not made a profit at all, except in the year when it sold Jaguar. It was only able to carry on at all because of a government guarantee to trade creditors and a government guarantee to the banks. The liability building up on the British taxpayer was enormous. It was a very good thing to be able to privatise Rover under those circumstances.
Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister think that that in any way excuses selling off a company for £60 million less than it was worth?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if it was such a good bargain, why did the TUC or the unions not try to buy it first?
Mr. Neil Kinnock.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kinnock.
Mr. Speaker, would the Prime Minister be good enough to tell us which of the policies that she leaves to her successor she now thinks should be scrapped?
Mr. Speaker, I am happy that my successor will carry on the excellent policies that in fact have finished with the decline of socialism and have brought great prosperity to this country, which have raised Britain's standing in the world and in fact have brought about a truly capital-owning democracy.
But, Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister thinks that nothing should be changed, can she tell us why on earth all of those now competing for her job are desperately wriggling around trying to find a way out of the poll tax trap?
On the contrary, I really rather thought that they were keeping the poll. Community charge, or whatever they calls it, and whatever review they have, the result will be infinitely better than going back to the rates, which of course will be the worst of all worlds.
May I, Mr. Speaker, since this could conceivably be the last time that the Prime Minister answers, say to her that her honest approach on the poll tax is commendable, because she's demonstrating that there are two and only two honest approaches. One is to keep the poll tax intact, as she wants. The other one is to abolish it entirely, as we will do.
No, Mr. Speaker, that is not correct. As with any new tax, one always both reviews it and continually amends it. I would have thought the right honourable gentleman would have known that after this time.
In the future.
Mr. Neil Kinnock. Order. Well, I'm anxious to call as many honourable members as possible.
Mr. Speaker, may I May I offer my personal congratulations to the Right Honourable Gentleman on becoming Prime Minister. Since the Right Honourable Gentleman says he was bounced into the poll tax, is he now going to abolish it?
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for his welcome to the dispatch box. I look forward to our discussions over the forthcoming years. Insofar as the community charge is concerned, I've made it perfectly clear what the position will be. We have decided that we will look again. We have decided that we will look again and see what further refinements may be necessary to the community charge. What refinements may be necessary to ensure that the community charge is accepted throughout the country.
Mr. Speaker, can I offer some help to the Right Honourable Gentleman by suggesting, it's well intended, very well intended, by suggesting that he could save himself a great deal of time and trouble and the British people a great deal of money by accepting Labour Party policy and abolishing the poll tax now.
My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for the Environment, will be taking forward a very thorough, very constructive and fundamental review of the community charge. And in doing so, he will take account of the points made by my honourable friends both north and south of the Scottish border before we reach conclusions. On this side of the House, we believe in examining matters before reaching conclusions.
Mr. Speaker, everybody knows, including, I suspect, the Right Honourable Gentleman, there is only one fundamental, efficient and fair thing to do with the poll tax, and that's scrap it.
The Right Honourable Gentleman forgets the alternative that he himself has decided to move back to. Was it not the Right Honourable Gentleman who said himself in 1980, the most unjust of all taxes, local rates, which take most from those who afford least?
Mr. Neil Kinnock.
Madam Speaker, does the Prime Minister recall his promise in the election that a Tory victory would provide the spark to ignite recovery, as he put it? Would the Prime Minister now admit that no such ignition has taken place and that there will be no real recovery as long as he continues with the policies that have already brought us 2 full years of recession?
I will turn directly to that point in a moment, if I may, for the Right Honourable Gentleman. But let me say to him, for this is the last occasion we will be able to exchange our comments over the dispatch box in this fashion, that we have done so on many occasions in the last 20 months. We have often disagreed, sometimes we've agreed. But I would like to thank the Right Honourable Gentleman. I would like to... Madam Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman's quite wrong. I'm staying. I would like to thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his support at times of crisis, for his strong support throughout the Gulf War, for the support he has given us throughout the difficulties in Yugoslavia, and on many occasions when he and I have had to deal privately with matters, and he has without exception respected the confidences of those occasions. I am very pleased to have the opportunity to thank him for that and to do so publicly and with warmth, Madam Speaker. May I say, in direct response to his question, that he will know the view both of the OECD and the London Business School, both of whose latest surveys forecast that recovery will be underway from the second quarter of this year. We share that view.
Mr. Kinnock.
Madam Speaker, can I say to the Prime Minister that I'm very grateful to him for his kind remarks and that I've considered it to be a great honour to be able to serve my country in the way that I could. I know that this is a vocation that he shares, and I hope that the country generally and the people in it can achieve greater success in the future. Can I put it to the Prime Minister that his strategy of perpetuating recession and high unemployment in an attempt to suppress inflation has all of the features in that combination of the slump of the 1930s. For the sake of our country, therefore, can I also put it to him that he should now recognize that to continue with those same policies will not bring durable or sustainable recovery, and will certainly not bring a country at ease with itself.
Well, I respect the view the right honourable gentleman expresses, but I must say to him, in all sincerity, that I cannot agree with him about that. The basis of sustained recovery and the growth, the jobs, the prosperity and the security that everyone in this House would wish for all of our citizens can only be based on sustainable growth and low inflation. Unless we have that low inflation as a base, we will not get a form of growth that is sustainable. I know it is not easy. I know it is uncomfortable. I know it is frustrating when that growth doesn't immediately appear. But I know of no other way to ensure the medium and long-term growth and prosperity of our nation. And I am determined to stick to the policies that I believe are in our medium and long-term good.
Mr. Kinnock.
Madam Speaker, can I say to the Prime Minister with equal sincerity that there is now a very great danger that after 2 years of recession, to continue with the policies of the present is to risk driving the economy down so far as to make the prospect of recovery recede by years. I hope that he'll use this summer to think again about the course of that policy and adopt different policies that give this country and our people the chance of jobs and growth and success, which we have not enjoyed in this immediate past.
Well, we can both agree upon what the objective is, though I regret we don't agree upon the basis necessary to achieve that objective. But I think one does need to look at what is happening. What is happening, the volume of exports were at a record level in May. Our volume share in world trade has recovered after being in decline for many years. Car sales are increasing. Producer price inflation is at a very low level indeed. The ingredients are there. And I return to the independent view both of the OECD and the London Business School that recovery will be underway in the second half of this year. And it will recovery that is based on a rate of inflation that is far lower than anyone in this House predicted it would be 18 months ago. And it is from that basis that we will get the growth we would all wish to see.
Mr. John Smith.
Madam Speaker, since it is crystal clear that yesterday, whatever else he did, the President of the Board of Trade did not announce a review of the pit closure programme, will the Prime Minister now agree to establish a genuine and independent review before any pit is closed forever?
Let me make clear, so there is no dispute or misunderstanding anywhere in the House, of the position both of the 10 pits and of the remaining pits that were mentioned in my right honourable friend's statement yesterday. The 10 pits that he specifically named, in our judgment, have no sustainable economic future, but they will go through the full statutory review procedure. But during the moratorium on the other pits, the Trade and Industry Select Committee, I have no doubt, will wish to hold their own inquiry, and the government will give that their fullest cooperation. During the moratorium, the President of the Board of Trade will himself take views and evidence to consider alongside the information already available to him. In due course, on all matters, in due course he will publish that in time for consideration by this House before any future debate in the House of Commons. And his statement will be set in the context of the government's energy policy and will set out the consequences of that policy for British coal, the implications for individual pits, and the employment prospects for the industry. It is after that debate that future decisions will be taken.
John Smith.
Could I remind the Prime Minister of the question I asked him, which was whether he would establish a genuine and independent review? If Madam Speaker, if the Prime Minister really believes he has a strong case, what has he to lose from an independent inquiry? What is he afraid of?
Well, let me refer the right honourable gentleman to the answer I gave. When we have completed the consultation and the examination, which I repeat will be made public, and I repeat also will be laid before this House, there will be every opportunity for every view to be taken into account before matters proceed.
John Smith.
But, Madam Speaker, is it not now clear that the only satisfactory alternative to constantly shifting statements from the Prime Minister and the President of the Board of Trade, and to the unseemly ducks auction which is going on amongst backbenchers opposite, is for this House tomorrow night to vote to refer the whole matter to our own select committee, and for that to be the responsibility of members in all parts of the House.
Well, it is now clear, Madam Speaker, that the right honourable gentleman was not listening. For I said it was an assumption of the government that the Trade and Select Committee would wish to consider this matter, and that we would provide whatever evidence was necessary to this committee. But I must say to the right honourable gentleman, notwithstanding the tremendous emotions that have arisen about this whole affair, I must say it is bogus of him not to recall the vast number of mines that have been closed by his government, the large number of miners put out of work by his government, and the activities of his government in recent years that played a significant part in reducing employment in the mining industry from 700,000 down to the present level.
Madam Speaker, is not the cry for a referendum on Europe further and compelling evidence that the Prime Minister's cabinet and party are hopelessly divided? Is it not astonishing? Is it not astonishing that battle is permitted to rage even within the Treasury? Does the Prime Minister support his Chancellor or his Chief Secretary?
Well, I think, as the right honourable gentleman knows, and as I made clear to the House on many occasions in the past, I'm sceptical about referendums. I made that clear during the Maastricht debate, and I haven't changed my mind about that. As far as the Intergovernmental Conference is concerned, there's not even a specific agenda yet. I don't believe the question of a referendum arises now, and it certainly doesn't need to be decided now. It's not yet possible to say what the outcome of the conference will be, and I can assure the right honourable gentleman I do not intend to come back to this House with a package that this House would find unacceptable.
Madam Speaker, on the question of referendums, does the Prime Minister recall telling this House on the 6th of May last year, and I quote his words exactly, "We are a parliamentary democracy and I am not in favour of referendums"? Has the movement... Madam Speaker, today he expressed scepticism. Is the movement from opposition to scepticism because he's running in front of the anti-Europeans?
Right honourable gentleman, if he'd listened very carefully, would also hear me say, I have not changed my mind, as I did a moment or so ago. As far as a single European currency is concerned, as I've indicated before, decisions on that are a long way off. That isn't going to be determined in 1996. No one expects that this Parliament is going to be asked to decide on a single European currency. That would be a matter for a future Parliament, in circumstances no one can predict. And it was my negotiating at Maastricht that made clear that this department would have the right to decide upon that matter at a future date. And even if I wished to, I could not bind a future Parliament on its decisions.
Mr. Smith.
If that answer by the Prime Minister is to be construed as ruling out a referendum in the future, can we be assured that every member of his government will be asked to support it or will be asked to resign?
Well, I just set out the position entirely clearly for the right honourable gentleman. And I've made it entirely clear to him it wouldn't be appropriate now to make a commitment now about a future Parliament's decision. Even if I wished to, I couldn't bind a future Parliament. And my personal decision on referendums has been made entirely clearly on other occasions and again today. I reiterate, I have not changed my mind.
It's Margaret Beckett.
Will the Prime Minister tell the House when he expects to publish the Department of Transport's report into the technical and legal aspects of fitting seatbelts into minibuses and coaches, especially in view of the fact that I understand that since January the government's been saying that this research would be published in a few weeks' time?
Well, I hope it will not be very long before we're able to publish it. The report has now been delivered to ministers, and I hope they'll be able to announce their conclusions shortly.
Mrs. Beckett.
Well, could I urge the Prime Minister to make that very shortly indeed, since this report has been in preparation for some time? Because, of course, safety organisations, coach operators and the general public have been calling for a measure along these lines for quite a considerable time.
Well, we are looking at a range of things, of course. The Department of Transport has been conducting a full review of the technical and the cost implications of fitting seatbelts both to minibuses and to coaches. The report is also, of course, wishing to take into account the circumstances of the minibus accident last Sunday, and the vehicles in that respect are still being examined by the Vehicle Inspectorate. I think it is right that we examine all the circumstances. As soon as we are ready, we will bring forward our conclusions.
Mrs. Beckett.
Well, can the Prime Minister give us an assurance that while the government's looking at this report, they will consider introducing legislation, being prepared to introduce legislation as a matter of urgency? And I believe my honourable friend for Clydesdale has an amendment on the order paper that may allow a decision in principle as early as tomorrow night. But can I also repeat to the Prime Minister the offer of all-party talks made by my honourable friend for Holborn and St Pancras as long ago as December to try to iron out the difficulties with this legislation, and assure him that we on this side would certainly, subject to proper scrutiny, give speedy passage for such legislation through the House?
Well, I would say to the Right Honourable Lady, we do wish to conclude our examination of this matter before deciding what is the right way to proceed. It is, of course, the case that a number of the minibus manufacturers are increasingly fitting seat belts on their seats as a matter of course, where that, of course, is a decision for them. And it's also, of course, open to potential customers when making either coach or minibus bookings to ask if belts are fitted compulsorily. But I wish to give no indication of the outcome of this review until we have had time to study the conclusions and reach a conclusion based on all the evidence that is available.
Mrs. Margaret Beckett.
Is the Prime Minister yet able to tell us whether, in the context of the presidency of the European Commission, there are any candidates who do not support the social chapter?
I can tell the Right Honourable Lady that since we are not partners to the protocol, it does not matter from our point of view whether they are or not.
Mrs. Beckett.
But the meeting's tomorrow. Is the Prime Minister telling us that having used the veto, so he said, to permit extensive consultations, he doesn't know whether there are any candidates who are against the social chapter?
Well, I sometimes think the Right Honourable Lady prepares her second and third question before listening to the first answer. Because the second question bore no relationship to the answer I just gave her, which I will repeat. Since we are not partners to the protocol that governs that particular aspect of European policy, it does not matter to this country whether the new president does or does not support that.
The Prime Minister, as he will be well aware, has just twice run away from answering the question. Is the reason that he's reluctant to answer it the fact that he knows that in a triumph of personal diplomacy, he's vetoed the appointment of one Conservative Prime Minister from a Benelux country who supports the social chapter, and now he's going to support the candidacy of a Conservative Prime Minister from a Benelux country who supports the social chapter?
Well, oh dear, oh dear. I fear what the Right Honourable Lady shows the House only too clearly, that she does not have a scintilla of understanding of the European policies of each of the candidates whose name has been put forward for the presidency of the European Union. There is a substantial difference between those policies that I vetoed last week and those that are followed by any of the candidates still remaining in the ring at the moment. As to the decision, that will be made on Friday. And then the Right Honourable Lady might understand the distinction between the policies of the European Union President that I would not accept and the distinctions between the policy of a European Union President that I can accept.
Mr. Tony Blair.
That's fine.
Madam Speaker, Since this is our first chance after the recess, can I say how much we welcome the further moves towards peace in Northern Ireland and assure him of our continued support in achieving that peace? Madam Speaker, last Thursday on BBC television, the Chancellor of the Exchequer specifically ruled out a referendum on a single currency. Did he speak for the government?
May I firstly congratulate the Right Honourable Gentleman on his new position. It carries with it very great responsibilities, and I wish him well in those responsibilities for so long as he holds them. As far as Northern Ireland is concerned, I'm grateful to what the Right Honourable Gentleman had to say. It is and has been an intractable problem for very many years. We have made some progress. There is no certainty that we will be able to carry this process successfully through to a conclusion. I believe there is a chance, perhaps a better chance than we have known at any time in the last quarter of a century. I intend to take the opportunities that exist, but I hope I will carry the House with me in saying we must take them with care, with caution, and in our own time. I believe that is the only way that we will carry with us all the people of Northern Ireland, without which we will not be able to carry this matter through to a satisfactory conclusion. As far as the Right Honourable Gentleman's substantive question is concerned, at this moment no one knows what may be at issue in the IGC in 1996, and the question of a referendum on any issue does not arise and very probably will not arise.
Mr. Blair.
But, Madam Speaker, with all due respect, the Chancellor specifically ruled it out, and therefore he thought that it did arise. And isn't this the problem? That the Chancellor takes one view in Europe, his Employment Secretary takes another view, and he hovers between the two. And wouldn't he... And wouldn't...
Order! House will come to order. Mr. Blair.
And I repeat, he hovers between the two. And wouldn't he agree that a divided government is a weak government, and a weak government is no good for Britain?
The Right Honourable Gentleman has already indicated that were he to form a government, it would be a weak government, and precisely because he said that his government would not be isolated in Europe, irrespective of the issue, irrespective of the British interest, irrespective of the views of this House or the people of this House, irrespective of the views of his colleagues below the gangway, the Right Honourable Gentleman would follow slavishly whatever Europe says. That is not a credible position for any government in this country. We will judge issues on their merits as they arise.
Madam Speaker, can I remind the Prime Minister of his firm and unequivocal promise last October to do all that he could to have the Committee on Privileges report published? Can I now put to him two ways in which this could be done? The first is to seek a postponement of the prorogation. The second is to agree with us and the other opposition parties a one-paragraph bill that would allow the committee to sit from now until dissolution on the 8th of April. Can I ask him whether he will now cooperate to allow us to do that in order to fulfil the clear, unequivocal promise he made to the people of this country?
As ever, he quotes partially, but I will deal with the substance of what the Right Honourable Gentleman had to say. Of course I would have preferred this matter finished. I said that months ago. Of course. I would have liked all the inquiries done. I would have liked the inquiries finished into the funding of the Leader's office. And the inquiry finished. Into the Deputy Leader's office. But the fact is that Sir Gordon Downey's report is not finished. It has not yet gone to the committee, and when it gets to the committee, as the Right Honourable Gentleman knows, that is the start and not the conclusion of the process. It is obviously a complex report. It's been made clear there are thousands of pages of evidence. It's obviously complex. It will obviously take time to consider. And those members that may be criticised will obviously wish to make representations and give evidence. The thought that that could be done fairly and properly in a few days is improbable in the extreme. The right honourable gentleman knows that. What he also knows is that, based on what has happened on earlier occasions, before that matter is fairly concluded, parts of the substance of it might leak in a prejudicial way. That would not be in the interests of this House or natural justice, and I have no intention of changing the prorogation date of this House.
Speaker, the Prime Minister says that I quoted him last October partially. Let me say what he said last October in the Frost programme. I'll tell you now, he said. I will tell that committee I believe they should publish the report. I want it settled. I want it settled, David, he said. And when Frost puts to him, do you hope it's reported and published before the next election? The answer, absolutely, he says. Madam Speaker, if the objection is time, then can I put this to the Prime Minister? Let the committee sit. If indeed it cannot finish its report for genuine reasons of time, so be it. But what is surely outrageous is when the committee...
Order! Order! Mr. Shaw. Order!
Madam Speaker, can I put to the Prime Minister that what is absolutely outrageous is where the Commission is able to sit, the Commissioner's report will be ready on Monday, the Members of Parliament concerned want the report to be published. What is absolutely outrageous is not to let them have the time even to try. And if he continues to stonewall, people will believe that the reason is not technicalities or can't, it is won't.
The right honourable gentleman is still quoting selectively from what I said. I made it clear that although I wished to see the report published speedily, and I did, that this was a matter for Gordon Downey, and he would have to take the time he needed to deal with the matter properly. Perhaps his task would have been easier if some people hadn't delayed handing over important evidence, but that was not the government's fact. The fact of the matter is that this needs to be dealt with impartially, not in an atmosphere where it could be selectively leaked to damage people who may have nothing whatsoever to hide. The right honourable gentleman had no interest in this on Monday. He had no interest in this on Tuesday. He only had an interest when he had the unemployment figures leaked to him to try and hide what is actually happening. This is a matter that needs dealing with fairly in the interests of the members concerned, not in the way the right honourable gentleman wishes to deal with it. What he wishes is to let a smear stand, not let justice be done in its own time.
Mr. Speaker, justice demands this report be published. That is what justice demands. And I simply say to him, any members of the public watching that interchange will conclude he simply does not want it published because he fears its publication. Madam Speaker, has this Parliament not ended as it began by a government... Yes. It has ended as it began by a government breaking its word. Yeah. And can I say to the Prime Minister, if he fails to have this report published when everyone knows that he could, it will leave a stain on the character of his government that will only be erased by a new government with a fresh mandate that will restore confidence in our public life for good.
The stain, if stain there will be, is upon a Labour front bench that had smeared and smeared and smeared again. The Labour leader has traded in double standards from the moment he took up office. This is the Labour leader who sells policy to the trade unions for cash, who refuses to comply with the code of practice on party funding, who calls for party openness but won't publish the secret funds of his own office, who attacks share options but takes money from millionaires for his own party, who attacks businessmen and asks them to fund things for him, who flew Concorde and failed to declare it, who has a deputy leader who spends a weekend at a five-star hotel and doesn't declare it, and who flies to the other side of the world to do newspaper deals and never admits to them. If there's any double standards, they sit there on the opposition benches.
John Major.
Madam Speaker, in view of the apparent confusion in briefings from ministers over recent days, can the right honourable gentleman please tell the House which companies and which classes of companies are likely to be liable for the windfall tax? And can he also please explain to the House why the chairman of British Telecom apparently felt that his company would not be liable?
Well, if I can say to the right honourable gentleman, first of all, I did hear what the chairman of British Telecom said the other day, and I was delighted, of course, that he indicated he had the good judgment to vote Labour in the general election. But I have to say that the idea that somehow the chairman of British Telecom, or indeed anyone else, was in any doubt that we were going to introduce a windfall tax, I find rather hard to say. Now, the actual companies, as the right honourable gentleman knows, we said this many times, will be decided by the Chancellor in accordance with the normal precedent, which is to do any moves in relation to the budget in his budget. Now, that would be the proper way to do it. And those companies and the amount of the windfall tax will be decided by him in the normal way.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Sirian's vote. He seems to be rather regretting that already, but I will let that pass for the moment. I find it surprising that the House of Commons is to be the last to be told who will be liable to the tax in view of the private briefings that are going on. But perhaps the right honourable gentleman can confirm to the House that no one acting in his capacity or no one from the Labour Party when in opposition gave any indication clearly or in terms of a nod and a wink that British Telecom would not be included in this tax. Can the Prime Minister be categorical about that, please?
Madam Speaker, I certainly can be categorical. Everybody has known that the decisions on who is going to be liable for the windfall tax will be taken by my right honourable friend the Chancellor in the normal way. And indeed, I may say, British Telecom and everyone else. And indeed, if I may say so, it is perfectly obvious that that should be the case. It would be wholly wrong prior to the budget if my right honourable friend either were to announce the companies or the amounts of the windfall tax. And I have to say this in addition to him. In following that precedent, we are, of course, following precisely what the last Conservative government did in relation to the windfall tax on banks.
Mr. Major.
The House will note that the right honourable gentleman replied in the generality but did not reply specifically and provide the House with the categoric assurance that I ask him for. Perhaps he will do so in just a moment. If this tax proceeds with an extra tax on gas, water, electricity and telephones, may I return to the point made by my honourable friend, the member for Esher and Walton. If that were to give rise to an increase in the bills for many people on low incomes in this country, will the right honourable gentleman follow the precedent of the previous government and increase the social security benefits to compensate for that? And if not, will he accept that the populist tax he proposes on fat cats would in fact be a tax that hits most those that have least?
No, Madam Speaker. No, I shall resist the temptation to say that was the soundbite, since I know... Since I have a feeling I used to use a few of those myself at one time. Madam Speaker, no, that is not the case at all. In fact, there is a cap, of course, on prices. Indeed, some of the regulators have already said that they would not consider it right for the windfall tax to lead to any increase in prices. I may also say this to the right honourable gentleman. The reason for introducing the windfall tax is clear. There is no doubt at all that excess profits, vast excess profits, were made. There is no doubt of that. There is no doubt also that it is absolutely essential that we give hope and opportunity to those hundreds of thousands of young people presently without it in our society today. And I think there will be a great deal of agreement, not just amongst those that don't have opportunity, but even amongst those that are perfectly well off in our society at the moment, that if we don't tackle the problems of a growing underclass of people cut off from society's mainstream without any chance of a job, with poor educational opportunity, without the chance to do well in life, then we will end up, as the previous government did, paying more and more by way of welfare bills and having less and less for future investment.
Mr. Major.
Can the... Madam Speaker, can the Prime Minister confirm that after his government has completed its review of the National Health Service, all pensioners will still receive free prescriptions as of right?
Madam Speaker, first of all, if I can say to the right honourable gentleman, I know this will be his very last question time. I would simply like to wish him well, as I'm sure the whole House will, in retirement, and to say that however strong our clashes, he always behaved with very good nature and dignity. In respect of the review of the National Health Service, of course, once you start ruling out things, then people say, well, you've ruled this in, you've ruled this out. I can absolutely assure him of one thing, that at the end of that review, we will have a National Health Service that is fully consistent with the principles that we have set out. Those principles being that the health service will be based on need, not ability to pay, and will be fully consistent with our manifesto, and he should not pay too much attention to stories in the press.
Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman for his graceful remarks at the outset of his reply, but perhaps not very enlightened by the rest of his reply, which firstly did not address my question, and secondly amounted to a definite maybe. Can I please quote what his cabinet colleague, the Education Secretary, has said, and I quote, "Charges are nothing more than an alternative form of taxation, regressive and highly damaging. In the case of the National Health Service, this amounts to a medical poll tax." Does the right honourable gentleman agree?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I do, which is one of the reasons why we want to review many of the charges imposed by his government as a result of 18 years of Conservative government. And if I may just say this, Madam Speaker, yes, we are in government now, and the big problem that we have is the mess that we left by the previous government. And if I may just say one or two of the things that we will be looking at. First of all, for example, the prescription fraud that costs around £85 million a year. The fact that we have inherited a situation where 59 out of 100 health authorities are in deficit as a result of his government. And that is why it is sensible, as any government should, that we look at getting value for money in the National Health Service. But we will make sure that it is consistent with principle and with our manifesto commitments.
Mr. Major.
I'm tempted to ask, Madam Speaker, if anyone in the House has the faintest idea what that nonsense might mean. I'm tempted to ask for a show of hands opposite to see if anyone does. Let me try and help the right honourable gentleman. As a matter of principle, will he or will he not rule out prescription charges for pensioners and so-called hotel charges for hospital visits? It's a straightforward question, yes or no?
Madam Speaker, as I've already said to the right honourable gentleman, these matters that he has raised have been press speculation. They are nothing. The review that we will carry out should be an open-ended review. And what happens is if you start ruling this thing out and that thing out, then people say those things, then everything else is ruled in. If you don't rule it out, then you've ruled the other things in. It is absolute nonsense. He asked for a clear statement on the National Health Service. I will give him it. We will have a National Health Service restored to the basic principles of the British National Health Service. The health service that we founded and his government undermined. His government spent £1.75 billion on health service bureaucracy. We will spend that money on patient care. And yes, we will look at the right way of getting value for money in the National Health Service. Not through Tory methods, by making sure people get a fair deal from the health service again.
John Major.
The more the right honourable gentleman goes off the point, the more he loses the point. I think we now know the answer, Madam Speaker. The answer is yes. If the Prime Minister can get away with it, there will be charges. I see the Chancellor nodding. If the Prime Minister can get away with it, there will be more charges on pensioners and there will be hotel charges. Can you explain to the House how that squares with his manifesto promise, which I quote, "If you are ill or injured, there will be a National Health Service here to help, and access will be based on need and need alone." No mention, Madam Speaker, of charges.
Can I just say to the right honourable gentleman, I reconfirm precisely those words here today. And, you know, the cheek of this lot talking about health service charges. Who were the people that put up prescription charges 15 times in a row? Who are the people that ran the National Health Service in such a way that people have had to go to take private health care because they can't get proper health care in the health service? Who are the people that ended their term of office, 20,000 more managers, 50,000 fewer nurses? What about the pensions, he says? We wouldn't have imposed VAT on fuel on pensioners. The idea that that party opposite can ever have any credibility on the health service is a joke. We are the party that built it and will reform it, but we'll do it in the right way based on need, not ability to pay.
John Major.
It was all very interesting, Madam Speaker, but had nothing to do with my question, which the right honourable gentleman has dodged time and time again. And does not his sorry inability to answer a straightforward, direct question illustrate what we're learning about him daily? This was the right honourable gentleman who was prepared during the election to frighten pensioners by saying their pensions were at risk, and is the same right honourable gentleman now prepared to put their free National Health Service treatment at risk. Is this what the right honourable gentleman meant when he asked the British nation to trust him?
Madam Speaker, the right honourable gentleman says, why couldn't I answer his question in a straight way? He asked me whether I agreed with the words of my right honourable friend, and I said yes. I can't get much straighter than that. I do agree with them. But I was just sitting there thinking, of course, who was it that introduced eye tests? They did. Who was it that introduced dental charges? They did. Who was it that ran the National Health Service in such a way that in many parts of the country there is no National Health Service dental treatment? They did. Now, I say to the right honourable gentleman, with very, very great respect, his party will never be believed over the National Health Service, not in a million years, because of what they've done. People do know there are difficult choices, and they want a party that believes in the health service to take them.
William Hague.
May I agree with the Prime Minister on his last answer. But when the honourable member for Blaenau Gwent...
Order, Mr. Hague, just a moment. Order. Sorry, Mr. Hague.
When the honourable member for Blaenau Gwent says he was threatened with expulsion from the Labour Party if he campaigned against a Welsh Assembly in the forthcoming referendum, and the Secretary of State for Wales denies it, which one of them is telling the truth?
Well, Madam Speaker, I can assure the right honourable gentleman, who I again welcome to the dispatch box, that no one has been threatened with expulsion for having said that they are perfectly entitled to state their position, provided, of course, they do so in accordance with the rules of the parliamentary party.
So let the whole House get it clear. Let the whole House get it clear. When the honourable member for Blaenau Gwent says that he was told twice that he would be kicked out of the Labour Party if he stood up for his beliefs. We have the Prime Minister's personal assurance that he was not telling the truth.
I can give my personal assurance that no such threat was made.
Mr. Hague.
In that case, Madam Speaker, who authorised... In that case, who authorised Mr. Hugh Roberts, a special advisor at the Welsh office, to tell local council officials that their relationship with the Welsh office would be jeopardised if their local MP did not support the policy of the Labour Party? Don't local council officials have a higher responsibility to the wider electorate and not to the unity of the Labour Party?
Madam Speaker, that is absolutely right. And I can tell the right honourable gentleman that I have asked for an investigation of this, and I am told... If you just wait a minute, and I'm told that that allegation is untrue as well, so perhaps now he would withdraw it.
Mr. Hague.
The whole House will hope that it is untrue, and the whole House will look forward... The whole House will look forward to seeing the result of the investigation in due course. But just so that we have this absolutely clear, when the Secretary of State for Wales tells the Daily Telegraph that individuals in the Labour Party must not flout the party election manifesto, but the Secretary of State for Scotland tells this House a few weeks ago that any MP has a right to speak his or her mind as he sees fit, which one of them was speaking for the government?
Madam Speaker, I've just made it clear. People are perfect... Well, perhaps I'll make it clear again. One, members of Parliament are perfectly entitled to speak their mind. Two, there is no truth. There is no truth in the allegation that pressure was put on councils or they'd be told that they couldn't have the resources or any of the rest of it. If that were the case, it would be quite wrong. It isn't the case, and perhaps now the right honourable gentleman withdraw the allegations.
Will the Prime Minister therefore...
Order, House must come to order. Mr. Hague.
Will he therefore give us a cast-iron guarantee that he will come to this House with the result of that investigation? Does he not regard it as an extraordinary state of affairs that different cabinet ministers give conflicting views on this matter, that investigations into it have to be mounted, and what will he do to stop the arrogant behaviour of his government on these matters and to ensure there is an honest and open debate?
I think, unfortunately, and I understand these problems, I think he prepared the last question before he heard the answer. I've just made it clear that I investigated this morning. There is no truth in these allegations. People are perfectly entitled to speak their mind. They are entitled to do that. And that has been made clear by everyone concerned. And I think it is important, if I may say so, that we now get on and debate the principles that underline this devolution debate. And I can only say to the right honourable gentleman that if he carries on with points like this, no wonder he's got no MPs in Wales and Scotland left.
William Hague.
Mr. Speaker, is it still the Prime Minister's view that the government annual report is a major innovation to be repeated every year?
Well, Mr. Speaker, perhaps before I answer his question, I should say to him, before I answer his question, perhaps I should say to him that I know this is his last Prime Minister's questions. We wish him well on all sides of the House and good luck in the future. We shall all miss his wit and humour. Perhaps not me, since I was the object of most of it, but everyone else, and as I say, we do wish him well in the future. In respect of the annual report, it is important, of course, that we set out what are the achievements and lack of achievements of the government in whichever year we're in power.
William Hague.
May I thank the Prime Minister for his remarks about me. Debating with him at this dispatch box has been exciting and fascinating and fun and an enormous challenge, and from my point of view, wholly unproductive. It is, in every sense. And in fact, I have to tell you, I'm told that in my time at this dispatch box, I have now asked him 1,118 direct questions. No one has counted the answers, Mr. Speaker, but it may not take very long. But on the question of the annual report, he said, the annual report, he said 4 years ago, is a major innovation. People are entitled to know how we're shaping up. This report is part of that process. We will repeat it each year. Now, the first annual report was called So What Do You Think? The second was called So What Are We Doing? This year seemed to be called So Where Is It? How does he feel? How does he feel about not even keeping his promise to publish a report about keeping his promises?
Well, I confess I never thought he was that keen on our annual reports when we did publish them. But obviously, Mr. Speaker, what we do, of course, is publish all the results of the things that we've done in the year, the things that we haven't done as well. And those are the things that he asked me about in the dispatch box and the over 1,000 questions he's asked me.
Well, where is it? Is really the question. But since he has abandoned the annual report as a way of holding the government to account, what about the traditional way of holding the government to account? What about ministers? What about ministers? Well, honourable members opposite must understand that governments must be held to account between elections as well as at elections. What about ministers taking responsibility? The government's introduction of AS levels have made school children's lives a misery, added to the burden on teachers, led to the extraordinary situation where they can't even guarantee to publish the results on time. Which minister will take responsibility for this?
Speaker, of course we take responsibility, all of us collectively as a government, for the publication of both of results and for the AS levels. But the reason that they were introduced was in order to make sure that children were tested properly throughout their schooling, and that is in common with the system in many other countries. Now, it is of course the case that after they've been introduced, it's important that we look at the way that that has been done, and there may well be lessons that we can learn from that. But I think it would be a big mistake if we ended up saying it wasn't important to test children throughout their schooling and publish the results.
In other words, Mr. Speaker, in other words, no minister will take responsibility. I have to tell him that that AS level students are told that if they do not offer an adequate attempt to answer the question or complete the task, they are ungraded. And it's a good job he's not doing it. So no annual report, no minister willing to take responsibility. Let's try another form of accountability. The Prime Minister has said he accepts the need for a proper inquiry into the foot and mouth disaster. Does he agree that a proper inquiry must be a public inquiry?
Mr. Speaker, I don't agree that it has to be a public tribunal inquiry. No, I don't agree with that, for the reasons given by the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, which said that it was sensible, in order to produce an inquiry quicker, that we would have a different type of inquiry. We will have that inquiry, and we will publish the results of that inquiry. But we have said also, in line again with what the Royal College has said, that it's better to have the inquiry after we have eradicated the disease, which must remain our #1 priority. And incidentally, in respect of the AS levels, I didn't say no one would take responsibility. I said we all as a government take responsibility.
Well, for the whole government to resign immediately would be a rather extreme step to take over the AS levels. However, maybe a welcome one. So there is no annual report, no minister will take responsibility for a fiasco, and no public inquiry will be held, despite all past precedent, into foot and mouth. Perhaps at least he will agree to accountability to this House. After this week's vote in this House, will he now listen to all sides of the House and adopt the proposals that select committee members should not be appointed by the whips or party managers at all?
Mr. Speaker, I gather the Modernisation Committee this morning decided they will look into this, they will publish a report, and we will consider it very carefully. I simply point out that in the 18 years of the Conservative government, when he was in office, it's funny that all these great designs to reform Parliament never saw the light of day.
Well, for my 1,123rd and final question, and on the same theme, can I ask him, on the theme of accountability, about what he and I know to be the case, that one Prime Minister's questions a week is not an adequate way of holding the Prime Minister of our country to account, that members of this House on all sides should have the opportunity to question the Prime Minister of the day more frequently and on a more sustained basis, and wouldn't that be in the best interests of government, Parliament and public engagement in our political life?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, in respect of holding the government to account, I would just point out to him that, in actual fact, over the 4 years that I've been Prime Minister, I've answered questions for longer in this House than either of my two predecessors and made more statements than either of my two predecessors. And in respect of accountability, of course we as a government are held to account. We are held to account in this House, where again the number of ministerial statements I think has been far in excess of the previous government's record, for example, and we are held to account by the British people. We were held to account by them on June the 7th, and we were returned with this majority as a result of that general election. So we will indeed, Mrs. Whitton-Hume. Indeed, I hope he's not retiring to the back benches, since I think they're getting rather overcrowded at the moment. But I hope he's not, because I would have thought there is every role for him, for example, as a shadow foreign secretary, because if the Right Honourable Gentleman Rushcliffe were to win, he could come here and tell us about the virtues of the single currency and the rapid reaction force, and alternatively, the Right Honourable Member for Chingford were elected, he could come here and tell us about what a dreadful idea it was and how the country would have none of it. But in any event, and whatever he does, we wish him well.
Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr. Prime Minister, associate myself with his comments and warm thoughts about Jamie Cann. Those of us on this side of the House in Newham will have memories of a good colleague and friend, and our thoughts go to his family as well. May I also associate myself with the Prime Minister's comments on the brutal assassination today of the Israeli cabinet minister. Those who may not even have thought about this should know, as the Prime Minister pointed out, that their determination is to break the peace process, to make sure it cannot go ahead, and it's not the other way round. And so we certainly, like him, will be very concerned about the way that others react to that. But also, over a week ago, when we were talking further about the military action, and a week later, there are those now arguing, it appears, for a pause in the bombing. Well, I fully understand that bin Laden's propaganda and pictures in the media of bombs going astray will worry some. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that it is essential that, having started this action, we see it through, and that to stop now would send out a terrible message to bin Laden, the Taliban, and any other rogue state bent on terrorism, that they will be allowed to get away with atrocities in the future because we lack the resolve to deal with them?
Mr. Speaker, I do agree with that. I think it is important that we continue this military action and make sure that it is successful. I can tell the House that we have now significantly damaged the Taliban's military capability, including fast jets, transports, helicopters, inflicted very severe damage on their command and control facilities, early warning, air defence systems, radars, surface-to-air missile sites, and we've inflicted heavy damage as well on the terrorist network and terrorist training camps of the Al-Qaeda. We are in the process of establishing the ability to take more and further military action against both the Taliban regime and the Al-Qaeda network. And we're also giving additional help to the Northern Alliance and their efforts against the Taliban. The Northern Alliance are now taking territory from the Taliban, are close to Mazar-e Sharif in the north, and Kabul also. And Mr. Speaker, in any military action, there are difficulties. There is no clean or easy way to deal with it. But I think that the House will know that in the weeks that followed the 11th of September, we made every effort to give the Taliban regime a chance to be reasonable, to yield up. bin Laden and his associates, they refused to do so. We now know quite clearly from the statements made by Al-Qaeda and bin Laden since the 11th of September that if they're not stopped, they will try to commit further terrorist atrocities. We have no option but to continue this, to bring it to a successful conclusion, and to close down that terrorist network once and for all.
Ian Duncan Smith.
Following that with the Prime Minister, isn't it also correct that ending the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan is clearly linked to the same military success? The biggest obstacle we're now seeing to delivering aid is the control of the vast majority of Afghanistan by the Taliban, who are now, I understand, taxing some of that aid that's going in and even sending some of it to market, not letting it get to those who need it. And as some of the key passes into Afghanistan we know will be closed by the new year, then time, as the Prime Minister knows, is short. So isn't the best way of ensuring that vital aid gets through is for the existing Taliban regime to fall and for a new government to come to power committed to assisting in the aid programme.
Mr. Speaker, I may again help if I say a word or two about this, because again I understand the concerns of aid agencies and others about humanitarian assistance going through to people inside Afghanistan. Around Afghanistan, on the borders, we have sufficient provision of food, camps, shelter for around about 2.5 million people. There are already some 4 million people being helped. Inside Afghanistan is the problem. The World Food Programme believe that they can get in some 12,000 tonnes of food in the coming week, even despite the difficulties, and have already got several thousand tonnes of food in the last few days. However, it is difficult, but it's important people realise why it is difficult. It is difficult because the Taliban regime are harassing the UN convoys, are intimidating them, are in some cases taking over either their equipment or indeed their communications or the sites in which the UN staff are. They are taxing some of the food, so-called taxing as it comes into Afghanistan, and they are trying to lift other parts of it and use it for their own purposes. Now, if we have their cooperation in the humanitarian help to the Afghan people, we can make sure that that food gets through. It is they that are the obstacle, and we will do everything we possibly can, despite their obstruction, to get that food through to people. But it is very important that people realise it is their obstruction that is stopping this food get through to the people that need it.
Ian Duncan Smith.
Finally, our aim, said the Prime Minister, must be to bring bin Laden, as he has said from the beginning, and Al-Qaeda to justice. But until there is a government in Afghanistan that is determined to rid itself of bin Laden and Al-Qaeda, that, as he knows, will be immensely difficult to achieve. Will the Prime Minister therefore take this opportunity to assure the House that such a government must be broadly based and include not just the mainly Tajik Northern Alliance, but other tribes such as the Pashtuns, Hazaras and others still? And will he also confirm, against some reports, that he and the United States are talking widely to all people who could be or who could help putting such a government together and who may already have plans to do so?
Mr. Speaker, we certainly are talking to all the people that would have to be involved in order to have a broad-based post-Taliban regime in Afghanistan. However, the work that is being carried out here is being undertaken principally by Mr. Brahimi, the UN representative, and he is in talks with all the relevant ethnic groupings in Afghanistan. It is extremely important both that we have a successor to the Taliban regime that has broad support in the country, and that we commit ourselves to assisting that regime in the reconstruction of Afghanistan. And, Mr. Speaker, now some few weeks after the 11th of September, I can assure the House that the coalition for action remains strong. Countries are pledging their support, military as well as logistical support, right round the world. On the humanitarian effort, we are doing everything we reasonably, humanly can and will do more. And in respect of what happens after the Taliban fall, then we are working to make sure that the Afghan people who are the victims of the Taliban get the best prospect possible of a decent and stable future.
Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, they should have registered to vote by last Wednesday. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said, we learnt overnight of the tragic death last week of Corporal Plank. And our thoughts on this side of the House, as with everybody, are with his family, as once again we are reminded of the extraordinary sacrifices made by our British servicemen and women, to whom I think we all owe a huge debt of gratitude. When I first faced the Prime Minister across the dispatch box, we did discuss the war on terror. The loss of life over the last week has brought that war, I believe, into sharp focus, for there are growing concerns that foreign terrorists, including, it appears, some British citizens, may be operating in Iraq. Can I ask the Prime Minister what information does he have about who is arming, funding and organising these groups, and what further action is being taken to disrupt their activities in Iraq?
Mr. Speaker, perhaps before answering that question, I can say, since I gather this is his last Prime Minister's questions, that whatever our differences, and there have been a few, I wish him well in the future, and so does everyone on this side of the House, and I'm sure the whole House. In respect of Iraq, and well, we do. In respect of Iraq and terrorism, I mean, I will tell them as much information as we have. There are essentially two groups of people that are conducting these operations, so we believe, in Iraq. One is Saddam supporters or former members of the regime, and the other is assorted terrorist groups, some of whom have infiltrated Iraq since the coalition forces took control back in May. We are doing everything we possibly can, obviously, to disrupt their activities. But I think the most important thing to remember is that this is not, as it were, the British, American and other coalition forces versus the Iraqi people. This is the coalition forces, the vast majority of the Iraqi people, versus this group of former Saddam people and terrorists. And the truth is, we are trying to make this country better day by day, and their entire purpose is to stop us.
Yeah. Thank the Prime Minister for his kind words. Obviously, the objective in what the Prime Minister is talking about, to hand power to the Iraqi people as soon as possible. And enormous progress, I think everybody would accept, has been made in difficult circumstances in setting up this Iraqi Governing Council. Does the Prime Minister, however, believe it will be possible to hand over power to a civilian Iraqi government whilst the whereabouts of Saddam Hussein remain unknown?
We do believe that is possible, yes. We think that the biggest inhibition will simply be the progress that we can make. And it's worth just pointing out that in addition to the American forces that are there in Iraq and the 10,000 British forces, there are now 16,000 forces from other countries. I mean, there are several European Union countries providing thousands of people now in Iraq helping with our efforts. And I think the main thing is to recognize that in large parts of Iraq there is fantastic progress being made. I mean, if I could just say to people, for example, the coalition program has cleared over 14,000 kilometers of the 27,000 kilometers of Iraq's canals. We now have today all 22 universities, 43 technical institutes and colleges are open, as are nearly all primary and secondary schools. All 240 hospitals and more than 1,200 clinics are open. The distribution of medicines has risen from almost nothing to a current total of 12,000 tonnes. And there is a thriving, 6 months ago, satellite dishes were illegal, access to information strictly controlled, difficult for people to use the internet. Today I'm told there are more than 170 newspapers. Which is progress of a sort, and satellite dishes are freely available and widely used, as is the internet. And the point I think to make is this, that there is no inhibition on the progress that we're making, both in political and in economic terms, other than this small group of people who, as we know from our own experience with terrorism, if they're prepared to cause death and mayhem to wholly innocent people, can cause a lot of devastation and inhibit the progress that we're making. But I think the answer is implicit in his question, and I agree with them. The answer is to carry on making the efforts to make Iraq better.
Speaker, the Prime Minister and I have both spoken on a number of occasions about the dangers of rogue states, terrorist groups, and ballistic weapons coming together. They've always agreed that the war on terror would be long, difficult, and that there would be no easy victories. However, I do believe enormous progress has been made. 2 years ago, the Taliban were now being gone from Afghanistan, and Saddam Hussein himself has been removed from power, even though we may not yet know where he is. Does the Prime Minister agree that both in Afghanistan and in Iraq and wherever else we have to fight this war on terror, we must finish this job, the job that we start, or the terrorists at the end of it all will win?
I agree strongly with that, and I thank him for the support that he gave over both the action in Afghanistan and in respect of Iraq as well. And I think people should be very, very clear as to why these terrorist groups are pouring into Iraq at the present time. What they know is that if the coalition forces, together with the United Nations and the international community, if we can make Iraq better, if we can show that the propaganda about us seizing the oil or desiring to destroy the Muslim population, if we can expose that as the propaganda and lies that it is, then of course the signal that will send across the whole of the world, and not least in the Arab world and in the Muslim world, will be enormous, tremendous and positive in its impact. And that is precisely why these people are in Iraq at the moment. They know that this is a battle, not just about the future of Iraq, but a battle about whether we can establish a situation where Iraq becomes a prosperous, democratic, stable state and then acts, if you like, as a beacon to the rest of the world.
Michael Howard.
Mr. Speaker, may I begin by associating myself with the condolences that the Prime Minister has expressed to the victims of both the outrages to which he referred. We send our sincerest sympathy to the families of the victims of those terrible events. 2 weeks ago, the Health Secretary said that he wanted to cut administration costs in his department by a third. Can the Prime Minister tell us by how much those costs have gone up in the last 5 years?
Well, I can tell him that overall in the National Health Service, that the biggest increase that we have... Well, first of all, actually, incidentally, sorry. First of all, I should welcome the Right Honourable Gentleman to his new position. And to say how delighted I am that someone written off under the last Conservative government is now given the chance to rehabilitate himself under Labour. As for the staff, yes, it's true, we want to streamline and slim down the number of staff at the centre in the health service, but the biggest thing that we are doing is actually increasing the number of nurses and doctors in the health service. And of course, that is a result of the extra money, the money that he opposed when he had the chance to vote for it a few months ago.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister for his warm words of welcome, but I'm afraid he really didn't answer the question. Let me give him the answer. Administration costs in the Department of Health have actually gone up by a third. So an extra £229 million has been spent on running the Department of Health, and now the Health Secretary tells us it was all a waste of money. Let's try the Treasury. Has anyone told the First Lord of the Treasury how much administration costs there have increased in the last 5 years? Can you give us that figure?
I assume he's already got the answer, but I can tell him what overall government administration costs. Government administration costs actually as a proportion of spending have fallen under this government. But before I come to the Treasury, I would like just to deal with what the extra money in the National Health Service has bought. Because he was saying the other day that all this money has gone in. Oh yes. He was saying it's all gone into administration and none of it has gone into patient care. Well, let me tell him that actually as a result of this extra money, we've increased the number of people allowed into hospital operations by 250,000. We've increased the number of people given primary care. We've increased the number of cancer specialists. We've cut the number of people suffering from heart disease. We've got 24 major new hospitals built, 50,000 nurses, and again, he's opposed every penny piece of it.
Well, Mr. Speaker, 2 questions asked, neither answered. Not a very good start, I'm afraid. The fact is that administration costs at the Treasury have gone up by 52%. And the truth is that since he became Prime Minister, the cost of running government departments, not frontline services, the cost of running government departments has gone up by 50%. That's nearly £7 billion a year. Isn't that eloquent testimony to the ineffectiveness, the ineptitude, and the sheer incompetence of this government, all at the expense of the hard-pressed British taxpayer?
Right. Well, we want to talk about ineptitude and incompetence, do we? Fortunately, we have a record under this Chancellor in charge of the Treasury and under that Right Honourable Gentleman when he was an economics minister in the last Conservative government. So let's compare who is inept, who is incompetent, who wasted money. Under the Conservatives, 15% interest rates when he was an economics minister. When he was employment minister, 1 million extra unemployed. 1 million people in negative equity. £80 billion worth of government debt. Under this Chancellor, the lowest interest rates, inflation and unemployment for decades, 1.5 million more people in work. And let me say one other thing. Whatever this side has done, none of us, when in government, introduced anything as bad as the poll tax. what he introduced, as well as giving us the 15% interest rates, as well as opposing the minimum wage. And that's why we say, same old people, same old policies, same old Tories.
Well, let me make it absolutely clear. I'm very happy to debate the past with the Prime Minister any day he likes. Any day he likes. I've got a great big dossier on his past. I've got a great big dossier on his past, and I haven't even had to sex it up. We can talk about his personal pledge to leave the European Union. We can talk about the time that he criticised America's state-sponsored terrorism. I wonder if he'll be raising that with President Bush next week. Or we can talk about the time that he praised the fortitude and resolve of the whopping strikers. I bet he doesn't remind Rupert Murdoch of that. I'm very happy to debate the past with him any day of the week. But I rather think that the British people are more interested in today and tomorrow than in yesterday. And we will take every opportunity to remind them of the failures today of his discredited government.
I'm very happy to debate today with them as well. Let's look, for example, at his own constituency and what has happened today. Yes, I think so. In his constituency, 11 schools have benefited from the New Deal for Schools funding that he's pledged to scrap. The number of 5-, 6- and 7-year-olds in classes of over 30 has fallen from 12,000 to 249. We've had the best results for primary schools, GCSEs, A-levels that we've ever had. All the waiting times are down. Yes. And that is precisely the difference, that this party is putting money into our public services, getting results in every constituency in the country, and what we know from him is that he doesn't simply represent the past, he would take us back to the past.
Mr. Speaker, I know that retirement will be on both our minds today. When the Prime Minister's former Chief Economic Advisor said last month the government has no long-term strategy on pensions and that the Chancellor was leaving pensions policy in a complete shambles, does the Prime Minister think he was referring to the £5 billion a year pension tax, the spread of means testing, or the Chancellor's plan to sabotage Lord Turner's report, which at least tries to do something about the problems the Chancellor's created?
Well, first of all, let me tell him what he can expect in retirement thanks to this government. There is the winter fuel payment. There is the council tax rebate. There is the reduced VAT on fuel. There are the restored free eye tests. Once he's over 75, free TV licences. £11 billion a year more spending on pensioners. That's a record we can be proud of.
Well, it's such an enticing prospect, Mr. Speaker, that I expect the Prime Minister will want to join me very shortly. Isn't the problem, though, that the only retirement the Chancellor's planning for is the Prime Minister's? The truth is, that under this government, over 10,000 occupational pension schemes have collapsed, and the amount of money people save has almost halved. Doesn't the Prime Minister see that there's a growing consensus that in order to deal with this mess, we've got to ditch the Chancellor's obsession with means testing? That's That's our view. It's the view of the pensioners' groups and the industry. It's the view of Lord Turner. And we know it's the view of the Prime Minister himself, because he once said, we can end means testing for pensioners once and for all. So will the Prime Minister now, just for once, stand up to his Chancellor and, with our support, do what needs to be done to sort out one of the greatest challenges the country faces?
He'll also have seen that Adair Turner made mention of the fact that thanks to the pension credits and the minimum income guarantee, we have lifted nearly 2 million pensioners out of hardship and poverty. And of course we need to secure a pension provision for the long term. We will do that. But let us be in no doubt at all that it is as a result of this government and the means that we have used to lift pensioners out of poverty that has allowed us, for the first time, to go through winter periods with pensioners no longer forced to choose between the heating they need to stay alive and the standard of living that they want. And therefore, let me say to the Right Honourable Gentleman, we will take no lessons in pension provision from the party that was responsible for pension mis-selling and left millions of pensioners in poverty in 1997.
David Cameron.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first issue that the Prime Minister and I are going to have to work together on is getting the good bits of his education reforms through the House of Commons and into law. That's the problem with these exchanges. The Chief Whip on the Labour side shouting like a child. Has she finished? Have you finished? Right. We both agree that schools with greater freedom produce the best results. Will he confirm that all of the freedoms for schools in the White Paper will survive into the bill?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we give schools the freedoms that they need, and I'm delighted to hear that he supports these reforms. I assume, therefore, the Conservative Party will be voting for them.
Absolutely. With our support, with our support, the Prime Minister knows there is no danger of losing these education reforms in a parliamentary vote. So he can afford to be as bold as he wants to be. That's when he's at his best. Now, or so I'm told. Now, can we agree that that means trust schools owning their own buildings and land, employing their own staff, setting pay locally, developing their own culture and ethos, and controlling their own admissions?
Of course, it means all those powers that presently are available to foundation and voluntary aided schools being extended to other schools as well. That's the purpose of the proposals. Incidentally, I should have, before I answered any question, welcomed him to his new position and congratulated him on winning the Conservative leadership election. But can I tell him where I feel we may, and I'm sorry to say this, have a disagreement? And that is, as I understand it, his position, though, is to say that all schools should be free to set their own admissions procedures. I'm afraid I believe the present admissions code should remain in place. So perhaps we could just clear up that too.
I want schools to control their own admissions. That's what's in the White Paper, and let's see it turns into the bill. Now, it's only our first exchange, and already the Prime Minister is asking me the questions. This approach is stuck in the past, and I want to talk about the future. He was the future once. Education is one of the public services in desperate need of reform. So will he agree with me that our aim should be to make sure that all schools have these freedoms? Will the Prime Minister ensure that this is one reform where he won't look back and wish he had gone further?
Well, I certainly can say, as I said before, that it's important that all schools get these freedoms. However, it is obvious that we disagree on the issue of admissions. I think that if schools are free to bring back selection at the age of 11, that would be regressive for our country. And so I'm afraid in this grand new consensus we have to disagree on that point. The other point, though, that I think is very important is this. We've also got to keep the investment going in our schools. Now, as he knows, the Conservative Party voted against that investment. But I have to say it's that as a result of the investment and the change through specialist schools and city academies and the literacy and numeracy strategy, we've now got the best ever results at 11, at 16, at 18 in our schools. And therefore, I have to say to him that it's not merely in respect of education policy we've got to agree, we've also got to agree that the investment that is so necessary to back up that reform continues. And I'm afraid his economic policy, which is actually to cut back investment because of his desire, yes. Well, I'm happy if this is another policy he's about to change, but he is saying that this year he would not have put all the investment in, but rather have shared that investment half and half between tax cuts and investment. As a result of that, that would mean substantial cuts in public investment. And therefore, I'm very happy to have this new consensus with him, and I'm delighted that today he said the Conservative Party will vote for these education reforms, but it has to be on the basis, I'm afraid, of agreeing the investment also.
Yeah. David Cameron.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join the Prime Minister in paying tribute to Major Paul Harding, Corporal John Rigby and drummer Thomas Wright, who died serving their country in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I think the Prime Minister was absolutely right to put on record, once again, the huge debt that we all owe to our armed forces. Their professionalism, their courage, their heroism is a constant source of inspiration and pride throughout our country. Before I wish the Prime Minister well for the future, I would like to ask some questions about the floods in Britain and the situation in the Middle East. On the floods, 4 people have lost their lives, thousands of homes have been flooded, and many people are in temporary accommodation. The emergency services are clearly doing an incredible job. Will the government ensure they have all the support they need and that the local authorities under the greatest pressure get all that they require?
First of all, in respect of the flooding, it has, as he rightly says, meant that 4 lives have been lost. I think we should all send our condolences and sympathy to the families of those that have lost their lives. And in respect of what we now have to do, I mean, we have increased the amount of money for our coastal defence protection to somewhere in the region, I think, of £600 million a year now. We are doing an immense amount for the future to make sure that we have proper provision in place. I'm afraid it is something where we're going to have to spend a lot more money and invest a lot more in the years to come. But in addition to that, of course, under the Bellwyn scheme, it will be open to the local authorities to get reimbursed for the additional costs that they've got. And I know that these requests will be looked at sympathetically. It is a very difficult situation. There are thousands of properties that have been affected, and I'm afraid hundreds of millions of pounds worth of damage that has been caused. But we will, of course, do everything we can in conjunction with the Environment Agency and the local authorities to try and improve the situation.
I'm grateful for that answer. Yesterday, the Environment Secretary rightly praised the work of the RAF. He said that Armed Forces liaison officers were ready to provide support if necessary, but otherwise there was no need for any further army deployment. Can the Prime Minister assure us that, if necessary, that decision can be changed and that military resources can be deployed?
Well, we will, of course, keep that decision under review, and any further resources that are necessary we will put in. It is worth pointing out, and he's right to do so, that not merely have our armed forces, in this case the RAF, played a very important role for which we thank them, but also the emergency services as a whole have responded to this crisis in the most exemplary manner, as indeed they always do.
Thank you. Can I turn to an issue that might be relevant to the Prime Minister's future? Clearly, this is a very difficult time in the Middle East, with the desperate situation in the Gaza Strip and instability in the West Bank, all against the backdrop of a Palestinian economy that has failed to develop. Can the Prime Minister tell us what his first priority will be if and when he takes on this new role?
The absolute priority is to try to give effect to what is now the consensus across the international community, that the only way of bringing stability and peace to the Middle East is a two-state solution, which means a state of Israel that is secure and confident of its security, and a Palestinian state that is not merely viable in terms of its territory, but in terms of its institutions and governance. I believe it is possible to do that, but it will require a huge intensity of focus and work.
David Cameron.
When it comes to the Palestinian territories, clearly on everyone's mind in this country is the fact that Alan Johnston is still in captivity. All of us who saw that chilling video will feel enormous sympathy for him, for his family, for his colleagues. His continued captivity is utterly senseless and serves no cause. Will the Prime Minister agree with me that as many Palestinians have demonstrated in the territories and actually here in Britain that their interests can best be served if he is released immediately?
I should say, in respect of Alan Johnson, we deeply regret the fact of his continued imprisonment, and we are working closely with the BBC and with the Palestinian Authority to do everything we can to secure his release. And it is absolutely right. I'm sure the majority of Palestinian people want to see him released. And I think it is worth simply pointing out as well, I mean, he was a journalist doing a job as a journalist. It is completely without any justification at all to take him as a target for any action of whatever nature. And I would also simply point out that I believe for the majority of Palestinian and Israeli people, they want to see a situation where hostage-taking and violence is a thing of the past and the two groups of people can live together in peace.
Thank you. On behalf of everyone on these benches, can I congratulate him on his remarkable achievement of being Prime Minister for 10 years? For all of the heated battles across this dispatch box, for 13 years he has led his party, for 10 years he has led our country, and no one can be in any doubt in terms of the huge efforts he has made in terms of public service. He has considerable achievements to his credit, whether it is peace in Northern Ireland, whether it is his work in the developing world, which I know will endure. I'm sure that life in the public eye has sometimes been tough on his family. So can I say on behalf of my party that we wish him and his family well, and we wish him every success in whatever he does in the future.
Let me thank him for those very generous sentiments. And may I say that for all the political disagreements between us, I think it is always important to be able to work with people on issues of national importance across the political divide, and I've always found him most proper, correct and courteous in his dealings with me, and I thank him for that. And although, of course, I cannot wish him well politically, nonetheless, personally, I wish both him and his family very well indeed.
First of all, I agree with the Prime Minister about Alan Johnson. It is fantastic news that he's on his way back to his family. Recent attempts to cause massive loss of life in London and in Glasgow remind us of the very real threat that we face in this country. There are a number of measures that we believe would make a difference. First, we support the use of telephone tap evidence in court, so we don't just catch these people, we convict them and lock them up. 6 weeks ago, the government agreed to our proposal for a Privy Council review of this issue. Can the Prime Minister tell us how soon it will publish the names, when will this meet, and when will it report?
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. I hope that right across the House, as right across the country, there can be unity in our determination to fight terrorism. And I want to remind people just how brave and courageous were the explosive experts in London, and were those people who tackled the terrorist activity that happened at Glasgow Airport. And I hope that we can continue on an all-party basis to agree measures that are necessary in this country to deal with the terrorist threat. On the specific question of intercept, I can tell him that we will go ahead with our investigation, carried out on Privy Council terms, and of course I will consult him and the leader of the Liberal Party on the names of the people that will conduct that investigation.
David Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I hope we can make progress. It is a complicated issue, but it isn't complicated setting up a committee, and that should happen without any delay. Second, we need to act against groups which are seeking to radicalise young people. Almost 2 years ago, the government said that it would ban the extremist group Hizb ut-Tahrir. We think it should be banned. Why hasn't it happened?
Of course, in all these details, and I have had to deal with this at the Treasury when we're dealing with terrorist finance, you have to have evidence to do so. And it's precisely to examine the evidence that we instruct a number of investigations. Let me tell him what we will do. We'll expand the watch list, which is the cooperation right across the world, from Europe to the Arab states, of potential terrorists, so that we list them in such a way that authorities in different countries can be warned. We'll expand the background checks that are being done where there are highly skilled migrant workers coming into this country, where people sponsor them. We will ask them to give us their background checks. Thirdly, as a result of what has happened in the National Health Service, I've asked Lord West, the new Terrorism Minister, to conduct an immediate review as to what arrangements we must make in relation to recruitment to the NHS because of what we know has happened over the last few days. And finally, of course, we will want to sign new agreements with other countries around the world so that we act together to deal with the potential terrorist threat, and we are able to deport people to countries where they should be rather than in this country. And I hope, again, that there can be all-party agreement for the measures, for the measures that we are taking to ensure both the security of British citizens and to work with other countries in the fight against terror.
Thank you. I mean, very interesting answer, but I asked a very specific question. The Prime Minister said we need evidence about Hizb ut-Tahrir. This organisation says, and I quote, Jews should be killed wherever they are found. What more evidence do we need before we ban this organisation? It is poisoning the minds of young people. 2 years ago, the government said it should be banned. I ask again, when will this be done?
Yeah, we can ban it under the Prevention of Terrorism Act, and of course, I think the Leader of the Opposition forgets I've been in this job for 5 days.
Order. Let the Prime Minister answer. Let the Prime Minister answer.
I have agreed that we will look at this issue, but we need evidence, and the evidence can't be just one or two quotes. What we must do is look in detail at the evidence, and I hope he will agree with me that we approach these things in a sustained way and in a calm way, and we do not jump to conclusions. We look at all the evidence, and that is the basis, Mr. Speaker, on which this government will proceed.
But there have been 2 years of a lapse since the government said it would ban this organisation. I think people find it hard to understand why an organisation that urges people to kill Jews hasn't been banned. Now, as well as preventing radicalisation and stopping future dangers, we need to protect ourselves against present dangers. Does the Prime Minister agree that the time has now come for a national border police force?
Well, I am prepared to look at this, and I have, of course, when I've been Chancellor of the Exchequer, looked at how the Customs and Excise authorities can work better with the police to secure border arrangements. But I have to say to him that everybody who looks at this issue, including Lord Stevens, who looked at this issue for him, has concluded that complementary to a border police force is the need for identity cards. And it is his party that continues... It is his party that continues to oppose identity cards. And I may say that the new terrorism shadow minister that he has appointed only a few days ago, Lady Neville-Jones, has also said that complementary to the other measures that are necessary to protect our borders are identity cards. And I hope again, in the spirit of bipartisan cooperation, that he'll reconsider his views on the need to introduce identity cards.
If he wants to trade quotes on identity cards, perhaps he'll try this one from his Chancellor of the Exchequer. Identity cards are unnecessary and will create more difficulties than they will solve. I do not want my whole life to be reduced to a magnetic strip on a plastic card. Identity cards did not stop the Madrid bombings. After the 7th of July bombings, the then Home Secretary said they wouldn't have helped in the UK. They wouldn't come in for years. They'd cost billions of pounds, money that should be spent on things like a border police. Now, let me come back again on the border police. The Home Affairs Select Committee supported a border police. The current Metropolitan Police Commissioner supports a border police. And Lord Stevens, as he said, is conducting a review for us now on the need for a border police, which he fully supports. The Prime Minister has said he's open to this suggestion. Will he tell us exactly what he will do and when he'll make an announcement about a national border police force?
Well, first of all, I may say to him that comments that are made about identity cards in the past have got to take into account what is actually happening now. And it is because it is because the situation has changed that more and more people have come to the view that is taken by his security expert and taken by Lord Stevens, that we need identity cards. And I know that there are many people on the Conservative backbenches who believe exactly the same as we do. As for the border police, I've said I will look at this issue. We have brought Customs and Excise and the other authorities together to work in closer cooperation already. I have to look at that in the context of the finance that is available and in the context of other measures that we are taking, including electronic borders, to step up security. But I can assure him that this government will ensure that the security of the British people is protected, and we will take all measures that are necessary for the safety of the British people. And again, I hope, Mr. Speaker, that there will be bipartisan cooperation on these issues so that we can show the world that Britain is protected against terrorism.
Jim Sheridan. Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman, right honourable gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Convicting terrorists by using phone taps, banning the extremists that radicalise young people in our country, and vitally securing our borders, aren't these three of the practical steps that are absolutely vital parts of the unity that the Prime Minister needs to build so that we can all ensure the terrorists will never win?
And I have to say to him that we can cooperate on the issues ahead, but he has got to look at the policies that he has been putting forward and examine whether these are the right things for this time as well. And I also have to make a point to him that unfunded change is no change at all. If he is not prepared to support with financial resources the policing, the law and order and all the public services that are necessary, then we will not be able to agree on the way forward. Mr. Speaker, in the light of the events of the last few days, I do hope that the country can come together and agree these measures. I've offered conversations with him on a number of issues, including the intercept, and on other issues we are prepared to cooperate not only with the Leader of the Opposition but with the other parties. It is vitally important that the message is sent out to the rest of the world that we will stand strong, steadfast and united in the face of terror.
David Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister in paying tribute to Guardsman Michael Sweeney and to Rifleman Mark Turner, who've been killed in Afghanistan in the last week? 280 British servicemen and women and MOD civilians have now lost their lives while serving in Afghanistan. And as we prepare for the end of this Parliament, we should remember the sacrifice that they and their families have made and acknowledge the huge debt that we all owe to our armed forces for the bravery that they show day after day. I also join the Prime Minister in paying tribute to James Shears and Alan Bannon, the two firefighters killed while tackling the fire in Southampton last night. As Mr. Speaker, this is the last Prime Minister's questions this Parliament. It is the last chance for this Prime Minister to show that he is accountable for the decisions he has made. Will he start by admitting that when British forces were sent into Helmand, they did not have sufficient helicopters to protect themselves and get the job done?
Mr. Speaker, I do not accept that in any operation to which we sent our troops, that our commanding officers gave wrong advice and told us that we should, told us they were properly equipped. At every time, in every operation, we ask our commanding officers, are we able to do this operation? And our commanding officers have said, yes, they can. So I have to say to him that we have done our best to equip our troops and we will continue to do so. It is right that I take full responsibility, but I take the advice of our commanding officers, and advice of our commanding officers is very clear.
David Cameron.
Say that answer sums up this premiership. Takes no responsibility and always blames somebody else. Why can't he just admit something that everybody knows to be true? There weren't enough helicopters. Let's listen to Colonel Stuart Tootle, former commander of 3 Para. He said this: repeated demands for more helicopters fell on deaf ears. It increased risks for my paratroopers. But as he put it, the decision makers, yes, the ministers, they weren't the ones driving into combat when they should have been flying into combat. And the Foreign Office Minister that he appointed, Lord Malloch Brown, said as late as last year, and I quote, "We definitely don't have enough helicopters." Presumably the Prime Minister is going to tell us all these people were just deceived.
Mr. Speaker, we have increased the number of helicopters in Afghanistan. We've increased the flying time by more than 100%. I think he should recognise that the Merlins were adapted so that they are now in Afghanistan. He should also recognise that the Chinooks were also adapted so that they too can be in Afghanistan. He should recognise that we have other helicopters in Afghanistan that are working, and we are part of an international operation in Afghanistan where we share equipment with our coalition partners. And I have to say to him, the amount of money spent in Afghanistan now is £5 billion a year. That is 1,000 extra vehicles. That is twice the number of flying time hours for our helicopters. And I think he should accept that our troops, for the operations that they are asked to undertake, have been given the equipment they need. That is the right position.
David Cameron. Again, no answer. And I have to ask you this. Why?
Order. Government backbenchers must calm down. Mr. David Cameron.
And why should anyone believe this Prime Minister when he was the first in history to go in front of a public inquiry and not give accurate information about defence spending? So let me ask about another decision for which this Prime Minister ought to be accountable. In the last 13 years, he has robbed pension funds of £100 billion. His own welfare minister said this: "When Labour came to office, we had one of the strongest pension provisions in Europe, and now we probably have some of the weakest." Presumably he was deceived as well. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that robbing the pension funds was the wrong decision for Britain?
When he said there was no answer to the last question, it is him that is never given an answer on any single policy. And Mr. Speaker, as far as pension funds are concerned, we debated in this House 2 years ago, and the Shadow Chancellor put up the case that the dividend tax credit had affected the ability of pension funds to have money. I showed at that time that during the period before the stock market crash, what had actually happened was the resources of the pension funds had doubled. He lost his case when he put it to the House of Commons. It's no use trying to put it again. What we have done over these last 12 years, a pensioners' winter allowance initially opposed by the Conservative Party. What we are saying we will do is link pensions to earnings taken away by a Conservative government. What we have done is taken 2 million pensioners with a pension tax credit and given them dignity in retirement, again opposed by the Conservative government. And what we now have is a national concessionary fare scheme which give pensioners the chance to travel the country at risk under a Conservative government.
David Cameron. That, Mr. Speaker, is the sort of deception we're going to rebut in this election campaign every time it comes out. And he must be the only person in Britain who thinks robbing pension funds was a good idea. This is what his own advisor, who sat in number 10 Downing Street, said: "This Prime Minister will go down in history as the one who destroyed our pension system. He just ignores what he doesn't want to hear, then he tries to cover up the consequences. People are finally starting to rumble Gordon Brown, and it serves him right." Presumably she was deceived as well. Let's take another decision for which the Prime Minister needs to be held to account. Yes?
Order. Honourable and right honourable members are shouting themselves hoarse before we've even got to the hustings. Members must calm down. Mr. David Cameron.
They were shouting out about national insurance contributions, and this is a question about national insurance contributions. The Prime Minister has made the decision to introduce a jobs tax which will kill the recovery. Now, this morning on GMTV, he said that business leaders who oppose this decision have been deceived. Is the Prime Minister really telling us that he knows more about job creation than business leaders who employ almost 1 million people in this country?
Mr. Speaker, once again, I have to tell him about what happened during this recession and what we had to do to take this country out of recession. We had to nationalise Northern Rock, and they opposed it. We had to restructure the banks. Business supported us, but they opposed it. We had to take action to secure help for the unemployed. Businesses support the Future Jobs Fund. They opposed it. We had to take action to help homeowners. Business supported it. They opposed it. And we had to take action to help small business itself. And they opposed the funds that were necessary. Now, as far as national insurance is concerned, there is a choice. There is a clear choice. We can put the national insurance up and therefore protect our schools, our hospitals and our policing. Or we can do what the Conservatives traditionally do, and that's put our hospitals, police and our health service at risk.
The choice is Labour's decision to go on wasting money and then put up tax on every job in the country. These business leaders, this is what they said. Cutting government waste won't endanger the recovery, but putting up national insurance will. Now, let me ask him again. Does he believe that these business leaders, including members of his own advisory council, does he believe they were deceived?
Mr. Speaker, we cannot cut our way to recovery, and that's why to withdraw £6 billion from the economy now is the wrong thing to do. And let us be clear, the Conservative policies would put jobs at risk immediately, would put businesses at risk immediately, and would put growth at risk immediately. As far as 2011 is concerned, we've got to make a decision. Do we want to maintain the improvement in our policing, our public services, our health service guarantees, and maintain investment in the schools? We say that that will cost that extra money on national insurance. They say no. Public must make up their mind. Do they want the public services to be maintained, or do we want the traditional Tory policy of putting our public services at risk?
This morning, the Prime Minister said these business leaders had been deceived. Since then, another 30 business leaders have come again and said, oh, we're right and they're wrong. And let me tell him, let me just read the Prime Minister what they're saying. Paul Walsh, the head of Diageo, on the Prime Minister's Business Council. No, not a Tory, one of his advisers. Yeah. Well, he's probably a Tory now, so are half the country. Let's hear what he had to say. It is not true to claim businesses have been deceived. National insurance is a tax on jobs. Let's hear from John Egan, former head of BAA. How can there be a deception? National insurance is a tax on jobs, pure and simple. Isn't the truth this? This Prime Minister would wreck the recovery by putting a tax on every job, on everyone earning over 20,000, a tax on aspiration, a tax on every business on the country. This government would wreck the recovery.
Mr. Speaker, it's the same old Conservative Party.
Order. Members must calm themselves. There are several weeks to go. The Leader of the Opposition was heard, and the Prime Minister will now be heard. Prime Minister.
Once again, he said nothing about the future. It's the same old Tories. Mr. Speaker, to think he was the future once. Mr. Speaker, the shortest ever waiting list in the health service. Mr. Speaker, 2.5 million more jobs since 1997. A sure start in every community in our country. More pupils are staying on at school than ever. More students going to university. More pensioners out of poverty. More dignity and security in retirement. And we are the government that has plans for the future. They have nothing to offer. Only a Labour government can do it.
Harriet Harman.
Mr. Speaker, can I join the Prime Minister in paying tribute to Corporal Stephen Curley and Marine Scott Taylor from 40 Commando Royal Marines, and to Gunner Zach Cusack from 4th Regiment Royal Artillery. As the Prime Minister said, they were brave men who died in the service of our country. We must never forget the sacrifice they made. And can I strongly support what the Prime Minister has said about the dreadful shootings in Cumbria? We offer our deepest sympathies to the families of those who've been killed and our strong support for the police, the emergency services and the local communities in Cumbria.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Prime Minister about the Israeli interception of the Gaza flotilla? I'm sure he agrees that this is a tragic loss of life, which has angered the Palestinians and dismayed friends of Israel too. Can he tell the House what is the current position of the British nationals who've been detained by the Israelis? And will he tell us how the government can contribute to international efforts to make the Israelis recognise that the blockade of Gaza is prolonging the suffering of the Palestinians and making peace in the Middle East even harder to achieve? This blockade must end.
Can I thank the Right Honourable Lady for what she said about our troops, and also for raising the issue of these events off the coast of Gaza. I mean, what has happened is completely unacceptable. We should be clear about that, and we should also deplore the loss of life. And indeed, I've spoken to the Prime Minister of Turkey to extend our condolences for the Turkish citizens who've been lost. We should do everything we can to make sure this doesn't happen again. And I stressed this point in a conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. In terms of her specific questions, in terms of British nationals, there are 42 British nationals caught up in this. I believe that around 37 of them have had consular access, and that all of them will be coming home, and we need to make sure they are reunited with their families as fast as possible. She also raised the issue of international efforts to get the blockade open. As she knows, and as the Shadow Foreign Secretary will know, we should do everything we can through the United Nations, where Resolution 1860 is absolutely clear about the need to end the blockade and to open up Gaza. And what I would say, in addition, is this, that friends of Israel, and I count myself a friend of Israel, should be saying to the Israelis that the blockade actually strengthens Hamas's grip on the economy and on Gaza, and it's in their own interest to lift it, and to allow these vital supplies to get through.
Harriet Harman.
I thank him for that answer, and I know we'll be hearing further from the Foreign Secretary in a statement immediately after these questions. Can he give me an answer to another important issue, one that I raised with him last Tuesday, about prosecuting rape? We know that it's often only after many rapes that a defendant is finally brought to court, and it's only at that point, often, when previous victims find the courage to come forward. By making rape defendants anonymous, he's going to make it harder to bring rapists to justice.
Well, I know the Right Honourable Lady cares very deeply about this issue, as do I, and the fact that rape convictions are so low in this country is a scandal, and we need to improve on that. That means working with the police and also doing more to help rape victims, including backing rape crisis centres. On the issue of anonymity, I sat on the Home Affairs Select Committee that examined this issue. It was, of course, a committee in the last Parliament dominated by Labour members, very ably chaired by Chris Mullin. We came to the conclusion that there was a case for saying that between arrest and charge there was a case for anonymity. The coalition agreement mentions this issue of anonymity, and we will of course be bringing forward proposals which the House can then examine and debate. But I think there is a case for this to happen. But I understand what she says, that it is important that the publicity around a case can help bring other people who have been raped forward. So I understand her case, but I think this does represent a good way forward.
Harriet Harman.
Well, I welcome his recognition of that first point, but doesn't he also recognise that to single out rape, which is what he's proposing to do, to single out rape defendants sends a very powerful message to juries in rape cases that the rape victim is not to be believed, and it sends a devastating message to rape victims that uniquely of all victims, they are not to be believed.
Well, I don't accept that. I mean, the Home Affairs Select Committee looked at this very carefully and came to the conclusion that in this case there was a case for extending anonymity. Also because in rape cases, obviously those that have been raped have anonymity themselves, and that was the case for this limited extension. But we will be bringing forward proposals that can be debated and discussed in the House of Commons. We all want the same thing, which is to increase the number of successful rape prosecutions and to send more rapists to jail. That's what this is about.
Harriet Harman.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but I think that that is a disappointing answer because he shows no understanding of the progress that's been made on prosecuting rape, and he doesn't realise how seriously this will turn the clock back. Can I turn to another area where I believe the government should reconsider, and that's the married man's tax allowance. It would only go to 1 in 3 married couples. It would cost £500 million a year. Can you tell the House how that would contribute to cutting the deficit?
Well, I'm an unashamed supporter of families and supporters of marriage. And I simply don't understand why so many other European countries, and I often remember being lectured from the other side of the House about how we should follow European examples, so many other European countries recognise marriage in the tax system, and yet we don't. So this is an issue I believe we should bring forward. Proposals to recognise marriage in the tax system. It's proposals that in our happy coalition they will have the right to abstain on, I'm happy to say. But I support marriage, and I say we support so many other things in the tax system, including Christmas parties and parking your bicycle at work. Why don't we recognise marriage?
Harriet Harman.
The Prime Minister knows that it will not keep couples together. He knows that. He's just hoping that it will keep his backbenchers on side. But he hasn't answered the question, is how does this planned tax cut help reduce the deficit?
If we are going to get control of public spending in the long term in this country, we should actually be targeting the causes of higher spending. And one of the causes of higher spending is family breakdown. So I think we should do far more to recognise the importance of families, the importance of commitment, and the importance of marriage. And let me just say this. Any recognition of marriage we put in the tax system will also be recognition of civil partnerships, because commitment is important whether you're straight or you're gay.
Harriet Harman.
So he's seriously saying he expects us to believe that he thinks that a £3 a week tax break, which will cost the Exchequer £500 million a year, will help keep families together. No wonder the Deputy Prime Minister is sitting so quietly by his side, because on this one, Nick agrees with me. We don't need it, it won't work, they should drop it.
I'm afraid the right honourable lady has a slightly short memory, because when she was sitting over here, an enormous recognition of marriage in the tax system was introduced by the Labour government in, wait for it, inheritance tax. They said, yes, they massively increased the threshold for inheritance tax, which can be transferred between husband and wife. Well, if recognising marriage in the tax system is such a good thing for the better off, why don't we do it for the less well off?
Leader of the Opposition, Harriet Harman.
Mr. Speaker, may I join the Prime Minister in paying tribute to Kingsman Darren Deedy from 2nd Battalion, the Duke of Lancaster's Regiment. We honour his bravery and we think of his family and friends as they mourn their loss. Can I give my condolences to the Prime Minister and his family on the loss of his father? The words he used to express his love for his father touched everyone. Today, as we welcome the Prime Minister back to his place, I'd also like to congratulate him and Mrs Cameron on the birth of their new baby. Mr. Speaker, can I ask about an issue which is of great concern on all sides of the House? The trafficking of women and girls for sex. This week, a gang was convicted here in London for bringing girls, some as young as 13, to this country to be sold for sex. The work of the police and prosecutors has protected young women from this gang, but this evil trade is growing. All parties in this House are united in their abhorrence of it. Can I ask the Prime Minister to update us on the work that's being undertaken to stop it?
Can I first of all thank the Honourable Lady not only for what she said about the servicemen that we lost from Afghanistan, but also the very kind words she said about my father and also about our new daughter. I'm very grateful for what was said last week by the Shadow Lord Chancellor, and also the letters I've received from members right across the House. It is very touching and heartwarming that people think about you at times like these. So thank you for that. Can I also take the opportunity, as this is, I think, the last time we will face each other across the dispatch box. She's the third Labour leader that I've had to do battle with. I think she's by far the most popular. Which is, and she has used these opportunities to push issues that she cares about deeply, such as the one that she's raised today. And I think she's been a thorough credit as the stand-in leader of the Labour Party, and I thank her for what she has done. On the issue of trafficking of women and girls, this is extremely important and sensitive and difficult issue. I myself have been to see some of the exhibitions run, including by Emma Thompson, of how bad this problem is, and we are committed to working across the government to do everything we can to help the police, to help at our borders, and to make sure we have all the laws and systems in place to bring this evil trade to an end. It is something tragically that has grown over recent years, and we often talk about how we've ended slavery in our world. We haven't. It's still with us, and this is the worst manifestation of it. Harriet Harman.
Well, I thank the Prime Minister for his complimentary words to me. It's just as well I'm not wearing a hoodie today. I welcome... You wouldn't like that. I welcome what he said about human trafficking, and I'm grateful to the Prime Minister and also to the Deputy Prime Minister for working with us on this when they were in opposition. Can I ask the Prime Minister to help build on that work by agreeing that the United Kingdom will opt in to the new European Directive on trafficking in human beings, which the Commission proposed in March this year?
I thank her for raising that. We are looking carefully at this issue. What we've discovered so far from looking at the directive is that it doesn't go any further in terms of the law that we've already passed. We put everything in place that is in that directive. I'm very happy to go away and look again. Of course, with all of the issues that we have to look at opting into, you have to ask yourself not only what is in this directive and are we already doing it, to which the answer in this case is yes, but also what could be the consequences for our security and our borders and our ability to make these decisions in this House as well. That is the consideration that we have to make, and I make absolutely no apologies for saying in this government we will look at these things very carefully before signing them. Harriet Harman.
But the difficulty is, Mr. Speaker, that they've already indicated that they're going to opt out of the directive. Now, if we're already complying with it in our laws and practices in this country, and if we're working internationally, we should be proud of that and we should step forward and sign the directive. Will he reconsider that?
I'd already answered that point, but there are some additional points. First of all, the directive itself is still being finalised. That is one. Secondly, there are opportunities at any stage to opt into something that you approve of. But the key point here is you have to examine the directive and ask, does opting in add anything to what we already do in this vital area? And he does. Honourable members say yes. The fact is, if you look at it today, we do all the things that are in the directive. You then have to ask the question, will we in any way endanger our borders and our immigration system by doing so? That is a question a responsible government ought to ask, and it's a question this government will ask. Harriet Harman.
But he's hanging back on this. He should step forward and sign it. The whole point about this is that trafficking is an international crime. The traffickers work across borders, so we have to work across borders to stop them. Will he reconsider and opt into the directive?
Well, I've answered the question. The fact is you do have to work internationally. We are working internationally, and we're also making sure here in the UK we've got what we need at our borders and in our police service. We're also looking at something which the last government didn't do, which is a proper border police force, which will make a real difference to securing our border. But as I say, it is right always to look at these directives and ask not just, are we doing the things that are already in that directive, but what could be the other consequences of signing up? Very, very sensible thing to do. The last government signed far too many things without ever thinking about what the consequences were. Harriet Harman.
Well, I'm disappointed by the Prime Minister's answer. I know that some of his party are irrationally hostile to Europe, but he should not let them stand in the way of stopping human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, just one last question before I go. When the When the Conservatives were in opposition, they regularly complained about the fact that Prime Minister's question is only once a week. Now that the Prime Minister knows just how enjoyable the experience is, does he plan to bring it back to twice a week?
It is actually one of the few things that Tony Blair did that I thoroughly approve of. I actually think, quite seriously, having worked for leaders of the opposition who did Prime Minister's questions, having worked for Prime Ministers who did Prime Minister's questions, I think actually once a week to have a half-hour session where it's not only good for Parliament to grill the Prime Minister, but it's good for the Prime Minister to grill everyone in his or her own office and find out everything that's going on in the government. I think that is the right way to do these things. In terms of, I know we're not saying goodbye to the Honourable Lady, it's only au revoir, and she will be the Deputy Leader under whatever leader they elect, and I note that she can spend some time over the coming days contemplating what to do with, I think, the 4 votes that she has in this election, because of course she's a member of a trade union, a member of Parliament, a member of the Labour Party and a member of the Fabian Society, and combined with her husband I believe he has another 3 votes. So that is democracy's a beautiful thing.
Mr. Ed Miliband.
Can I start by thanking the Prime Minister for his kind words just then and the kind words he gave to me when I was elected leader of the Labour Party. As he said, there will be issues that we can work constructively on, including on Afghanistan. And can I start by joining him in paying tribute to our troops who have died in Afghanistan? Sergeant Andrew Jones of the Royal Engineers and Trooper Andrew Howarth of the Queen's Royal Lancers who died on the 18th of September. Corporal Matthew Thomas from the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, who died on the 25th of September, Rifleman Suraj Gurung from the 1st Battalion, the Royal Gurkha Rifles, who died on the 2nd of October, and Sergeant Peter Rayner from 2nd Battalion, the Duke of Lancaster's Regiment, who died on the 8th of October. Each of them showed the highest dedication, commitment, and bravery. We honour their memory and pass deep condolences to their families. Yeah. We also honour Linda Norgrove, who died doing a simple job trying to make the lives of people in Afghanistan better, a necessary part of any political settlement. She too showed immense bravery. And can I say to the Prime Minister, we fully support the decision the Foreign Secretary took to authorise her rescue. And we must always make clear from all sides of this House that responsibility for her death lies solely and squarely with those who took her hostage. Yeah. Can I ask the Prime Minister to update the House on his phone call with President Obama about the circumstances surrounding Linda Norgrove's death and the progress in the inquiry into those circumstances?
Well, I'm grateful for what the Right Honourable Gentleman says and the way that he says it, both about our troops and about the tragic case of Linda Norgrove. As he knows, I spoke to President Obama to really stress the point that we think it is extremely important. This is a joint US and UK investigation. I don't think there are any further details I can give about what happened that night. The picture still is unclear, but it was right, I think, to correct the early information that most likely was wrong about how Linda died. This investigation is now underway. When there is new information to bring to the House, we will bring it to the House. I think most important of all, though, is to keep the family informed at every stage. I'll be meeting General Petraeus tomorrow to discuss this further, and I particularly want to echo what the Right Honourable Gentleman says about the responsibility for this. It is an impossibly difficult decision to make about whether to launch a raid and try to free a hostage, and in the end we must all be clear the responsibility for Linda's death lies with those cowardly, ruthless people who took her hostage in the first place.
Ed Miliband.
Can I thank the Prime Minister for that answer and for undertaking to keep the House informed, and he has our full support on the issue. Can I turn to the issue of benefits and say to him that we will work with him on his reforms to disability living allowance and reforms to sickness benefits, because they are important reforms and they need to be done. On child benefit, though, I think his own benches and the country at large do have concerns. Can I ask him, first of all, how many families where one parent stays at home will be affected by the changes that he's proposed to child benefit?
Well, in terms of the number of families who will be affected, I mean, higher rate tax is paid by 15% of taxpayers. And the decision that we have taken is to say that child benefit shouldn't be received by families where there is a higher rate taxpayer. Now, I accept this is a difficult choice, but the fact is, well, I've answered the question, how many? The answer is 15% of taxpayers are higher rate taxpayers. No. This is a difficult choice because as we deal with the deficit, we do have to ask better off people to bear their share of the burden. The fact is that today we spend £1 billion giving money through child benefit to relatively better off homes. We think that has to change, and I have to ask him why he thinks that's not the case.
Mr. Speaker, I may be new to this game, but I think I asked the questions and he should answer them. Now I'm afraid he didn't provide an answer, Mr. Speaker, to the specific question I asked. By my reckoning, there are hundreds of thousands of families where one parent stays at home. There are hundreds of thousands of families. And the question they're asking, Mr. Speaker, is this. Why should a family on £45,000, where one person stays at home, lose their child benefit, £1,000, £2,000, £3,000 a year, but a family on £80,000, where both partners in the couple are working, should keep their child benefit? That doesn't strike people as fair. It doesn't strike me as fair. Does it strike the Prime Minister as fair?
What I believe is fair is asking better off people to make a contribution to reducing the deficit. Let me try putting it this way to the honourable gentleman. Think about it like this. There are thousands of people in his constituency earning 1/6 of what he earns. Through their taxes, they will be paying for his child benefit. Is that really fair?
I'm afraid it's 0 out of 2 on straight answers, Mr. Speaker. And look, we should try and change the tone of these exchanges, but he must provide straight answers to straight questions. I'm not defending the rich, Mr. Speaker. No.
Order! The Leader of the Opposition will be heard, and if there are colleagues chuntering away who then hope to catch the eye of the Chair, I'm afraid they're deluded. The Leader of the Opposition.
I'm defending the deputy head teacher in a primary school. I'm defending the police inspector, all of whom are asking a simple question. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister used to agree with me. Because he went before the election to Bolton in an event which I gather is called Cameron Direct. And he said this, I'm not going to flannel you. I'm going to give it to you straight. I like child benefit. I wouldn't change child benefit. I wouldn't means test it. I don't think that's a good idea. I agree with the Prime Minister. Why doesn't he?
The problem that the honourable gentleman, the problem he has to face up to is he left us the biggest budget deficit in the G20. And he has got absolutely no proposals to deal with it. He opposes our changes on housing benefit, yes? Yes? You oppose those? Yeah? He opposes our changes on a benefit cap.
Order, I apologise for it. Just as the Leader of the Opposition must be heard, so must the Prime Minister be heard. The Prime Minister.
He opposes our changes on a benefit cap, yes? Just nod. And he opposes our changes on child benefit. He quoted something to me. Let me quote him something back. We have to be frank with people and show our mettle. In times of plenty, giving child benefit to high earners is a luxury the country cannot afford. That was Alan Miliband, someone who cared. Yeah. Oh, he's gone. I love this. All the Labour politicians who used to win elections have been thrown out the window. The honourable gentleman's got to face up to the truth. We've got a big budget deficit. You have to ask better off people to make their contribution. We say higher earners shouldn't get child benefit. Their child benefit is being paid for by some of the poorest people in our country, and it's about time you protected them.
Miliband.
I really want the Prime Minister to face up to the scale of the changes he is proposing. And I do say to honourable and right honourable members opposite, they should face up to the scale of the loss. Take a family on $33,000 after tax. If they've got 3 kids, they'll be losing £2,500 as a result of these changes. That is the equivalent of 6p on the basic rate of income tax. That is an enormous loss that the Prime Minister is inflicting on a particular group in the population. And if he wants to take people with him on deficit reduction, he's got to show that his changes are fair and reasonable. I come back to this point. I don't believe his changes are fair and reasonable. Does he?
Well, I don't think it's fair for the poorest constituents in his constituency to contribute to his child benefit. That is what he's asking them to do. Let me remind him of something else he said. Let me remind him of this. This was something he said in July this year. Whoever is the Labour leader will, by the time of the spending review, have to show they have an alternative plan. Where is the alternative plan? This was a speech he made to an organisation called Left Foot Forward. Can I suggest he puts both of his left feet forward and tell us what the plan is?
The truth is, as the whole country will have heard,
order. People should stop shouting. The public hate it. It's bad for politics. It shouldn't happen. The Leader of the Opposition.
The truth is, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister has no defence of this policy. He cannot explain to families up and down the country why they're going to sustain this loss. And let's be honest, the Chancellor sits there. This policy has been a shambles from day one. The rest of the Cabinet knew nothing about it. The local government secretary said he found out from the media that it was being announced. The Children's Minister, I can't see him, he went on the run because he was too scared to defend the policy. I bet the Prime Minister wishes the BBC blackout had gone ahead. It was such a shambles, his conference. On child benefit, Mr. Speaker, isn't it time the Prime Minister had the grown-up sense to admit this? He's got it wrong. He's made the wrong decision. He should tell middle-income families up and down Britain he'll think again.
The right honourable gentleman has suddenly discovered middle-income families. We're now hearing about the squeezed middle. Who is it who squeezed the middle? Who is it who doubled the council tax? Who put up tax 122 times? Who taxed the pensions, the petrol, the marriages, the mortgages? And suddenly, having done all this to middle-income earners, they want to stand up for middle-income earners. It is a completely transparent political strategy to cover up the inconvenient truth that he was put where he was by the trade union movement. It is just short-term tactics and political positioning. It's not red, it's brown.
Ed Miliband.
Mr. Speaker, let me first say that I fully associate myself with the remarks the Prime Minister just made about the victims of infected blood, and we undertake today to carry these recommendations forward as well. I also join the Prime Minister in offering my condolences to those families who lost loved ones in the devastating plane crash yesterday, especially remembering the 3 British victims. Our thoughts are with all of the victims, their families and friends. Mr. Speaker, on Monday the Prime Minister announced his retirement plans. And he said it was because he believed in giving straight answers to straight questions. Now, after 5 years of Prime Minister's questions, that was music to my ears, Mr. Speaker. So here's a straight question. Will he now rule out a rise in VAT?
In 43 days' time, I plan to arrange his retirement, Mr. Speaker. But he's right. He's right. Straight answers deserve straight questions, and the answer's yes.
Let me say to him, nobody is going to believe it, and nobody is going to believe it. Nobody is going to believe it because of his extreme spending plans, because his numbers don't add up, and because he promised it last time and he broke his promise. Now, if he's in the mood for straight answers, let's try him on another one. Can he confirm that the spending cut...
Order! The Leader of the Opposition will be heard. If we overrun, so be it. Doesn't matter to me. The Right Honourable Gentleman will be heard, and the Prime Minister will be heard, and every other member will be heard. The Leader of the Opposition.
Can he confirm that the spending cuts he plans in the next 3 years will be greater even than anything seen in the last 5?
Well, he's wrong about that, but look, straight answer from me, straight question to him. I have ruled out VAT. Will he rule out national insurance contributions? Yes or no?
He'll have plenty of time. He'll have plenty of time to ask questions after May the 7th. And I'm afraid to say, his own Office of Budget Responsibility says a much sharper squeeze on real spending than anything seen over the past 5 years. Next question, and this should be an easier one. 5 years ago, he promised to cut net migration to the tens of thousands. Straight answer to a straight question. Is that a broken promise? Yes or no?
Let me give him a second chance. I answered a very simple question about VAT. I ruled out an increase. Let me ask him again. Will he rule out an increase in national insurance contributions? We all know this is Labour's jobs tax. This is their tax of choice. This is what they clobber working people, families, enterprises with. So let me ask him again. Straight question, straight answer. Will you rule it out?
Mr. Speaker, there's only one person who's going to raise taxes on ordinary families, and that's him. And he's going to cut the National Health Service. And he didn't answer the question. And let's ask him a question about the NHS. 5 years ago, he promised no top-down reorganisation of the NHS. Now, this is an easy one. Can he confirm that's a broken promise, yes or no?
I'll tell him what's happening in the NHS. 9,000 more doctors, 7,000 more nurses, and 20,000 more bureaucrats. But we've heard it now. A clear promise on VAT from this side of the House. No answer on national insurance from that side of the House. And it goes to a bigger point, Mr. Speaker. He's had 5 years to come up with an economic plan. He's had 5 years to work out some policies for the future of this country. He's had 5 years to demonstrate some leadership, and he's failed on every count.
Nobody believes his promises on VAT. Nobody believes his promises on the National Health Service because he's broken his promises in this Parliament. Now let's try him on one more. 3 years ago, he cut the top rate of income tax. Can he rule out, under a Tory government, a further cut in the top rate of income tax?
The richest in this country are paying more tax under this government than they paid under the last government. We have set out our plans for tax cuts. If you're young and you work hard, you'll get an apprenticeship. If you're a family, we'll take you out of tax until you earn £12,500. I don't want to see middle-income families drawn into the top rate of tax. We've made our promises. Now let him make a promise. Will he increase national insurance, yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, nobody believes his promises. He's had 5 years of failing working families.
and worse to come. More spending cuts, more tax cuts for the richest, more betrayal. This has been a government of the few, for the few. It's time for a better plan. It's time for a Labour government.
Well, you've seen it all. Absolutely no ability to answer a question. This is a country where unemployment is falling, the economy is growing, the deficit's coming down. In our NHS, the operations are going up, more good school places for our children, living standards rising, inflation at zero, record numbers in work. All of this could be put at risk by Labour. That is the choice in 43 days' time. Competence and a long-term plan that's delivering instead of the chaos of economic crisis from Labour.
Harman.
We all agree about the importance of home ownership, and the Prime Minister has said he's going to increase it. Can he tell us, since he became Prime Minister in 2010, has the percentage of people owning their own home gone up or gone down?
Well, it's been a very challenging time for people to buy their own homes, but what we're responsible for is almost 100,000 people able to buy their own homes because of the right to buy and because of Help to Buy, two schemes opposed by Labour.
The answer is that since he became Prime Minister, the percentage of people who own their own home has fallen. Now, he mentioned his plan to extend the right to buy to housing association tenants. He's promised, under this new scheme, the replacement of sold-off properties on a one-for-one basis. He promised that on council homes in the last Parliament. Can he remind us whether he kept that promise?
Well, first of all, if she's complaining about home ownership, will she confirm she'll support the extension of the right to buy to housing associations? Will you support that approach? Will you support that? There we are, there we have it. A landmark manifesto commitment. Let's expand the right to buy to housing associations, but as ever, the enemies of aspiration in the Labour Party won't support it.
We support more people owning their own home, which is not what happened under the last 5 years of him being Prime Minister. We support more people having an affordable home as well, and that didn't happen under the last 5 years of him being Prime Minister either. He promised for every council home sold, another one would be built. That did not happen. For every 10 sold, there's only been one built. And less affordable housing means people have to be in more expensive private rented accommodation, which means a higher housing benefit bill. Can he confirm that for every affordable home sold and not replaced, the housing benefit bill goes up?
Well, first of all, we built more council homes in the last 5 years than were built under 13 years of the last Labour government. But look, I say to the Honourable Lady, she can't ask these questions about supporting home ownership unless she answers the simple question, will you back housing association tenants being able to buy their homes? Yes or no?
He broke his promise on a replacement one-for-one of affordable council homes. He broke that promise, and as a result, housing benefit has gone up. And at the same time, he says he wants to take £12 billion out of welfare. So where is it coming from? Earlier this week, his spokesperson confirmed the government would not make any changes to child benefit, and that's a commitment for the whole of this Parliament. Can he confirm that now?
Prime Minister. We made very clear our position on child benefit in the election, and I confirm that again at the dispatch box. But let's be clear, absolutely no answer from the Labour Party about housing association tenants. We're clear, they should have the right to buy. So we can now see the new Labour backing of aspiration after the election. It's lasted 3 weeks. That's how long they've given to aspiration. Let me give her another chance. We say housing association tenants get the right to buy. What does she say?
Well, his
commitment not to cut child benefit during the course of this Parliament has not even lasted a few days. That's what his spokesperson said, and he's not been committed to it. Can he tell us about another issue of importance to families, which is whether he's going to rule out further cuts to working families' tax credits?
Well, again, we've said we're freezing tax credits in the next 2 years because we need to get the deficit down and we want to keep people's taxes down. But isn't it interesting that the whole of the last Parliament, Labour came here and opposed every single spending reduction, every single welfare saving, and they've learnt absolutely nothing. They are still the party of more spending, more welfare, more debt. It's extraordinary. The two people responsible for this great policy of theirs, one of them lost the election, the other one lost his seat. The messengers have gone, but the message is still the same.
He promised £12 billion of welfare cuts, and I'm asking where those welfare cuts are coming from. Mr. Speaker, before an election, it's about the promises. Now they're in Downing Street, it's about the delivery. The Prime Minister spent the last 5 years saying everything that was wrong was because of the previous Prime Minister. Well, he can't do that for the next 5 years, because the last Prime Minister was him. I hope he'll bear in mind when things go wrong over the next Prime Minister, the next 5 years, there's no one responsible but him.
Well, first of all, we're still clearing up the mess her government left behind. But look, the Honourable Lady asked for an example of a welfare cut. Let me give her one. We think we should cut the welfare cap from £26,000 per household to £23,000 per household. Now, in her speech, in reply to the gracious speech, it sounded like she was going to come out and support that. So why not? Let's see how Labour are going to approach this. Will you support a cut in the welfare cap?
The Right Honourable and Learned Lady has had her 6 questions and... Everyone should be clear about that. Harriet Harman.
Can I ask the Prime Minister about the refugee crisis? This is the largest movement of people across Europe since the Second World War. Within just 1 month, over 50,000 refugees arriving in Greece and thousands more setting off on foot to go from Hungary to Austria. The Prime Minister committed on Monday that we would accept 20,000 Syrian refugees over the next 5 years. But for these people, 2020 must seem a lifetime away. Can he tell the House how many will be allowed to come to the UK by the end of this year?
First of all, Mr. Speaker, before I answer the Right Honourable Lady's question, I'm sure the whole House will join me in paying tribute to her 28 years of front-bench service as it potentially comes to an end this week. She has served with distinction in both opposition and government. Twice she stepped into the breach as her party's acting leader. Never an easy job, but she's carried it out with total assurance. She's always been a robust adversary across these dispatch boxes and a fierce champion for a range of issues, most notably women's rights, where she's often led the way in changing attitudes in our country for the better. And although we haven't always seen eye to eye, she has served her constituents, her party and this House with distinction from the front bench, and I wish her well as she continues to serve this House and our country from the back benches. Turning to the specific issue she raised, she's absolutely right. This is the biggest crisis facing Europe. We have to act on all of the areas that she mentions. We have to use our head and our heart. We've committed to taking 20,000 people. I want us to get on with that. There's no limit on the amount of people that could come in the first year. Let's get on with it, but let's recognise we have to go to the camps. We have to find the people, we have to make sure they can be housed, we have to find schools for their children, we have to work with local councils and local voluntary bodies to make sure that when these people come, they get a warm welcome from Britain.
Harriet Harman.
Well, can I thank him for his generous words about me on the front bench, and just say that for me it has been an absolute honour and a privilege to play my part in leading this great party. We have to do all those things that he set out in relation to the refugees. But we still do need to know, and we need to have a commitment about the number that we will take this year. This is an urgent crisis. If he can't give us a number today, can he at least commit to go away and consult with local authorities, throughout government, with voluntary organisations and charities, and come back in a month and say how many this country will take this year? It's welcome that the Prime Minister has said we will take in Syrian refugees from the camps in the region, but he's ruled out those who've already made it to southern Europe. We understand that his argument is not wanting more people to put themselves in danger, but we've got to deal with the reality, and the reality is that there are already thousands, including thousands of children without their parents, who have arrived in Europe. Save the Children have proposed that we take 3,000 of them into this country. Surely we should be playing our part to help those most vulnerable children, even if they are already in Europe. Will he reconsider this?
Well, first of all, on the number we can achieve over the coming year, we have a meeting on Friday, the first meeting of the committee that's going to be jointly chaired by the Home Secretary and the Community Secretary. At that meeting, we want to invite representatives of the LGA, Local Government Association, and possibly some of the voluntary bodies as well, to make sure we can plan, because it's, of course, one thing to give a commitment to a number, whether it's the 20,000 that I think is right or something else. It's another thing to actually make sure you can find these people, get them here, and give them a warm welcome. I hope now the whole country can come together in making sure we deliver this effort properly. The second point she raises about Europe, and she talks about the reality in Europe. I would say that there's also a bigger reality, which is there are 11 million Syrians who've been pushed out of their homes, only 3% of whom have so far decided to come to Europe. And I think it's in the interest of the Syrian people, and indeed all of us, to do everything we can to make sure that as many people as possible stay in the neighbouring countries, stay in the refugee camps, in preparation for one day returning to Syria. And that's why Britain has led the way in funding those refugee camps, funding Lebanon, funding Jordan, and will continue to go on doing just that. Answering specifically her point about children, we'll go on listening to Save the Children, the excellent work they've done. A number of other organisations, expert organisations, warn about the dangers of taking children further away from their parents. But the point overall I'd make is those that have already arrived in Europe, they are at least safe. The ones in the refugee camps, the ones in Lebanon and Jordan, those are the ones that, if we can help, will discourage more people from making the perilous journey. And all I can say is the conversations I've had so far with the leaders of, for instance, France and Germany, they can see Britain playing her role, funding these refugee camps, meeting the 0.7% of GDP, and taking 20,000 Syrians to welcome into our homes.
Harriet Harman.
Very important indeed, and we support that. But what about these thousands of children who are already many, many miles away from their home, who are already in Europe but have no home? Surely we can play our part in helping some of those children too. And I do urge him to reconsider it. And of course, planning has to be done for receiving those refugees from the camps. It's right that he should be meeting with local government. But when he's develop those plans, he should come back to the House. A month is enough time to come back to the House and say how many we will take this year. This is urgent. Can I ask him about the situation of those child refugees from the camps who he said will be allowed to come here? They need sanctuary and security. We mustn't leave them living with the threat of deportation hanging over them. Can he assure us that they won't be automatically liable for deportation when they turn 18?
I can absolutely give that assurance. The reason for resettling people with these 5-year humanitarian visas is it because it means you don't have to go through the normal asylum process. But the assumption is at the end of that, if people want to stay, they can apply for application to stay, and the assumption is they would be able to stay. Some may want to go back to Syria, particularly if there's been a settlement in Syria between now and then. Let me answer other questions. In terms of coming back to the House, obviously I will be coming back to the House on a weekly basis to answer these questions and making statements and appearing in front of the Liaison Committee, but I will commit to make sure that the Home Secretary and the Communities Secretary regularly update the House, because this is an enormous national exercise to make sure we give a warm welcome to these 20,000 people, and I'm happy for them to do that. And I know members of this House want to feed into the process with offers and ideas from their own local councils. Coming back again to the point about children, yes, we will be taking vulnerable children, as we have already, including orphans, from camps in the region, but all the while we'll be listening to the UNHCR advice, who do advise caution on relocating unaccompanied children, and they apply that to the children who've already come to Europe as well.
Harriet Harman.
But the UNHCR don't tell us not to take children from those camps in Europe who are there without their parents. They don't. But I do welcome what he said about not having a threat of deportation over those Syrian children that do come here. As the number of those fleeing to Europe via Turkey and Greece grows, it's right that we don't lose sight of those who are still making the perilous journey across the Mediterranean from Libya. Our Navy has rescued thousands of them already, and it's important that this level of search and rescue is maintained. Can he update the House on that?
The update I can give is that so far I believe we've rescued 6,700 children. First, this was with HMS Bulwark, the flagship of the Royal Navy. Bulwark was replaced by HMS Enterprise, but Enterprise has continued this very good work, and will continue in doing this work with allies and others as long as is necessary. We're also using the 2 Border Force cutters. But I think we should all be honest with ourselves and recognise that we have to, particularly in the case of economic migrants leaving on the African route, we do need to break the link between those people getting on a boat and getting settlement in Europe. All the evidence from these sorts of migration crises in the past, particularly the example of Spain and the Canary Islands, you do need a way of returning people to Africa who are not fleeing for their lives but are leaving for a better life. Because if you can't break that link, an increasing number of people will still want to make that perilous journey.
Harriet Harman.
Of course, we do need to find ways of returning people where that's right, but we've also got to make sure that we stop them drowning at sea when they're fleeing as refugees, and I know that he agrees with that. The EU must have a robust and realistic plan. Today, the European Commission has announced further steps. The Prime Minister said he would look at whether there was a need for a special summit of EU leaders. We know there's one scheduled for October, but if there ever was a need for a summit of EU leaders, that time is now. Will he call for one?
Well, I'm happy to keep this under review, and I discussed it with Chancellor Merkel and President Hollande in the last couple of days. The meeting of the Home Affairs and Justice Ministers will be taking place in just a couple of days' time. I think the British approach will be very clear, which is this must be a comprehensive approach. If all the focus is on redistributing quotas of refugees around Europe, that won't solve the problem, and it actually sends a message to people that actually it's a good idea to get on a boat and to make that perilous journey. That's not just my view. Actually, the chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, who I think is absolutely right about this, has said this: the answer is not quotas. All quotas will do is play into the hands of those who exploit vulnerable refugees. So, of course, Europe has to reach its own answers for those countries that are part of Schengen. Britain, which have our own borders and our ability to make our own sovereign decisions about this, our approach is to say, yes, we are a humanitarian nation with a moral conscience. We will take 20,000 Syrians, but we want a comprehensive approach that puts money into the camps, that meets our aid commitments, that solves the problems in Syria, that has a return path to Africa, that sees a new government in Libya. We have to address all of these issues, and Britain, as a sovereign nation with our own borders, will do just that.
Harriet Harman.
But this is not about Schengen, and this is not just about us as a sovereign nation doing what we can and should. This is about us working together with other countries. The refugee crisis presents a daunting problem which we're all striving to tackle. But we also have to address the underlying causes, which are conflict, global inequality and poverty. And there are no simple answers, but we can only address them working with other countries. The responsibilities we share, as well as the threats that we face, reach across borders in this globalised age. To be British is not to be narrow, inward-looking and fearful of the outside world, but to be strong, confident and proud to reach out and engage with the rest of the world. The government should rise to this challenge of our time, and I urge him to do so.
I agree with every word of what she's just said, and I would say that Britain, uniquely amongst countries in the world, actually meets our 2% NATO spending target, so we can play a role in terms of defence and helping to secure these countries, and we reach our 0.7% GDP of spending on aid. No other country in the world meets those two, major country in the world meets those two targets, and I'm proud that we do. She talks about going to the causes of these crises, and she's absolutely right about that. We have to be frank, particularly the Eastern Mediterranean crisis is because Assad has butchered his own people and because ISIL have in their own way butchered others and millions have fled Syria. And we can do all we can as the moral humanitarian nation at taking people and spending money on aid and helping in refugee camps, but we have to be part of the international alliance that says we need an approach in Syria, which will mean we have a government that can look after its people. Assad has to go, ISIL has to go, and some of that will require not just spending money, not just aid, not just diplomacy, but it will on occasion require hard military force.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank all those that took part in an enormous democratic exercise in this country, which concluded with me being elected as leader of the Labour Party and leader of the opposition. I think we can be very proud of the numbers of people who engaged and took part in all those debates. I've taken part in many events around the country and had conversations with many people about what they thought about this place, our Parliament, our democracy and our conduct within this place. And many told me that they thought Prime Minister's Question Time was too theatrical, that Parliament was out of touch and too theatrical, and they wanted things done differently, but above all they wanted their voice heard in Parliament. So I thought my first Prime Minister's Question Time, I'd do it in a slightly different way. And I'm sure the Prime Minister is going to absolutely welcome this, as he welcomed this idea in 2005. But something seems to have happened to his memory during that period. And so I sent out an email to thousands of people and asked them what questions they would like to put to the Prime Minister. And I received 40,000 replies. Now, there isn't time to ask 40,000 questions today, and our rules limit us to 6. And so I would like to start with the first one, which is about housing. 2,500 people emailed me about the housing crisis in this country. And I asked one from a woman called Marie, who says, what does the government intend to do about the chronic lack of affordable housing and the extortionate rents charged by some private sector landlords in this country? Prime Minister.
Prime Minister. Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, can I congratulate the honourable gentleman on his resounding victory in the Labour leadership election? Can I welcome him to the front bench and to these exchanges? I know we will have many strong disagreements, I'm sure, between us at these exchanges, but where we can work together in the national interest, we should do so, and I wish him well in his job. If we are able to change Prime Minister's questions and to make it a more genuine exercise in asking questions and answering questions, no one would be more delighted than me. I felt last week where we discussed a substantial issue with substantial questions and proper answers was good for our House, good for our democracy, and so I welcome it. Now let me answer very directly Marie's question, because we do need to see more affordable housing in our country. We delivered 260,000 affordable housing units in the last Parliament. We built more council houses in our country than in the 13 previous years had been managed, but I recognise much more needs to be done. That means carrying on with our reform reform of the planning system. It means encouraging the building industry to come up with innovative schemes like starter homes. But above all, it means continuing to support the aspirations of people to be able to afford their own home, which is where Help to Buy and schemes like that come in. But I'd say to the honourable gentleman, we won't get Britain building unless we keep our economy going.
I thank the Prime Minister for that answer, and I thank him for his commitment that we're going to try and do Prime Minister's question time in a more adult way than we've done in the past. The effects of government policy on housing are obviously enormous. And the decision made to cut, for example, 1% of the rent levels in councils and in housing associations without thinking about the funding issues that those authorities face is a serious one. I've got a question from Stephen, who works for a housing association, who says that the cut in rents will mean that the company he works for will lose 150 jobs by next March because of the loss of funding of that housing association to carry on with the repairs. Down the line, it will mean worse conditions, worse maintenance and fewer people working in it, and a greater problem for those living in those properties. Does the Prime Minister not think it's time to reconsider the question of the funding of the administration of housing, as well as, of course, the massive gap of 100,000 units a year between what is needed and what is being built?
Minister. What I would say to Stephen and all those working in housing associations and doing a good job is that I think for years in our country we had something of a merry-go-round where rents went up, housing benefit went up, and so taxes had to go up to pay for that. And I think it was right in the budget to cut the rents that social tenants pay, not least because those people who are working and not on housing benefit will see a further increase in their take-home pay and be able to afford more things in life. Now, I think it's vital, though, that we reform housing associations and make sure they are more efficient. Frankly, they're a part of the public sector that hasn't been through efficiencies, haven't improved their performance, and I think it's about time that they did.
Jeremy Corbyn. Well, I thank the Prime Minister for that, but it leads me neatly on to what happened yesterday in the House when the House sadly voted through proposals which are going to cost £1,300 per year to families affected by the change in tax credits. This is absolutely shameful. I had more than 1,000 questions on tax credits. Paul, for example, says this very heartfelt question: why is the government taking tax credits away from families? We need this money to survive so our children don't suffer. Paying rent and council tax on a low income doesn't leave you much. Tax credits play a vital role, and more is needed to stop us having to become reliant on food banks to survive.
What we need is a country where work genuinely pays, and that's why what our proposals do are reform welfare, but at the same time bring in a national living wage, which will mean anyone on the lowest rate of pay will get a £20 a week pay rise next year. And that's why the figures show that a family... Sorry, I thought this was the new question time. I'm not sure the message has fully got home. I don't want to blind the House with statistics, but I just give you these two. One, a family with someone on minimum wage, after all our changes, will be £2,400 better off. Second statistic, and I think this is really important. If you look at what happened between 1998 and 2009, in-work poverty went up by 20% at the same time as in-work benefits went from 6 billion to 28 billion. The old way of doing things isn't working, and we shouldn't go back to it. What we've got to do is tackle the causes of poverty, get people back to work, improve our schools, improve childcare. Those are the ways we can create an economy where work pays and everyone's better off.
The Institute of Fiscal Studies says there are 8 million people in paid work eligible for benefits or tax credits. They are, on average, being compensated by just 26% of their losses by the so-called national living wage that the government has introduced. And so I ask a question from Claire, who says this: how is Changing the thresholds of entitlement for tax credits going to help hard-working people or families? I work part-time. My husband works full-time, earning $25,000. They have 5 children. This decrease in tax credits will see our income plummet. They ask a simple question: how is this fair?
The country has to live within its means, and we were left an unaffordable welfare system and a system where work didn't pay. Now, we see today the latest set of employment statistics where the rate of employment in our country has reached yet again a record high. More people in work, more people in full-time work, and also are seeing unemployment fall in every region of the country except the southeast, and the sharpest falls are in the northwest, the northeast and the West Midlands. What we're doing is moving from an economy with low wages, high tax and high welfare to an economy where we have higher wages, lower taxes and less welfare. That is the right answer: an economy where work pays, an economy where people can get on. And let us not go back to the days of unlimited welfare. Labour's position again today is to abolish the welfare cap. I say that a family that chooses not to work shouldn't be better off than one that chooses to work.
Many people don't have that choice. Many people live in a very difficult situation and rely on the welfare state in order to survive. Surely all of us have a responsibility to make sure people can live properly and decently in modern Britain. That is surely a decent civil thing to do. I received over 1,000 questions on the situation facing our mental health services and people that suffer from mental health conditions. This is a very, very serious situation across the whole country, and I want to put to the Prime Minister a question that was put to me quite simply from Gail. Do you think it's acceptable that the mental health services in this country are on their knees at the present time?
Prime Minister. Well, as I mentioned before the first question, there will be areas where we can work together, and I believe this is one of them. We do need to do more to increase mental health services in our country. We've made some important steps forward in recent years. Mental health and physical health now have parity in the NHS constitution. We've introduced for the first time waiting time targets for mental health services, so they're not seen as a Cinderella service. And of course, we've made the commitment, a commitment that I hope he will back, undoing previous Labour policy. We've backed the Stevens plan for an extra £8 billion into the NHS in this Parliament, which can help to fund better mental health services, among other things. There are problems in some mental health services, and it's right we make that commitment. But I make this one point to him. We will not have a strong NHS unless we have a strong economy. And if the Labour Party is going to go down the route of unlimited spending, unlimited borrowing, unlimited tax rates, printing money, they will wreck the economic security of our country and the family security of every family in our country. We won't be able to afford a strong NHS without a strong economy.
If I could take the Prime Minister back to the situation of mental health in this country, it is very serious. I agree with him absolutely on parity of service. I hope that the spending commitments are brought forward rather than delayed to the end of this Parliament, because the crisis is a very serious one. We know this from our constituents, we know this from people we meet, we know this from the devastation that many face, and indeed some have taken their own lives because of the devastation they face. I asked a question from Angela, who's a mental health professional, so she knows exactly what she's talking about. And she quotes this: "Beds are unobtainable, with the result that people suffering serious mental health crises are either left without adequate care or alternatively admitted to facilities many miles away from their homes, relatives and family support systems. The situation is simply unacceptable." What does the Prime Minister say to Angela, to people like her who work so hard in the mental health services, or people going through a mental health crisis who may well be watching us today on Prime Minister's Question Time and want to know that we take seriously their conditions, we take seriously their need for emergency beds to be near their homes and their support system, and that we as a society take seriously their plight and are going to help them and care for them? What does the Prime Minister say to Angela?
What I would say to Angela, all those working in mental health, or indeed those suffering from mental health conditions, is that we need to do more as a country to help tackle mental health. Now, that's obviously money into the health service, which we will deliver, but it's also changing the way that the health service helps those with mental health conditions. The honourable gentleman rightly talks about mental health beds, and they are important, but frankly, so is the service that people get when they visit their GP. Many people going to our GP surgeries have mental health conditions, but actually aren't treated for those conditions and don't get access to, for instance, the cognitive behavioural therapies that are increasingly being made available. So my argument is, yes, put in the resources, change the way the NHS works, change public attitudes to mental health, because that is vital. But I say it again, we won't be able to do any of these things without the strong economy that we've built these last 5 years.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I start by joining the Prime Minister in paying tribute to the British winners at Wimbledon: Andy Murray, Heather Watson, Jordana Wiley, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. And also, I think it'd be nice if we congratulated Serena Williams on her fantastic achievement as well. Mr. Speaker, it's only right that after 6 years as Prime Minister, we thank the Right Honourable Member for Witney for his service. I've often disagreed with him, but there are some of his achievements I really want to welcome and pay recognition to today. One is helping to secure the release of Shakar Amir from Guantanamo Bay and legislating to achieve equal marriage within our society. And I'm sure he would like to acknowledge that it was Labour votes that helped him to get it through on that occasion. But would he also, perhaps for a moment, express some concern at the way that homelessness has risen for the past 6 years and looks like it's going to continue to rise in this country?
Well, first of all, let me thank him for his kind remarks. I'll join him in paying tribute to Serena Williams, who's now, I think, knocked Steffi Graf's amazing record of 22 Grand Slams. She's overtaken that. Can I thank him for what he said about Shakar Amir? That was a case that this government raised again and again with the US government, and we're pleased that it's been resolved. I'd also thank him for what he said about equal marriage. There are 30,000 gay people in our country who in the last 6 years have been able to get married, and I think that is real progress. I'll never forget the day, actually, in Number 10, when one of the people who works very close to the front door said to me, I'm not that interested in politics, Mr. Cameron, but because of something your lot have done, I'm able to marry the person I've loved all my life this weekend. And that was, there are many amazing moments in this job, but that actually was one of my favourites. As for homelessness, it is still 10% below the peak that we saw under Labour, but the key is building more homes. We have built 700,000 homes since I became Prime Minister, but now we need to quicken the pace on that. But the key to building more homes is, yes, programmes like Help to Buy, yes, the reforms to the planning system, but the absolute key is a strong economy.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, I've been listening carefully to what the Home Secretary's been saying over the last few days, and she said it's harder than ever for young people to buy their first house. So does the Prime Minister think this is because of record low house building, or his government's apparent belief that £450,000 is an affordable starter home?
Well, first of all, let me say at the dispatch box how warmly I congratulate the Home Secretary on becoming leader of the Conservative Party. And when it comes to women Prime Ministers, I'm very pleased to be able to say pretty soon it's going to be 2-0. And not a pink bus in sight, Mr. Speaker. Now, on the issue of housing and homelessness, as I said, 700,000 homes have been delivered. He asks about this issue of affordability, which is absolutely key. When I became Prime Minister, because of what had happened to the mortgage market, a first-time buyer often needed to have as much as £30,000 to put a deposit down. Because of the combination of Help to Buy and shared ownership, some people are actually able to get on the housing ladder now with a deposit of as little as £2,000. And with the low mortgage rates as well, and the new houses we're building, we're making good progress.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, the malaise seems a little deeper still. The Home Secretary said, so that it really, talking of the economy, she said, so that it really does work for everyone, because it's apparent to anyone in touch with the real world that people do not feel our economy works that way. Isn't she right that too many people in too many places in Britain feel their economy has been destroyed in towns they're in because the industries have gone. There are levels of high unemployment or underemployment and a deep sense of malaise. Don't we all need to address that question?
Well, if we're going to talk about the economic record, let's get the facts straight. We've cut the deficit by 2/3. There are 2.5 million more people in work in our country. There's almost 1 million more businesses. 2.9 million apprenticeships have been trained under this government. And when it comes to poverty, 300,000 fewer people in relative poverty, 100,000 fewer children in relative poverty. And to be accused of sloth in delivery by the right honourable gentleman, let's just take the last week. We both have been having these leadership elections. We got on with it. We've had resignation, nomination, competition and coronation. They haven't even decided what the rules are yet. If they ever got into power, it'd take them about a year to work out who would sit where.
Corbyn. Democracy is an exciting and splendid thing, and I'm enjoying every moment of it. The Home Secretary, Mr. Speaker, I was talking of the economy. The Home Secretary, again, she said, many people find themselves exploited by unscrupulous bosses. I can't imagine who she's referring to. Discussions with the Home Secretary, could he enlighten us as to whether or not there is any proposal to take on Agency Britain by banning zero-hours contracts, clamping down on umbrella companies, repealing the Trade Union Act, or preferably all three?
Well, he's right that democracy is a splendid thing. I have to agree with him about that. Let me answer very directly on exploitation in the workplace. It's this government that for the first time has introduced a national living wage. That is a huge change. It's this government that has massively increased the power of the Gangmasters Licensing Authority. There are record fines for businesses that don't pay the minimum wage, and much more policing and prosecutions taking place. All of those things have changed under this government. And as for zero-hours contracts, they account for less than 1 in 40 people in work. 60% of people on zero-hours contracts do not want to work more hours. And it was this government that did something the Labour Party never did, which was to ban exclusive zero-hours contracts. 13 years of Labour, but it took a coalition Conservative government to do it. Let me say something to him about the democratic process of leadership elections, because I did say a couple of weeks ago that I thought it was... I have to say I'm beginning to admire his tenacity. He is reminding me of the Black Knight in Monty Python's Holy Grail. He's been kicked so many times, but he says, keep going, it's only a flesh wound. I admire that.
Mr. Speaker, I would like the Prime Minister to address another issue that the House voted on last week. And I've got a question from Nina, who said... No, hang on. Yeah. It's a question from somebody who deserves an answer. And she says, I would like to know if there is any possibility that a European Union citizen who has lived in Britain for 30 years can have their right of permanent residence revoked or deported depending on the Brexit negotiations. There has been no clear answer to this question. It is one that worries a very large number of people, and it would be good if in his last question time the Prime Minister could at least offer some assurance to those people.
let me reassure Nina, there's absolutely no chance of that happening to someone in those circumstances. We are working hard to do what we want, which is to give a guarantee to EU citizens that they will have their rights respected, all those who have come to this country. The only circumstance I could ever envisage a future government trying to undo that guarantee would be if British citizens in other European countries didn't have their rights respected. So I think it is important to have reciprocity. But the new Prime Minister will be working to give that guarantee as fast as we can. I'm glad he mentions emails, because actually I've got an email as well. Now, I got this, I'm not making this up, I promise. I got this on the 16th of September 2015 from someone called Judith, and she said this: please keep dignity and not triumphalism during the first PMQs today with Jeremy Corbyn. And she gave this reason. She said, because Tom Watson, who may oust Jeremy Corbyn, is a very different kettle of fish. He's experienced, organised and far more dangerous in the long term. She goes on, so sensible, sober, polite answers to Mr Corbyn. Let him create his own party disunity. After this is over, I've got to find Judith and find out what on earth happens next.
Jeremy Corbyn! Mr Speaker, I've had the pleasure of asking the Prime Minister 179 questions. And thank you. Well, there are plenty more to come to his successor. Don't worry about that. But before I ask him the last question, could I just put it on record and wish him well as he leaves this office, and also to wish his family well, Samantha and their children, because I think we should all recognise that whilst many of us really do enjoy our jobs and our political life, it's the loved ones nearest to us and our families that actually make enormous sacrifices that we may be able to do this. So I'd also like him to pass on my thanks to his mum for her advice about ties and suits and songs. It's extremely kind of her, and I'd be grateful if he'd pass that on to her personally. And I'm reflecting on the lesson that she offered. But I've got one rumour that I want him to deal with. There's a rumour going round that his departure has been carefully choreographed so he can slip seamlessly into the vacancy created this morning on Strictly by Len Goodman's departure. Is that his next career?
I don't really have a paso doble, so no, I can promise that is not the case. Let me say to him, first of all, thank you for the kind remarks and the good wishes to my amazing wife Samantha and my lovely children, who are all watching from the gallery today. He's absolutely right. The pressure is often bears hardest on those we love around us in these jobs, and let me send my best wishes to his family as well. I've done a bit of research, Mr Speaker. I have addressed 5,500 questions from this dispatch box. I'll leave it for others to work out how many I've answered. Because of your belief in letting everyone have their say, I think I've done a record of 92 hours of statements from this dispatch box, as well as some very enjoyable liaison committee appearances and other things. I will certainly send his good wishes back to my mother. He seems to have taken her advice and is looking absolutely splendid today. But it gives me the opportunity to put a rumour to rest as well, even more serious than the Strictly Come Dancing one. And he'll appreciate this because El Gato, his cat, is particularly famous. And the rumour that somehow I don't love Larry. I do. And I have photographic evidence to prove it. Sadly, I can't take Larry with me. He belongs to the house and the staff love him very much, as do I.
Jeremy Corbyn! Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I welcome the Right Honourable Member to her first Prime Minister's question time and congratulate her on her appointment and becoming the country's second woman Prime Minister. I hope that she will agree with me that this House and Prime Minister's question time should be an opportunity to debate seriously the issues that face our country and our place in the world. On the steps of Downing Street, she talked very eloquently about fighting burning injustice. Yet, Mr Speaker, her last act as Home Secretary was to shunt the Orgreave inquiry into the long grass. The Advocate General told the House of Lords that the IPCC told Home Office officials that if it announced any action to set up an inquiry or other investigation relating to Orgreave, it would have an impact on the Hillsborough investigation. The IPCC disputes that account. I hope Parliament wasn't misled, and will the Prime Minister now proceed with a full public inquiry into the terrible events at Orgreave?
Well, can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for the welcome that he has given me? Can I say to him, he refers to me as the second woman Prime Minister. In my years here in this House, I've long heard the Labour Party asking what the Conservative Party does for women. Well, just keeps making us Prime Minister. I welcome the comments he's made about Prime Minister's questions. We do debate serious issues in Prime Minister's questions. I look forward to the exchanges he and I will have, and I hope we will be having those exchanges over this dispatch box for many years to come. As regards the Orgreave inquiry, I think the Shadow Home Secretary has an urgent question on that this afternoon, which the Home Secretary will be responding to.
Jeremy Corbyn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The new Prime Minister also said on the steps of Downing Street, if you're young, you'll find it harder than ever before to own your own home. In 1998, more than half of working households of people aged 16 to 34 were buying their own homes. Today, the figure is 25%, and the Resolution Foundation suggests this will fall to 10% in the next 9 years. What figure has the Prime Minister set herself for home ownership amongst young people?
I notice the timeline that the Right Honourable Gentleman referred to. He might have forgotten that during that period we actually had 13 years of a Labour government. 13 years of a Labour government that had a very bad record in terms of house building. This is the government that is going to change that. It's this government that is putting more into building more homes to ensure that young people do have a better opportunity to get on the housing ladder. That's why we're a government that actually will be governing for everyone in this country.
Mr. Speaker, that Labour government put a decent home standard in place in every part of this country. And I'm not sure that I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, that starter homes at £450,000 for young people earning 7% less than their parents' generation is actually a very good prospect for people owning their own homes. The Prime Minister is rightly concerned, Mr. Speaker, and she said this, if you're black, you're treated more harshly than if you're white. So before appointing her new Foreign Secretary, did she discuss with him his description of black people as pickaninnies and why he questioned the motives of the US President Obama on his part Kenyan heritage?
The Right Honourable Gentleman started his question by making reference to the issue of starter homes and the upper limit in London of the £450,000. And I've sat on these benches and heard him raise that with my right honourable friend, the member for Witney, when he was Prime Minister on a number of occasions. Can I just explain this to the Leader of the Opposition? If you look at house prices across the country, they vary. In Liverpool, the average house price is just over £116,000. In London, the average house price is just over £676,000. That's why we have a higher limit for the starter home figure in London. If he objects to that, then he needs to tell his constituents why he is against them having opportunities to get on the house. He refers to the remarks I made, and it is correct that if you are black, you will be treated more harshly in the criminal justice system. It's exactly why, as Home Secretary, I dealt with the issue of stop and search. I was concerned to make sure that nobody should be stopped and searched on the streets of this country because of the colour of their skin. I did that as a Conservative. 13 years of Labour did nothing on it.
Mr. Speaker, my question was actually about the language used by the Foreign Secretary. Earlier this week, the new Chancellor abandoned the government's budget surplus target, as Labour has long called for. Her government is already missing its targets on debt, deficit, welfare cap and productivity. 6 years of government austerity has failed. The long-term economic plan is clearly dead. Is there a new one?
No, it's the long-term economic plan that has actually delivered the record level of employment that we see today. And perhaps I could just put the right honourable gentleman straight. We have not abandoned the intention to move to a surplus. What I have said is that we will not be targeting that at the end of this Parliament. But he uses the language of austerity. Can I just say this to him? He talks about austerity. I call it living within our means. He talks about austerity, but actually it's about not saddling our children and grandchildren with significant debts to come. And it's not about austerity, it's about ensuring we have an economy that works for everyone.
Mr. Speaker, jobless claims have risen for the 4th month in a row. Welfare claims have risen as well. Austerity actually means people being poorer, services being cut and local facilities being closed. In her speech on the steps of Downing Street, she also addressed insecure workers, saying you have a job, but you don't always have job security. Does that mean to those people that are worried about their future in work, I'm talking of the people that sent us here to serve them. Does that mean that she's proposing to scrap the employment tribunal fees, repeal the Trade Union Act, or ban 0 hours contract, as more than a dozen European nations have already done? That would help to give greater job security to many very worried people in this country.
Again, I say to the right honourable gentleman, yes, I did say that on the streets of Downing Street, and I think it's very important that here in this House we consider not only what might be called the more obvious injustices, but actually consider the life for those people for whom they are in work but struggling to make ends meet. It's essential. That's one of the things that the government has actually raised the threshold at which people start to pay income tax, for example. But it's also about making sure that we have more well-paid jobs in this country, which is also what the government is doing. But he refers, I'm interested that he refers to the situation of some workers who might have some job insecurity and potentially unscrupulous bosses. I suspect that there are many members on the opposition benches who might be familiar with an unscrupulous boss. A boss who doesn't listen to his workers, a boss who requires some of his workers to double their workload, a boss, and maybe even a boss who exploits the rules to further his own career. Remind him of anybody?
We are sent here to represent people, and there are many people in this country struggling with insecure jobs, with low wages. I know this is very funny for all Conservative members, but I do not suppose there's too many Conservative MPs who have to go to a food bank in order to supplement their family table every week. I think we should reflect on those things. The Prime Minister highlighted the failures of her predecessor on social justice, home ownership, education and the cost of living. Some might say that as a Cabinet Minister she too was responsible for that. But she empathised with working people when she said, I know you're working round the clock, I know you're doing your best, I know that sometimes life can be a struggle. Yesterday, the Institute of Fiscal Studies found that 2/3 of children living in poverty in Britain have at least one parent in work. What, other than warm words, is she going to offer those families, those children who are hungry often and very insecure in their living? Isn't it our duty to offer some hope and security to them?
Yes, it is, and we are concerned about those people. But the answer is not the Labour Party's answer of unlimited, uncapped welfare for people. The answer to people who are in work and who are struggling in work, and the answer to those people who want to get into work, is to have a strong economy, an economy that delivers jobs and that delivers well-paid jobs. And that's why I can assure the right honourable gentleman that on this side of the House, we are focused on building a country that works for everyone. That's an economy that ensures that everyone can benefit from the nation's wealth, a society where everyone gets the opportunities they deserve, and a democracy that everyone can have faith in. And finally, I would just say to the right honourable gentleman, the Labour Party may be about to spend several months of fighting and tearing itself apart. The Conservative Party will be spending those months bringing this country back together.
Yeah! Jeremy Corbyn! Yeah! Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the final day in office for the Prime Minister, and I pay tribute to her sense of public duty. Public service should always be recognised. Being an MP, a minister, or indeed a Prime Minister is an honour that brings with it huge responsibility and huge pressures, both personally and, I'm sure, the Prime Minister and probably the whole House would agree, on those very closest to us, who often are not able to answer back for the criticisms made against them. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, that she has a marginally more relaxing time on the backbenches, and perhaps, like the Chancellor, even helping me to oppose the reckless plans of her successor. Mr. Speaker, if I may continue, I'm glad the government party's in such good heart today, Mr. Speaker. For tomorrow they won't be. Mr. Speaker, in the last 3 years, child poverty has gone up. Pensioner poverty has gone up. In-work poverty has gone up. Violent crime has gone up. NHS waiting times have gone up. School class sizes have gone up. Homelessness has gone up. Food bank use has gone up. Does the Prime Minister have any regrets about any of those things I've just said?
Can I say to the right honourable gentleman, it's very good to see the Conservative Party in good heart, which is more than I can say for the Labour Party. Let me just tell the right honourable gentleman, let me just say something to the right honourable gentleman about my record over the last 3 years and how I measure my record over the last 3 years. It's in the opportunity for every child who is now in a better school. Yeah. It's in the comfort for every person who now has a job for the first time in their life. It's in the hope of every disadvantaged young person now able to go to university. And it's in the joy of every couple who can now move into their own home. Because at its heart, politics isn't about exchanges across these dispatch boxes, nor about eloquent speeches or media headlines. Politics is about the difference we make every day to the lives of people up and down this country. They are our reason for being here, and we should never forget it.
Mr. Speaker, politics is about real life. Politics is about what people suffer in their ordinary lives. And I didn't mention that per pupil school funding has gone down. Police numbers are down. GP numbers are falling. In the 2017 Conservative manifesto, the Prime Minister promised that no school would have its budget cut, and that they would protect TV licences for the over 75s and halve rough sleeping. Which of these pledges is the Prime Minister most sorry has not been achieved?
Can I just point out to the right honourable gentleman, I'm pleased to hear that he spent some time reading the Conservative Party manifesto in 2017. Had he read it properly, he's not been known always for reading the documents that he stands up and talks about. Had he read it properly, he'd have said we did make a pledge on rough sleeping to halve rough sleeping by 2022 and to stop rough sleeping by 2027. I'm pleased to say that in the last year we have seen rough sleeping going down, and particularly rough sleeping going down in those areas where this government has been taking action.
Jeremy Corbyn. I don't quite know where the Prime Minister gets her figures from on rough sleeping. All I know is that I travel around this country just like other members of this House, and I talk to people who've had a disaster in their lives and end up rough sleeping. We are the 5th richest country in the world. It is surely wrong that anyone should end up sleeping on the streets of this country. We can and should do something about it. Mr. Speaker, I've often disagreed with the Prime Minister and have many criticisms of her policies. However, I welcomed the reduction in the stake on fixed odds betting terminals, the adoption of the Children's Funeral Fund and scrapping employment tribunal fees. Which of these policies is the Prime Minister most proud of?
What can I say to the right honourable gentleman? I'm proud of all the policies that we have introduced that have been improving people's lives. I'm proud of the fact that through the balanced management of the economy that we have done, we now see more people in work in this country than ever before. I'm proud of the fact there are more children in good and outstanding schools. I'm proud of the fact that the attainment gap between the disadvantaged and the advantaged has been narrowed under this government. And I'm proud of the fact that we are putting the biggest cash boost in its history into our National Health Service. We are ensuring that the National Health Service, the most beloved institution in this country, will be there for people into the future. This is a Conservative government, my government, delivering on the things that matter to people in their day-to-day lives.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister may have noticed that none of those things that I mentioned were actually in the Conservative Party manifesto in 2017, but every one of them was a Labour pledge in 2017. On Brexit, the Prime Minister's own red lines ruled out any sensible compromise deal. Only after she had missed her own deadline to leave did the Prime Minister even begin to shift her position. But by then, she no longer had the authority to deliver. Her successor has no mandate at all. Does she have confidence that the Right Honourable Member for Uxbridge will succeed where she has not?
Can I just say to the right honourable gentleman, I worked tirelessly to get a good deal for the UK, and I also worked hard to get that deal through this Parliament. I voted for the deal. What did the right honourable gentleman do? He voted against a deal. He voted to make no deal more likely. And when there was a prospect of reaching consensus across this House, the right honourable gentleman walked away from the talks. At every stage, his only interest has been playing party politics. And frankly, he should be ashamed of himself.
We've had 3 years of bungled negotiations, and we now have the spectacle of a Prime Minister coming into office with no electoral mandate, looking for a Brexit deal that has been ruled out by the European Union, or in the case of a no deal, ruled out by the majority in this House and by anyone that understands the dangers to the British economy of a no deal. The next Prime Minister thought the Isle of Man was in the European Union and that the European Union made rules about kippers that, in fact, were made by the government that he was part of. He also said the UK could secure tariff-free trade through Article 24 of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, despite the Trade Secretary, Attorney General, Governor of the Bank of England, all confirming that is not possible. At the start of 2018, it's coming, don't worry. At the start of 2018, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister herself set up a new unit to counter fake news, charged with combating disinformation. How successful does she think that's been?
I have to say to the right honourable gentleman that I fear that our success hasn't been what we wanted it to be from the amount of fake news and fake information he uses at that dispatch box.
Maybe, Mr. Speaker, she can have a word with her successor on the way out. But let me conclude by welcoming some... for today. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by welcoming some of the Prime Minister's notable U-turns over the last couple of years. The cruel dementia tax was scrapped. Plans to bring back grammar schools were ditched. The threat to the pensions triple lock was abandoned. Withdrawal of the winter fuel payments was dumped. The pledge to bring back fox hunting was dropped. And they binned their plan to end universal free school meals for 5 to 7-year-olds. The Prime Minister has dumped her own manifesto. Given that her successor has no mandate from the people, no mandate in which to move into office, doesn't she agree the best thing the Right Honourable Member for Uxbridge could do later on today, when he takes office, is to call a general election and let the people decide their future?
Answer to the Right Honourable Gentleman is no. And if he wants to talk about people ducking manifesto commitments and commitments made during a general election campaign, can we remember what the Labour Party, the Right Honourable Gentleman, said about student debt? Going to abolish student debt? After the election, no, he rose back on that promise, What did he say during the general election? He was committed to Trident. What does he say after the general election? No, he's not committed to Trident at all. He has broken promise after promise to the people of this country. But I say to the Right Honourable Gentleman, as this is the last time that we will have this exchange across these dispatch boxes, to say that it is the strength of our British democracy that the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition have these exchanges across their dispatch boxes every week at 2 swords' length. No quarter is sought and none is given. And that's as it should be in our adversarial parliamentary democracy. But he and I are very different people, and with very different politicians. I think we approach the issues we face in this country in different ways. I have spent all but one of my years in this House on the front bench trying to implement the policies I believe in. He has spent most of his time on the back benches campaigning for what he believes in, often against his own party. But what I think we both have in common is a commitment to our constituencies. I saw that after the terrorist attack in Finsbury Park Mosque in his constituency. But perhaps I could just finish my exchange with him by saying this. As a party leader who has accepted when her time was up, perhaps the time is now for him to do the same.
Jeremy Corbyn! Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I start by paying my deepest respects to PC Andrew Harper, who died in the line of duty. It's a reminder about the risk that he faced and police officers faced all the time, trying to protect communities. Our sympathies to his family, to his colleagues and his friends. I also, Mr. Speaker, want to send our condolences to those people affected by Hurricane Dorian that hit the Bahamas at the weekend. I'm hoping and I'm sure that the government and DFID will be doing all they can to make sure all help is sent there that's necessary. Yesterday, it was revealed, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister's negotiating strategy is to run down the clock, and that the Attorney-General told the Prime Minister his belief that the European Union would drop the backstop was a complete fantasy. Are these reports accurate, or can the Prime Minister provide the detail of the proposals he's put forward to the EU?
The Prime Minister. I tell you, Mr. Speaker, what our negotiating strategy is, and it is to get a deal by the summit on October the 17th, and to take this country out of the EU on October the 31st, to get Brexit done. And what his surrender bill would do, it would wreck any chance of the talks, and we don't know what his strategy is at all were he to take over. He's asking for mobs of momentum activists to paralyse the traffic in the name of his. What are they supposed to chant, Mr. Speaker? What is the slogan? What do we want? What do we want? Dither and delay. When do we want it? We don't know. That's his policy. That's his policy. And can he confirm again? Can he confirm now that he will allow the people of this country to decide on what he is giving up in their name with a general election on October the 15th? Or is he for it?
Jeremy Corbyn. Mr. Speaker, my first question to the Prime Minister and no answer given. I asked what proposals have been put to the European Union. We asked yesterday, many colleagues asked, and the Prime Minister seems utterly incapable of answering. Any rational human being would assume, therefore, none have been put, and there is no answer to that question. The Prime Minister and his Cabinet colleagues have been saying he's making progress. The EU's chief negotiator, the Chancellor of Germany, the Taoiseach of Ireland say no proposals have yet been made by the UK. If the Prime Minister thinks he's made progress, will he publish those proposals that he's put forward to replace the backstop?
Prime Minister! As the right honourable gentleman knows very well, you don't negotiate in public, and we are making substantial progress, and we will get that backstop out.
Order, Prime Minister, please forgive me interrupting. There is a long way to go. There are a lot of questions to be reached. The questions must be heard, and the responses from the Prime Minister must and will be heard. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let us be absolutely clear. This government is going to get a deal from our friends in Brussels, and we will get the backstop out. We will get an agreement that I think this House can approve. The only thing that's standing in our way is the undermining of those negotiations by this surrender bill, which would lead to more dither and delay. We delayed in March, we delayed in April, and now he wants to delay again for absolutely no purpose whatever. What does he intend by this? We are spending, in this government, we're spending £1 billion to put 20,000 more police officers on the streets. He wants to spend £1 billion a month net to keep us in the EU beyond October the 31st, and I will never allow that.
Jeremy Corbyn. Mr. Speaker, I really fail to see how I can be accused of undermining negotiations, because no negotiations are taking place. He's been Prime Minister for 6 weeks and he promised to get Brexit sorted. In 6 weeks, he's presented nothing to change the previous Prime Minister's deal, which he twice voted against. These negotiations that he talks about are a sham. All he's doing is running down the clock. At the weekend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster said food prices will go up under no deal. Will the Prime Minister publish the Yellowhammer documents so that people can see which food prices will go up and by how much?
Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster said absolutely no such thing. I can tell him the preparations for no deal, thanks to his good offices and thanks to his efforts, are very far advanced. But I tell you, the surest way of getting no deal is to undermine this country's ability to negotiate, which is what he is doing. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that if this bill is passed this afternoon, I have to say I don't want an election. I don't think he wants an election. But there's a petition on his own Labour. There's a petition on his own Labour website with 57,000 people, including Carol, Nigel, Graham, and Phoebe, calling for an election. I don't know whether there's a Jeremy on the list. But, Mr. Speaker, I know he's worried about free trade deals with America, but there's only one chlorinated chicken that I can see in this House, and he's on that bench. Will he confirm again? Will he confirm? Will he confirm that he will let the people decide? Let the people decide on what he is doing to this country's negotiating position by having a general election on October the 15th.
Jeremy Corbyn! Well, maybe the Prime Minister could tell us what the negotiating position actually is. And since the question I asked, the Prime Minister may have forgotten it in his rather lengthy peroration there, that the British Retail Consortium said, and I quote, that it was categorically untrue when the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster denied there would be shortages of fresh food. Mr. Speaker, I hope no more young female staff are going to be frog-marched out of Downing Street. Because there was another government leak at the weekend concerning, Mr. Speaker, there was another government leak at the weekend concerning disruption of our ports. The leaked documents written by the government in the last fortnight show no deal would lead to shortages on the shelves and of medical supplies in hospitals. People need to prepare. So can I ask the Prime Minister again, will he publish in full the Yellowhammer documents so people can see which foodstuffs are not going to be available, which medicines are not going to be supplied, and what will happen to the shortages of vital supplies in every one of our hospitals all over this country?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that the Right Honourable Gentleman is guilty of the most shameless scaremongering. We have made ample preparations for coming out of the EU. What his party is recommending is yet...
Order! It's order! Order! It's very difficult to hear the responses from the Prime Minister. Members must calm themselves. There is a long way to go. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what he is recommending is yet more dither, yet more delay, yet more uncertainty for business. What we in this government want to do is deliver on the mandate of the people. Now, he used to be a Democrat. He used to believe in upholding the referendum result. Can he say now whether he would vote in favour of leave or remain? And can he say now whether he's in favour of a second referendum or not?
Jeremy Corbyn. The Prime Minister failed to answer my questions about food supply, about medicine supplies and about the problems in hospitals. He refuses to publish the Yellowhammer documents and he talks about scaremongering. Where does the information come from other than his office in his government? And he's obviously so confident of the position he's adopted, he's now preparing to spend £100 million of our money on an advertising campaign in order to try to persuade people that everything's fine. He knows it's not, they know it's not, he is hiding the facts. The government has refused to publish its impact assessments on how a no-deal Brexit would affect poverty levels in this country. They received a request under the Freedom of Information Act from the Glasgow-based Poverty Alliance. The DWP replied that the public interest would not be served by that disclosure. Will the Prime Minister publish that analysis? If he won't, what has he got to hide?
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Right Honourable Member who would squander £1 billion a month of taxpayers' money on staying pointlessly in the EU, this government is getting on with running a sound economy so that the poorest people in our country are seeing increases in their wages for the first time in more than a decade. And I'm proud to say that those on the living wage, Mr. Speaker, are now taking £4,500 more home every year than they were in 2010, thanks to this Conservative government.
Speaker, you don't have to go very far from the portals of this House to see real destitution. People begging and sleeping on the streets. Child poverty is up since 2010. Pensioner poverty is up. In-work poverty is up. And he won't give us any of the information of the assessments of increased poverty that could come from his government's proposals. We are less than 60 days away from leaving the EU with no deal. The Prime Minister has had 2 days in office before the summer recess and then planned to prorogue Parliament. Yesterday, he lost one vote, his first vote in Parliament, and he now wants to dissolve Parliament. He's desperate, absolutely desperate, to avoid scrutiny. And in his third day in office, after 5 questions from me, we haven't had an answer to any of them. I can see why he's desperate to avoid scrutiny. He has no plan to get a new deal, no plan, no authority and no majority. Mr. Speaker.
Order. If we have to go on longer because people sitting on the Treasury bench are yelling to try to disrupt, so be it, we'll go on longer. Some people used to believe in good behaviour. I believe in good behaviour on both sides of the House. It had better happen or it will take a whole lot longer. Very simple, very clear. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Prime Minister does to the country what he's done to his party in the past 24 hours, I think a lot of people have a great deal to fear from his incompetence, his vacillation and his refusal to publish known facts that are known to him about the effects of a no-deal Brexit.
Mr. Speaker, I really don't see how, with a straight face, the right honourable gentleman can accuse anybody of being unwilling to stand up to scrutiny when he will not agree to submit his surrender bill to the verdict of the people in an election. He's frightened. And Mr. Speaker, he makes a contrast. He makes a contrast between this government and his own proposals. The contrast could not be clearer. He thinks we think that the friends of this country are to be found in Paris and in Berlin and in the White House, and he thinks that they're in the Kremlin and in Tehran and in Caracas. And I think he's Caracas, Mr. Speaker. We're putting 20,000 police on the street. We're upgrading 20. We have 20 new hospital upgrades. We are growing the economy. He, by contrast, would put a £300 billion tax on every company in the country. He wants a tax on homes, and he's calling incessantly for a general strike. The Shadow Education Secretary says that their economic policy is, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, by your leave, shit or bust. I say it's both. I say it's both, Mr. Speaker. What this country needs is sensible, moderate, progressive, conservative government, and to take this country out of the EU on October the 31st, and that is what we are going to deliver.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for making the best arrangements possible today to ensure that as many members as possible can ask questions, but also that the government is held to account, which is what the function of Parliament is. Many more people will be mourning the loss of loved ones as a result of coronavirus this week. Our hearts go out to all of them and to those suffering from the disease at the present time. Across our country, people are working day and night to keep us safe, fed and warm. Our wonderful NHS staff, police, firefighters, prison and probation workers, teachers, civil servants, local government staff and social care, all of them are showing the value of public service. They are the unsung heroes, keeping the transport system running, the post delivered, utilities running and our supermarkets properly stocked. I'd like to pay special mention to one group that are usually ignored, forgotten and decried as unskilled workers: cleaners. All around the country and in this building are doing their best to keep our places hygienic and safe. Over the past few weeks, I've asked the Prime Minister many times What action is being taken to ensure testing is being prioritised? And I've received assurances that everything that could was being done. Yet, Mr. Speaker, a leaked email shows it was just 3 days ago that the Prime Minister wrote to UK research institutes to ask for help, saying there was no testing machines available to buy. Why wasn't this done weeks ago, if not months ago, when the government was first warned about the threat of a global pandemic, and what action is now being taken to get testing machines?
Mr. Speaker, perhaps I could begin by pointing out that this is the Right Honourable Gentleman's last Prime Minister's questions, and it would be appropriate, I think, for me to pay tribute to him for his service to party and indeed to the country over the last 4 years in a very difficult job. We may not agree about everything, but no one can doubt his sincerity and his determination to build a better society. And I want to pay particular tribute and thanks to him and all his colleagues for their cooperation in the current emergency as far as possible across party lines. I agree with him very much in what he said about cleaners. They do an extraordinary job, and they deserve all the protection and support that we can give them in this difficult time. And on testing, he is quite right that testing is vital to our success in beating the coronavirus, and as the Health Secretary has explained many times, we are massively increasing our testing campaign, going up from 5,000 to 10,000 to 25,000 a day, and in answer directly to his question, this has been a priority of this government ever since the crisis was obviously upon us, for weeks and weeks.
Corbyn. I thank the Prime Minister for his very kind remarks. I believe in a decent, socially just society. And he was talking as though this was a sort of obituary. Just to let him know, my voice will not be stilled. I'll be around, I'll be campaigning, I'll be arguing, and I'll be demanding justice for the people of this country and indeed the rest of the world. We can only protect the health of us all, Mr. Speaker, if we protect the health of our carers. Yet the charity Sue Ryder, who provide care to people with neurological conditions, have said that their workforce is depleting daily as they have no access to tests. When will all the social care staff have access to regular testing? They are very, very important and obviously very, very vulnerable in this crisis.
He's entirely right. I don't want to repeat what I've just said, except to say that social care staff, in common with NHS staff and indeed other public sector workers, need to be tested as fast as possible. And the answer to his question is we will do it as fast as possible.
Jeremy Corbyn. Obviously, if they have to self-isolate because they suspect they have the disease and can't get a test, then their work is lost for a week. And obviously those that need the care and support don't get it at that time. There are reports that care homes workers are being turned away from supermarkets in relation to priority shopping, not being allowed to buy more than certain items that they desperately need to feed their residents. What is the Prime Minister's plan for making sure that care workers can get the vital food and supplies they need for the people that they're caring for?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as he can and the House can imagine, we've been in regular contact with all the retailers, all the supermarket chains. I had a conversation with all of them a couple of days ago, and they were absolutely determined to ensure that key workers do get time in supermarkets. If there is a particular problem, I will raise it with them again.
Jeremy Corbyn. I hope the Prime Minister will, because care workers are on the front line looking after the most vulnerable people within our society, and keeping our care homes safe and well should be and must be an absolute priority. The Prime Minister has been saying for quite a long time that NHS staff will get the equipment they need, yet the Healthcare Supply Association, just get that, has been forced to use Twitter to ask DIY shops to donate protective equipment to NHS staff. This is an appalling situation. When will NHS staff, social care staff and community nurses and all other staff relating to healthcare get the PPE equipment they absolutely, desperately need.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell him, and he's absolutely right to raise this issue. I know this has been a concern, and we had a long meeting on it this morning, but I'm assured that not only are the stocks there now, the Army is now distributing the supplies to all the NHS staff, all the hospitals that need it, and in the last 24 hours, they have distributed 7.5 million pieces of equipment.
Corbyn. It's important they get it because yesterday 77% of NHS chiefs who responded to a survey said that the lack of staff testing and staff shortages were the two biggest areas of concern for them. Last week, the Prime Minister stood in this chamber at the dispatch box and said that he would, and I quote, protect private renters from eviction. He absolutely said that. Yet, some renters will be getting eviction notices as early as next week. The Prime Minister appears to have gone back on his word. So will he now finally absolutely ban evictions for 6 months in line with the renewal period of the emergency legislation which is going through its parliamentary process at the moment?
He raises a very important point about the need to protect renters, which is why I answered in the way I did last week. We've actually gone further now, as he knows, by lifting up the local housing allowance to the 30th percentile of median rents, which will be very important for many people on low incomes across the country. But we are also, as he knows, making sure that no-fault evictions are no longer legal, and that is part of the bill.
Well, unfortunately, this isn't what the reality is on the ground, as many of my colleagues will point out. We are getting constituents in touch with us who are being threatened with eviction now because they are in rent arrears, because they cannot work because of the shutdown over coronavirus. Can we just be absolutely clear, and will the Prime Minister make sure it's legislated that nobody can be evicted during this first 6-month period of this emergency from the private rented sector? I'm going to continue my questions shortly, Mr. Speaker, in the second part of this session. But I just want to ask this question to the Prime Minister. Many British people abroad feel a bit abandoned by their government, with many fast running out of medicines, with the host countries in lockdown, flights being cancelled, accommodation cancelled, and insurance either about to expire or not covering the much-needed costs until they're able to return home. These British citizens have a right to turn to their own government for help, and hour-long delays on phone calls are not acceptable. They feel abandoned. Can the Prime Minister, as the Foreign Secretary was asked to do yesterday, update the House on what his government is doing to bring people home and provide the emergency costs for the medical needs that many British residents abroad actually have at the present time?
Mr. Speaker, he can take it that we are certainly doing everything we can to bring back British nationals, British citizens from abroad. A huge operation is going on now to repatriate them, as he will have heard both from the Health Secretary and indeed the Foreign Secretary, where we are protecting renters in spite of what he says. We are doing everything we can to protect our fantastic NHS. We are putting, as a society now, we are doing and as a country, we are doing a quite extraordinary thing, which is for the first time in our history, to get through this crisis, we are putting our arms as a country around every single worker, every single employee in this country. It is a quite unprecedented step, and he will be hearing more. And I know there are concerns about the self-employed, but he will be hearing more in the next couple of days from my right honourable friend, the Chancellor. I can tell him that, and I think he said something the other day about how this country would come through this experience changed for the better. And there he and I completely agree. And we will get this country through this crisis with these exceptional steps. And I can tell him that we will do absolutely everything that that it takes. We will do whatever it takes to get our country through it together. We will beat it together. But the most important advice I can give him as he retires to his I'm delighted to hear he's not retiring, and I think that'll be warmly welcomed by his successor. The most important thing we can all do is stay at home to protect our NHS and to save many thousands of lives.
I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the Prime Minister back to his place and say that it's good to see him back in Parliament? I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say that. And although I've done this privately, can I congratulate him publicly with Carrie on the birth of their son? Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister returned to work a week ago Monday, he said that many people were looking at the apparent success of the government's approach. But yesterday we learned, tragically, that at least 29,427 people in the UK have now lost their lives to this dreadful virus. That's now the highest number in Europe. It's the second highest in the world. That's not success, or apparent success. So can the Prime Minister tell us how on earth did it come to this?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, of course, every death is a tragedy, and he's right to draw attention to the appalling statistics, not just in this country, but of course around the world. And I think I would echo really in answer to his question what we've heard from Professor David Spiegelhalter and others, that at this stage, I don't think that international comparisons and the data is yet there to draw all the conclusions that we want. What I can tell him is that at every stage as we took the decisions that we did, we were governed by one overriding principle and aim, and that was to save lives and to protect our NHS. And I believe that, of course, there will be a time to look at what decisions we took and whether we could have taken different decisions. But I have absolutely no doubt that what the people of this country want us to do now is, as I said just now, to suppress this disease, to keep suppressing this disease, and to begin the work of getting our country's economy back on its feet. And I look forward to working with him and colleagues around the House to do just that.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the argument that international comparisons can't really be made when the government's been using slides like this for weeks to do international comparisons just really doesn't hold water. I'm afraid that many people are concluding that the answer to my question is that the UK was slow into lockdown, slow on testing, slow on tracing, and slow on the supply of protective equipment. And I want to go to yesterday's figures that show that whilst happily in hospitals it looks as though deaths are falling, deaths in care homes continue to go up. At the press conference last night, the Deputy Chief Scientific Advisor said, and I quote, "What this shows us is that there's a real issue that we need to get to grips with in relation to what's happening in care homes." I couldn't agree more. But 12 weeks after the Health Secretary declared that we're in a health crisis, I have to ask the Prime Minister, why hasn't the government got to grips with this already?
Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, I mean, he's quite right, of course, to look at the crisis in care homes, and he's absolutely right to say that there's an epidemic going on in care homes, which is something I bitterly regret, and we've been working very hard for weeks to get it down, and a huge amount of effort has been gone into by literally tens of thousands of people to get the right PPE to care homes, to encourage workers in care homes to understand what is needed. And I can tell him actually that he's not right in what he just said about the state of the epidemic in care homes. As he looks at the figures, in the last few days there has been a palpable improvement. We must hope that that continues, and we will ensure that it does continue.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for that. I was using the slide the government put up at its press conference last night, which shows, sadly, that And I accept there's a lag to the 24th of April because of the reporting position, but that sadly deaths in care homes have been rising every time they've been reported by the ONS. And I have heard before from the First Secretary that numbers were falling. He said that a week ago Sunday. That's not borne out by these slides. We will wait to see what the next slides bring. Mr. Speaker, on the 30th of April, the government claimed success in meeting its 100,000 tests a day target. Since then, as the Prime Minister knows, the number has fallen back. On Monday, there were just 84,000 tests, and that meant 24,000 available tests were not used. What does the Prime Minister think was so special about the 30th of April that meant that testing that day was so high?
Prime Minister. Well, actually, I think that the Right Honourable Gentleman was right last week when he paid tribute to the amazing work of the NHS, the logistics team, everybody involved in getting up from 2,000 tests a day in March to 120,000 by the end of April. And yes, he's right that capacity currently exceeds demand. We're working on that. We're running at about 100,000 a day. But the ambition clearly is to get up to 200,000 a day by the end of this month, and then to go even higher. And as he knows and the whole House will know, testing, a fantastic testing regime is going to be absolutely critical to our long-term economic recovery.
Keir Starmer. Mr. Speaker, I did pay tribute last week, and I'm glad the Prime Minister has now said that the target now is 200,000 tests a day by the end of this month. But of course, just having a target isn't a strategy. What is needed is testing, tracing and isolation. That's the strategy. Contact tracing was happening in the UK, but it was abandoned in mid-March. We were told at the time that this was because it was, quote, not an appropriate mechanism. But yesterday, the Deputy Chief Medical Officer said it was to do with testing capacity. So can the Prime Minister just clarify the position for us? Why was contact tracing abandoned in mid-March and not restarted sooner?
Prime Minister.
As I think is readily apparent, Mr. Speaker, to everybody who's studied the situation, and I think as the scientists would confirm, the difficulty in mid-March was that the tracing capacity that we had and that had been useful, as he rightly says, in the containment phase of the epidemic, that capacity was no longer useful or relevant since the transmission from individuals within the UK meant that it exceeded our capacity then. Now, the value of the test, tracking and tracing operation that we're setting up now is that as we come out of the epidemic and as we get the new cases down, we will have a team that will genuinely be able to track and trace hundreds of thousands of people across the country and thereby to drive down the epidemic. And so, I mean, to put it in a nutshell, it's easier to do now that we've built up the team on the way out than it was as the epidemic took off. And I think most people with common sense can see those particular difficulties that we had at the time.
Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Prime Minister has confirmed it was a capacity problem. Can I wish the government well on the tracking and tracing now and on the app that's being trialled in the Isle of Wight? We all want that to succeed, and we'll all support that in hopefully succeeding. Can I turn to protective equipment, where clearly there are ongoing problems? Just this week, the BMA survey said that 48% of doctors had to buy their protective equipment for themselves or rely on donations. That's clearly unacceptable. And it's obvious that this problem is going to get even more acute if and when the government asks people to return to work. We're clearly going to need a very robust national plan for protective equipment. Can the Prime Minister reassure the public that they won't be asked to return to work until that plan is in place?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I certainly can. And I share his frustration about PPE and the frustration that I think people have felt across the House and across the country. It's been enraging to see the difficulties that we've had in supplying PPE to those who need it. But I do pay tribute again, to the work of hundreds of thousands of people involved in the logistics of supplying literally billions of items across the country in a timely way. There have been no national stockouts of any PPE item, and we are now engaged in a massive plan to ramp up domestic supply, and he'll be familiar with what Lord Dighton is now at work, so that, to get to his final question, we are able, in the long term, and it may be the long term, to satisfy the domestic needs of this country.
Keir Starmer.
We will, of course, be setting out the details about that plan on Sunday.
Keir Starmer again.
Mr. Speaker, I was going to come to the plan. I'm grateful to the Prime Minister for that indication. There are millions of people on furlough, as the Prime Minister knows, millions with children at home struggling with caring responsibilities. If they're to return to work, and if their children are to return to school, they need reassurance. I think we can all feel that, reassurance that it will be safe to do so. And that means they do need to know what the government's plan is for the next stage. So will the Prime Minister give them that reassurance by setting out his plan as he says he will? Or will he come to this House on Monday to present that plan and have questions across the House?
Mr. Speaker, I will of course undertake that there will be a statement to the House as you, Mr. Speaker, and the House would properly expect about what we propose tonight. So I just want to explain to the House as a courtesy why it's happening on Sunday, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you'd be interested to know that. The reason for that is very simple, that we have to be sure that the data is going to support our ability to do this. But that data is coming in continuously over the next few days. We'll want, if we possibly can, to get going with some of these measures on Monday. I think it would be a good thing, Mr. Speaker, if people had an idea of what's coming the following day. That's why I think Sunday, the weekend, is the best time to do it. But of course, the House will be fully informed, and the House will have the full opportunity to debate and interrogate me or the government on that matter.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Can I start by saying to the Prime Minister that I do know that the relationship between a Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition is never easy, and this one's proved no exception to the rule. But I would like to take this opportunity to wish him, his wife and his family the best for the future. Can I also put on record our gratitude to the fire and rescue services for all their courageous work yesterday in extreme temperatures. All our thoughts are with those affected by the fires, particularly those that have lost their homes. I join the Prime Minister in his comments about the bombings in Hyde Park and the IRA bombings. I also join him in his comments about the Lionesses. The coverage starts at 7:30 tonight on BBC One, and I'm sure the whole country will be roaring them on. And for anyone who doesn't fancy football, EastEnders is on. So if you'd rather watch outrageous characters taking lumps out of it themselves, you've got a choice: Albert Square or the Tory leadership debates on catch-up. On that topic, Mr. Speaker, why does the Prime Minister think that those vying to replace him decided to pull out of the Sky debate last night?
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not following this thing particularly closely, but my impression is that there's been quite a lot of debate already, and I think the public are having an ample opportunity to view the talent, Mr. Speaker, that any one of which, as I say before, like some household detergent, would wipe the floor I mean, today happens to be just about the anniversary of the exit from lockdown last year. And do you remember what he said? He said, yeah, I'm going to remind him, he said it was reckless. It was because we were able to take that decision, Mr. Speaker, supported by every single one of those Conservative candidates, opposed by him, that we had the fastest economic growth in the G7. We're now able to help families up and down the country. If we'd listened to him, it wouldn't have been possible, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think they'll be listening to him either.
Well, I'm impressed he managed to get through that with a straight face, actually. I think the truth is this. They organised the TV debates because they thought it would be a great chance for the public to hear from the candidates first-hand. Yeah. Then disaster struck because the public actually heard from the candidates first-hand. But I am interested in what he makes of the battle for his job. So let me start with a simple one. Does the Prime Minister agree with his former Chancellor that plans put forward by the other candidates are, in his words, I've got them here, nothing more than the fantasy economics of unfunded spending promises?
Well, Mr. Speaker, they know all about fantasy economics because they've already committed to £94 billion of extra tax and spending, Mr. Speaker, which every household in this country would have to pay for, to the tune of about £2,100. It's thanks to the former Chancellor's management of the economy, thanks to his government's management of the economy, we had growth in May of 0.5%. We have more people in paid employment than at any time in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker. And I'm proud to be leaving office right now with unemployment at or near a 50-year low, Mr. Speaker. When they left office, it was at 8%. That's the difference between them and us.
Mr. Speaker, every Labour pledge made under my leadership is fully costed. Those vying to protect him, Mr. Speaker, those vying to replace him have racked up £330 billion of unfunded spending commitments. But I do note that the Prime Minister didn't agree with his former Chancellor. So what about his Foreign Secretary? She was withering about the government's economic record. She said, again, her words, here they are, if Rishi has got this great plan for growth, why haven't we seen it in the last 2.5 years at the Treasury? That's a fair question, is it, Prime Minister?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I think everybody would agree that what you saw in the last 2.5 years was because of the pandemic, the biggest fall in output for 300 years, which this government dealt with and coped with magnificently by distributing vaccines faster than any other European government, faster than any other major economy, which would not have been possible if we had listened to him. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we have the fiscal firepower that is necessary to help families up and down the country, making tax cuts for virtually everybody paying national insurance contributions. The difference between Labour and the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, there's a crucial philosophical difference. Under Labour, families on low incomes get most of their income from benefits. Under us, they get most of it from earnings, because we believe in jobs, jobs, jobs. That's the difference, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, inflation is up again this morning, and millions are struggling with the cost of living crisis. And he's decided to come down from his gold wallpapered bunker for one last time to tell us that everything's fine. I am going to miss the delusion. But his Foreign Secretary didn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. She also said that the former Chancellor's 15 tax rises are leading the country into recession. And the member for Portsmouth North was even more scathing. She said, again her words, our public services are in a desperate state. We can't continue with what we've been doing because it clearly isn't working. Has the Prime Minister told her who's been running our public services for the last 12 years?
Mr. Speaker, this is absolute. Again, he's doing this completely satirical. This is the government. This is the government that is investing £650 billion in infrastructure, in skills, in technology. He talks about public services. What really matters to people in this country right now is getting their appointments, getting their operations, fixing the COVID backlogs. That's what we're doing. Fixing the ambulances. That's what he should be talking about, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we voted through. That's why we passed the £39 billion health and care levy, Mr. Speaker, which they opposed. Every time something needs to be done, Mr. Speaker, they try to oppose it. He's just a great pointless human bollard, Mr. Speaker. That's what he is.
Mr. Speaker, if only it was satirical. It's what the future candidates think of his... Mr. Speaker.
We want to get through PMQs because there's quite a few of you wanting to catch my eye. It would be more helpful if we get through in order to do that. Keir Starmer.
I appreciate they may not want to hear what their future leader thinks of their record in government, but I think the country needs to know. If only it were satirical, Prime Minister. It's what the candidates think of the record.
Yeah.
But among the mudslinging, there was one very important point, because the member for Saffron Walden claimed that she warned the former Chancellor that he was handing taxpayer money directly to fraudsters in COVID loans. She says he dismissed her worries and that as a result he cost the taxpayer £17 billion. Does the Prime Minister think that she's telling the truth?
Prime Minister.
Okay, well, this is one of the last blasts from Captain Hindsight, Mr. Speaker, because at least to me, because they were the party. I remember they were the party who were so desperate for us to be hiring their friends with PPE. They wanted a football agent to supply and a theatrical costumier to supply PPE. Do you remember, Mr. Speaker? We had to get that stuff at record speed. We produced £408 billion worth of support for families and for businesses up and down the country, Mr. Speaker, and the only reason we were able to do it at such speed is because we'd managed the economy in a sensible and moderate way. And Labour, every time they've left office, it's with unemployment higher, they're economically illiterate, Mr. Speaker, and they would wreck the economy.
I think the message coming out of this leadership contest is pretty clear. They got us into this mess, and they've no idea how to get us out of it. The Foreign Secretary says we can't go on with our current economic policy. The member for Portsmouth North bemoaned the fact that what we've been doing has not been good enough. And the member for Saffron Walden probably puts it best when she simply asked, why should the public trust us? We haven't exactly covered ourselves in glory. Their words, their future leaders' words. They've trashed every part of their record in government, from dental care and ambulance response times to the highest taxes in 70 years. What message does it send when the candidates to be Prime Minister can't find a single decent thing to say about him, about each other, or their record in government?
Mr. Speaker, what does it say? What does it say about him that no one can name a single policy after 3 years of the Labour opposition, apart from putting up taxes? He's one of those pointless plastic bollards you find around a deserted roadworks on a motorway, Mr. Speaker. We got Brexit done. He voted against it 48 times. We got this country fast out of COVID in spite of everything he would have kept, and when he would have kept us in lockdown. We're fixing social care, Mr. Speaker, when they have no plan and no ideas of their own. And we're now bringing forward measures in the face of strikes to outlaw wildcat strikes, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you to outlaw wildcat strikes. I can tell you why he does that funny wooden flapping gesture. I'll tell you why he does that funny wooden flapping gesture. Because, Mr. Speaker, he's got the union barons pulling his strings from beneath him. That's the truth. £100 million, Mr. Speaker. We've restored our democracy and our independence. We've got this country through COVID, and I'm proud to say that whether it comes to tackling climate change or sticking up for Ukraine, we have led the world on the international stage. And I want to thank my friends and colleagues on these benches for everything that they have done.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Prime Minister on her appointment? When she said in her leadership campaign that she was against windfall taxes, did she mean it?
Very good. Well, I thank the right honourable gentleman for his welcome. I hope that we will be able to work together, particularly on areas we agree on. And I know that we have had strong support from the opposition in opposing Vladimir Putin's appalling war in Ukraine. And I want us to continue to stand up to that appalling Russian aggression that has led to the energy crisis we face now. I am against a windfall tax. I believe it is the wrong thing to be putting companies off investing in the United Kingdom just when we need to be growing the economy.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that answer. I ask because the Treasury estimates are that the energy producers will make £170 billion in excess profits over the next 2 years. The Prime Minister knows she's no choice but to back an energy price freeze. But it won't be cheap, and the real choice, the political choice, is who is going to pay. Is she really telling us that she's going to leave these vast excess profits on the table and make working people foot the bill for decades to come?
Well, I understand that people across our country are struggling with the cost of living and they're struggling with their energy bills. And that is why I, as Prime Minister, will take immediate action to help people with the cost of their energy bills. And I will be making an announcement to this House on that tomorrow and giving people certainty to make sure that they are able to get through this winter and be able to have the energy supplies and be able to afford it. But we can't just deal with today's problem. We can't just put a sticking plaster on it. What we need to do is increase our energy supplies long term. And that is why we will open up more supply in the North Sea, which the honourable gentleman has opposed. That is why we will build more nuclear power stations, which the Labour Party didn't do when they were in office. And that is why we will get on with delivering the supply as well as helping people through the winter.
Well, I look forward to tomorrow's statement, but the money's got to come from somewhere. And she knows that every single pound in excess profits she chooses not to tax is an extra pound on borrowing that working people will be forced to pay back for decades to come. More borrowing than is needed. That's the true cost of her choice to protect oil and gas profits, isn't it?
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that this country will not be able to tax its way to growth. The way we will grow our economy is by attracting investment, keeping taxes low, delivering the reforms to build projects quicker. That is the way that we will create jobs and opportunities across our country.
So, Mr. Speaker, her first act as Prime Minister is to borrow more than is needed because she won't touch excess oil and gas profits. On that topic, how much would her planned corporation tax cut hand out to companies?
The right honourable gentleman is looking at this in the wrong way. The last time we cut corporation tax, we attracted more revenue into the exchequer because more companies wanted to base themselves in Britain, more companies wanted to invest in our country. And if taxes are put up, and raised to the same level as France, which is what the current proposal is, and which I will change as Prime Minister, that will put off investors, it will put off those companies investing in our economy, and ultimately that will mean fewer jobs, less growth and less opportunities across our country.
Mr. Speaker, it's extraordinary that not only is the Prime Minister refusing to extend the windfall tax, she's also choosing to hand the water companies polluting our beaches a tax cut. She's choosing to hand the banks a tax cut. She's choosing to hand the banks a tax cut. Add it all together, and companies that are already doing well are getting a £17 billion tax cut, while working people pay for the cost of living crisis, stroke victims wait an hour for an ambulance, and criminals walk the streets with impunity. Families and public services need every penny they can get. How on earth does she think that now is the right time to protect Shell's profits and give Amazon a tax break?
I'm on the side of people who work hard and do the right thing. That is why we will reverse the national insurance increase, and that is why we will keep corporation tax low. Because ultimately, we want investment right across our country. We want new jobs and new opportunities. And that is what I will deliver as Prime Minister.
Keir Starmer. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister claims to be breaking orthodoxy, but the reality is she's reheating George Osborne's failed corporation tax plans, protecting oil and gas profits and forcing working people to pay the bill. She's the fourth Tory Prime Minister in 6 years. The face at the top may change, but the story remains the same. There is nothing new about the Tory fantasy of trickle-down economics. Nothing new about this Tory Prime Minister who nodded through every single decision that got us into this mess and now says how terrible it is. And can't she see there's nothing new about a Tory Prime Minister who, when asked who pays, says it's you, the working people of Britain?
Well, there's nothing new about a Labour leader who is calling for more tax rises. Tax and spend. What I am about is about reducing taxes, getting our economy growing, getting investment, getting new jobs for people right across the country. I'm afraid to say the right honourable gentleman doesn't understand aspiration. He doesn't understand opportunity. He doesn't understand that people want to keep more of their own money. And that is what I will deliver as Prime Minister. I will take immediate action to help people with their energy bills, but also secure our long-term energy supply. I will take immediate action to make sure we have lower taxes and we grow the economy. And that way, I will ensure we have a positive future for our country and we get Britain moving.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A book is being written about the Prime Minister's time in office. Apparently, it's going to be out by Christmas. Is that the release date or the title?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have been in office for just under 2 months, and I have delivered the energy price guarantee, making sure that people aren't paying £6,000 bills this winter. I've reversed the national insurance increase, and I've also taken steps, and we will be taking steps, to crack down on the militant unions. Now, what, Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Mr. Speaker, that is more of a record of action than the honourable gentleman in his 2.5 years in the job.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister ignored every question put to her. Instead, she repeatedly criticised Labour's plan for a 6-month freeze on energy bills. This week, the Chancellor made it her policy. How can she be held to account when she's not in charge?
Well, Mr. Speaker, our policy is to protect the most vulnerable for 2 years. But I had to take the decision, because of the economic situation, to adjust our policies. I am somebody who's prepared to front up. I'm prepared to take the tough decisions. Unlike the honourable gentleman, who hasn't done anything on businesses, he's done nothing to say he'll protect people after 1 year. He's got no plan.
Here's Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister stood there and promised absolutely no spending reductions. They all cheered. This week, the Chancellor announced a new wave of cuts. What's the point of a Prime Minister whose promises don't even last a week?
Prime Minister.
Well, I can assure the right honourable gentleman that spending will go up next year and it will go up the year after. But of course, we need to get value for taxpayers' money. The Labour Party has pledged hundreds of billions of spending pledges, none of which they've retracted. The honourable gentleman needs to reflect the economic reality in his policies.
Mr. Speaker, those spending cuts are on the table for one reason and one reason only, because they crashed the economy. And working people are going to have to pay £500 more a month on their mortgages. And what's the Prime Minister's response? To say she's sorry. What does she think people will think and say? That's all right, I don't mind financial ruin. At least she apologised.
Prime Minister.
I do think there has to be some reflection of economic reality from the party opposite. The fact is that interest rates are rising across the world, and the economic conditions have worsened. And we are being honest. We're levelling with the public, unlike the honourable gentleman who simply won't do it. And what is the honourable gentleman doing about the fact that train workers are again going on strike? The fact is he refuses to condemn the workers. We are bringing forward policies. Mr. Speaker, we are bringing forward policies that are going to make sure our railways are protected, people going to work are protected. He backs the strikers, we back the strivers.
Mr. Speaker, she's asking me questions because we're a government in waiting and they're an opposition in waiting. There's no getting away from this. Millions of people are facing horrendous mortgage repayments, and she's admitted it's her fault. She shouldn't have conducted an economic experiment on the British public. But it's not just her. They put her there. They're keeping her there. Why on earth would anyone trust the Tories with the economy ever again?
I notice, Mr. Speaker, he's not actually objecting to a single economic policy that the Chancellor announced on Monday. He's refusing to condemn the strikers. We're on the side of working people. We're going to legislate to make sure we keep our railways open. The honourable gentleman refuses to do anything.
Here's Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the only mandate she's ever had is from members opposite. It was a mandate built on fantasy economics, and it ended in disaster. The country's got nothing to show for it except the destruction of the economy and the implosion of the Tory party. I've got the list here. 45p tax cut, gone. Corporation tax cut, gone. 20p tax cut, gone. 2-year energy freeze, gone. Tax-free shopping, gone. Economic credibility, gone. and her supposed best friend, the former Chancellor, he's gone as well. They're all gone. So why is she still here?
Mr. Speaker, I am a fighter and not a quitter. I have acted in the national interest to make sure that we have economic stability.
Prime Minister. Order. Order. I'm going to hear the Prime Minister. I suggest that all members need to hear the answer. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am a fighter and not a quitter. We have delivered on the energy price guarantee. We've delivered on the energy price guarantee. We've delivered on national insurance. We are going to deliver to stop the militant trade unions disrupting our railways. The honourable gentleman has no idea, he has no plan, and he has no alternative.
Let's come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I welcome the Prime Minister. The first British Asian Prime Minister is a significant moment in our national story. And it's a reminder that for all the challenges we face as a country, Britain is a place where people of all races and all beliefs can fulfil their dreams. That's not true in every country, and many didn't think that they would live to see the day when it would be true here. It's part of what makes us all so proud to be British. Was his Home Secretary right to resign last week for a breach of security?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the honourable gentleman for his kind and indeed generous welcome to the dispatch box. I look forward to Prime Minister's question time with him, and I know that we will have, no doubt, robust exchanges, but I hope that they can also be serious and grown up. So I look forward to it. Well, he asked about the Home Secretary. The Home Secretary made an error of judgment, but she recognised that. She raised the matter and she accepted her mistake. And that's why I was delighted to welcome back into a united cabinet that brings experience and stability to the heart of government. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, what the Home Secretary will be focused on. She'll be focused on cracking down on criminals, on defending our borders, while the party opposite remains soft on crime and in favour of unlimited immigration.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister stood on the steps of Downing Street and promised integrity, professionalism and accountability. But then, with his first act, he appointed a Home Secretary who was sacked by his predecessor a week ago for deliberately pinging around sensitive Home Office documents from her personal account. Far from soft on crime, I ran the Crown Prosecution Service for 5 years. I worked with Home Secretaries to take on terrorists and serious organised crime. And I know firsthand how important it is that we have a Home Secretary whose integrity and professionalism are beyond question. So, have officials raised concerns about his decision to appoint her?
Mr. Speaker, I just addressed the issue with the Home Secretary, but he talked about fighting crime. I would hope, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that he would welcome. I would hope that as we look forward, he would welcome the news today that there are over 15,000 new police officers on our street. And the Home Secretary will be supporting them to tackle burglaries. While the party opposite will be backing the lunatic protesting fringe that are stopping working people going about their lives.
Yes, Starmer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully. That was clearly not a no. We can all see what's happened here. He's so weak, he's done a grubby deal, trading national security because he was scared to lose another leadership election. There's a new Tory at the top, but as always with them, party first, country second. Yesterday, on the steps of Downing Street, he also admitted what the whole country knows. The Tories have crashed the economy, and now somebody has to pay for their mess. I say it shouldn't be working people who've been hammered time and again by this lot, but those with the broadest shoulders must step up. Does he agree?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman talked about party first and country second. Perhaps he could explain to us why it was a few years ago he was supporting the member for Islington North. Mr. Speaker, my record is clear. When times are difficult in this country, I will always protect the most vulnerable. That is the values of our compassionate party. We did it in COVID and we will do that again.
Mr. Speaker, he says he'll protect the most vulnerable. Let's test that. The government currently allows very rich people to live here but register abroad for tax purposes. I don't need to explain to the Prime Minister how non-dom status works. He already knows all about that. It costs the Treasury £3.2 billion every year. Why doesn't he put his money where his mouth is and get rid of it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have been honest. We will have to take difficult decisions to restore economic stability and confidence. And my honourable friend, the Chancellor, will set that out in an autumn statement in just a few weeks. But what I can say, as we did during COVID, we will always protect the most vulnerable. We will do this in a fair way. But what I can say, I am glad, Mr. Speaker, that the party opposite, the honourable gentleman, has finally realised that spending does need to be paid for. It is a novel concept for the party opposite. This government is going to restore economic stability, and we will do it in a fair and compassionate way.
I know he's been away for a few weeks, but he should have listened to what's been going on the last two. But anyway, I have to say, I'm surprised he's still defending non-dom status. He pretends he's on the side of working people, but in private he says something very different. Over the summer, he was secretly recorded at a garden party in Tunbridge Wells, boasting to a group of Tory members that he personally moved money away from deprived areas to wealthy places instead. Rather than apologise or pretend that he meant something else, why doesn't he now do the right thing and undo the changes that he made to those funding formulas?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know the right honourable gentleman rarely leaves North London. But if he does, he will know that there are deprived areas in our rural communities, in our coastal communities, and across the south, and this government will relentlessly support them, because we are a government that will deliver for people across the United Kingdom. But Mr. Speaker, he mentioned the last few weeks. I am the first to admit that mistakes were made, and that's the reason I am standing here. But that is the difference between him and me. This summer, I was being honest about the difficulties that we were facing. But when he ran for leader, he promised his party he would borrow billions and billions of pounds. I told the truth for the good of the country. He told his party what it wanted to hear. Leadership is not selling fairy tales. It is confronting challenges, and that is the leadership the British people will get from this government.
Mr. Speaker, I think everyone should watch the video and make their own minds up. In public, he claims he wants to level up the north, but then he boasts about trying to funnel vital investment away from deprived areas. He says one thing and does another. But they're shouting. They're not my words. They're the words of the former chair of the Tory party, sacked yesterday for telling the truth about the Prime Minister. Even his own side know he's not on the side of working people. That's why the only time he ran in a competitive election, he got trounced by the former Prime Minister, who herself got beaten by a lettuce. So why doesn't he put it to the test, let working people have their say and call a general election?
Well, it'll take a long time to get through this paper if we carry on like this, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he talks about mandates, about votes, about elections. It's a bit rich coming from the person who tried to overturn the biggest democratic vote in our country's history. Our mandate is based on a manifesto that we were elected on, to remind him an election that we won and they lost. A mandate that says we want a stronger NHS, better schools, safer streets, control of our borders and levelling up. That is the mandate that I and this government will deliver for the British people.
Come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
I want to begin by saying a few words to the honourable member for Thanet South. Firstly, thank you for meeting me privately this morning with your wife and daughter so I could personally convey my best wishes to all of you. Yeah. Secondly, on some occasions, and there aren't many, this House genuinely comes together as one, and we do so today to pay tribute to your courage and determination in not only coming through an awful ordeal, but by being here today with us in this chamber. Yeah. And thirdly, I want to acknowledge your deep sense of service. I think politics is about service. And resuming your duties as an MP, being here today, shows us it's an example for all of us of your deep sense of service, and we thank you for it. Yeah. I also welcome Figen Murray, who is up in the gallery. She lost her son Martin 7 years ago today in the Manchester Arena attacks, and we remember everybody who was lost in that awful attack. She's campaigning for Martin's Law, which we must make a reality as soon as possible. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the infected blood scandal reflects a profound failure across almost every part of the British state. Yeah. On Monday in our apologies and yesterday on the question of compensation, this House was united. Yeah. But too many times we've heard similar sentiments from that dispatch box and from this one. There are many hard yards to go. So does the Prime Minister agree with me that we will only now make real progress if we finally tackle the lack of openness, transparency and candour that Sir Brian Langstaff identified as having prolonged the victim's suffering for decades?
Yeah. Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The inquiry was established to get to the truth and provide answers, and this week's report represented a hugely significant moment for the community. This was an appalling scandal, and I think the whole House is grateful to the diligent work of all those who have supported Sir Brian Langstaff and the inquiry's work. And I also pay tribute to the bravery of every individual who has come forward and told their story in their fight for justice. Their voices have now finally been heard, and I agree with the honourable gentleman. We will listen to them and ensure that nothing like this can ever happen in our country again.
Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The infected blood scandal is shocking, truly shocking, but it's not unique. The story is familiar. Concerns raised but ignored, reports written but not acted on, victims and their families campaigning for years just to be heard. So I want to focus in, if I may, on the duty of candour, or lack of it, which has been a failing in scandal after scandal, injustice after injustice, from Grenfell to Horizon, Hillsborough, and now infected blood. And I've read the government has called for evidence about the duty of candour in health, but I can't think of a single example where that duty of candour should not apply to all public servants across the board. And I don't think it's possible for any of us to stand at these dispatch boxes and honestly say, never again. unless we address it. So does the Prime Minister agree that the time has now come for the duty of candour to be clearly enshrined in law across the board?
Mr. Speaker, I am, of course, aware of the recommendation made by Sir Brian Langstaff in the final report of the inquiry in relation to duties of candour and accountability, and indeed my honourable friend previously introduced the duty of candour into the Health Service. It is important that the government takes time to fully digest the gravity of the findings of the report. The wrongs which have been committed are devastating and life-altering for so many. Ensuring that nothing like this ever happens again is a priority, and of course we are sympathetic to that and going through the recommendations in detail at the moment before providing a comprehensive response. But of course, given the situation and the gravity of the findings, it's a recommendation that there is an enormous amount of sympathy for.
Thank you. I understand the Prime Minister wants to look at the recommendations in detail and to come back to them in due course, but we can't look away on this duty of candour. So can I at least ask the Prime Minister to expand the call for evidence on the duty of candour beyond health? We do owe that to the victims of Hillsborough and Horizon, and to work across the House to establish a far-reaching and binding duty of candour just as quickly as possible.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman will remember on Monday I said very specifically that the patterns and behaviour that we had seen in this appalling tragedy have been replicated in others, and I mentioned Hillsborough specifically. So I'm very aware that there are structural and behavioural cultural problems that we do need to fix. The duty of candour is something that, as I said, the principle, and there is an enormous amount of support for the principle of and sympathy for. He will understand we are digesting the full contents of the report, but of course we want to right the wrongs of the past and crucially ensure that nothing like this happens ever again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his report, Sir Brian identified individual failures, a number of them, even cover-ups. But alongside that, he also found equally important and harder to reach institutional and cultural failings, including in the NHS. A defensive attitude which refused to acknowledge problems, the silencing of those who raised concerns, and a total failure of leadership when faced with the truth. Now, the NHS does a remarkable job every day, but that is indefensible. Does the Prime Minister agree that the very culture of the NHS needs to change?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and again, I think in response specifically to the question from our honourable friend, the member for Bromsgrove, we discussed this on Monday, and the NHS, of course, provides life-saving care to so many people every single day, for which we're enormously grateful. But it is absolutely clear, as the report makes crystal clear, that there were significant failings. The NHS failed. It failed people, it let them down. It's right that they are held accountable for that and learn the lessons. Now, there clearly have been improvements and changes in medical practice since that time, but going forward, we need to go through the full recommendations of Sir Brian Langstaff's report and hold the NHS to account for bringing through the changes that are necessary.
We need reform, we need change, and I've seen firsthand how important reform is during my time running the Crown Prosecution Service. But I also saw how hard it is, particularly on cultural issues. It requires brave decisions and difficult decisions. Now, 11 years ago, the Health Secretary, as Health Secretary, the now Chancellor said, the era of gagging NHS staff from raising their worries about patient care must come to an end. But 11 years on and 10 months on from the Lucy Letby case, there are still clear examples of NHS managers still gagging staff and then being moved on instead of being moved out. So will the Prime Minister now commit to ensuring that those who do gag and silence whistleblowers will no longer be able to work in the NHS?
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course the behaviour that the honourable gentleman describes is wrong and I believe already is illegal under our laws, but we will make sure that people do have the ability to raise concerns. And one thing that I know has given many of those who have been impacted by this scandal some reassurance is the appointment of Sir Robert Francis to be chair of the inquiry, who obviously is someone who not just has a wealth of experience dealing with this particular set of issues, but has a long track record of working with the NHS as well on the issues that the honourable gentleman raises.
Keir Starmer.
Sir Brian's report is a victory for all those campaigners and victims who fought so hard for this moment, including the Right Honourable Member for Hull North. But it's also one of profound pain, anger and sadness for so many. Now, there is a chance for us to make real progress on this issue, and we must do that with victims in mind. Now, given the degree of cross-party consensus that we've already seen on apologies and compensation, and given the government's promise to ensure compensation by the end of the year, will he also now promise to deliver on all the recommendations in the same timeframe by the end of the year?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, we want to deliver on the recommendations as quickly as practically possible, and indeed our expectation is that we can do that before the end of the year. But Sir Robert's appointment, as I said, will bring a wealth of experience, and it was crucial that the Chair had the knowledge and the expertise and familiarity with the issues here. His support for delivering the scheme and making sure that compensation can be paid by the end of the year, I think, will be invaluable. He talked about the community, and over the next few weeks, Sir Robert will seek views from the infected blood community, specifically on the proposed scheme, to make sure that the scheme will best serve those it is intended for. And our shared priority is delivering compensation to all those infected and affected with absolutely minimum delay, and begin bringing justice to all of those impacted.
To the Leader of the Opposition, Rishi Sunak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join with the Prime Minister in expressing my shock at the attack on a British soldier? Our thoughts are with him and his family as we wish him a speedy recovery. And I also join with the Prime Minister in his warm words about our Olympic athletes. I've no doubt that after years of training, focus and dedication, they'll bring back many gold medals. Although, to be honest, I'm probably not the first person they want to hear advice from on how to win. But I'm glad in our exchanges. I'm glad, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad in our exchanges so far we have maintained a cross-party consensus on important matters of foreign policy. And in that spirit today, I wanted to focus our exchange on Ukraine and national security. The UK has consistently been the first country to provide new capabilities to Ukraine, such as the long-range weapons that have been used so effectively in the Black Sea. Now, those decisions aren't easy, and I was grateful to the Prime Minister for his support as I made those decisions in government. And in opposition, I offer that same support to him. So can I ask that he continues to be responsive to Ukraine's new requests so that they don't just stand still, but can decisively win out against Russian aggression?
Can I thank the Leader of the Opposition for not only raising the question of Ukraine, but doing it in a way which can maintain the unity across this House, which has been so important to the Ukrainian people. And I can assure him that we are, of course, talking to Ukraine about how they deal with the Russian aggression that they are facing, have been facing for many, many months. And I will continue to try to do that in the way that he did, which is to reach out across the House to share such information as we can to maintain the unity that is so important.
I thank him for that response. Now, I also found that one of the UK's key roles as Ukraine's closest ally is to encourage other countries to follow our lead in providing new military capabilities. And in that vein, when he saw Chancellor Scholz recently, I'm sure he thanked him for the considerable air defence that the Germans are providing the Ukrainians. But did he also raise with him the issue of the Germans perhaps providing long-range missiles, just as the UK, America and France have now done?
I had the opportunity in Washington at the NATO Council to talk to our German counterparts. There was a strong theme there on Ukraine, discussed with all of our allies, and part of my message was to urge all of our allies to provide further support where they can to the Ukrainian people, and that was well received, and there was unity coming out of the NATO Council. That's what we must all do.
I'm glad to hear the Prime Minister raise the NATO summit as well, because I very much welcome the message that came out loud and clear from that summit, and indeed the Prime Minister's words from the dispatch box on Monday about Ukraine's irreversible path to NATO membership. Yeah. And so does he agree with me that fatuous Russian claims on Ukrainian territory must not act as a block to Ukraine joining the NATO defensive alliance?
I wholeheartedly agree, and it is for NATO allies to decide who is a member of NATO, formed 75 years ago, proud and probably the most successful alliance that's ever been formed, and that's why it was really important at the summit that we were able to say there is now this irreversible path to membership. That's a step forward from a year ago, and President Zelensky was very pleased that we'd been able to make that successful transition.
The opposition.
Thanks to the complex legal and diplomatic work that the UK has led over the past several months, together with our allies Canada and America, the Prime Minister will, I hope, now find that there is a sound and established legal basis to go further on sanctions and seize Russian assets and use them to fund Ukrainian reconstruction. Now, that work has taken time, but I hope he is able to take a look at it, and can he confirm for the House that this work is something that he will take forward, because if he does, I can assure him that the opposition will support him in doing so.
Again, I'm grateful for this opportunity to say how united we were on the question of sanctions across this House. The use now made of what has been seized and frozen is an important issue on which I think we can move forward. And I know the Chancellor is already beginning to have some discussions about how we can take more effective measures. Again, I will seek to reach out across the House as we do this important work together.
I very much welcome the Prime Minister's response, but I also welcome both his and the Defence Secretary's recent emphasis on the importance of the Tempest fighter jet programme. It's a crucial sovereign capability, as he mentioned, and important for our alliances with Italy and Japan. Furthermore, however, other countries also wish to participate, and in government we had begun initial productive discussions with our friend and ally Saudi Arabia about their desire to potentially join the programme. So could the Prime Minister confirm that he will continue those initial positive conversations with Saudi Arabia, and again I can assure him that he will have our support in doing so?
Well, let me make this absolutely clear. This is a really important programme. Significant progress has already been made, and we want to build on that progress. And I've had some initial discussions, not least in Farnborough, where I was just a few days ago.
Leader of the Opposition.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, can I just say that in the dangerous and uncertain world that we now sadly live in, I know firsthand how important it is that our Prime Minister can use his prerogative power to quickly respond militarily to protect British national security, sometimes without giving this House prior notice. Now, these are perhaps the most difficult decisions that a Prime Minister can take, and I welcomed his support when I made them. And I want to take this opportunity to assure him of the opposition's support if he deems it necessary to take similar action in the future. So does he agree with me that whilst the use of the prerogative power is sometimes politically controversial, it is essential to ensure the safety and security of the British people?
I agree it's essential, and our security is the first duty of government. I was grateful to the Leader of the Opposition for reaching out when action had to be taken to me personally to ensure that I was briefed on the sensitive issues that lay behind the decisions that he had to take. And as I mentioned to him last week, I will endeavour to ensure that we proceed in the same way so that he has access to all the information that he needs to come to a determination, which I hope will be, to be able to support the position that this government takes. Thank you.
Leader of the Opposition, Rishi Sunak.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your kind words, and indeed thank you to the Prime Minister for his kind words. Indeed, no Prime Minister looks forward to PMQs, but I always did like this pre-budget one, because it was, for a change, nice not to be the main event and just the warm-up act. But as you said, Mr. Speaker, today is my last appearance at PMQs, and I'm happy to confirm reports that I will now be spending more time in the greatest place on earth, where the scenery is worthy. The scenery is indeed worthy of a movie set, and everyone is a character. That's right, Mr. Speaker. If anyone needs me, I will be in Yorkshire. So. and as an adopted Yorkshireman, I'm particularly looking forward to doing the coast-to-coast walk that runs through my constituency and many others. Since 2015, we've made significant progress with a campaign to make it a national trail, and indeed, Natural England are close to concluding their work. So, can I ask the Prime Minister to ensure that the coast-to-coast does indeed become Britain's greatest national trail, and in preparation for my return to the backbenches, would he meet with me to discuss it?
Mr. Speaker, I thought he was about to ask me to join him on the walk. But certainly, I will meet him, and it is an important point.
Mr. Speaker, that is very kind of the Prime Minister. I know he's. I know he's partial to the Lake District, but perhaps we can tempt him over to our end as well. Now, Yorkshire is not just famous for its walks, but also for being home to some of England's greatest cricketers. Now, sadly, no one's going to put me on that list, Mr. Speaker, but who knows? I've got a lot more time to practice now. So, but cricket does have the power to bring people together from all communities and give them fantastic opportunities, as shown so powerfully by Andrew Flintoff's recent documentary. Now, we also lead the world in female participation, and that will stand us in good stead when we host the Women's World Cup in 2026 and when cricket becomes an Olympic sport in 2028. So could I therefore ask the Prime Minister to continue government support for the England and Wales Cricket Board's new initiative to get cricket into vastly more state schools, fostering a whole new generation of cricketers for us all to cheer on at every level?
Yes, is the answer to that question. And the point is a really important one. We celebrate cricket, it does bring communities together, but it's also really important for children and young people to enjoy sport, lots of different sports, because it gives them a confidence that they might not otherwise have. It gives them the ability to work in a team and teaches them about skills like leadership. So I'm fully supportive.
Now, our two predecessors, Sir Tony Blair and Lord Hague, have repeatedly come together and powerfully argued in their joint reports that it is vital for the future prosperity of Britain's economy, society and public services for us to be a world leader in technology and innovation. Now, the Prime Minister and I may not yet be at our joint report writing stage yet, but in a similar spirit of cross-party agreement, could I ask him to find his inner tech bro and continue to support emerging British tech businesses and establish our country as the home of AI growth and innovation?
Prime Minister. Yes, and this is a really important point. The Leader of the Opposition held a summit last year on AI, which was very important. We have been bringing together the leaders in AI. We have a huge advantage in this country, being ranked in the top 3 in the world. AI is going to have huge potential for our growth, for our public services, and I think the whole House should be fully supportive of this.
Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has the immense privilege. The Prime Minister has the immense privilege of being the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Now, Northern Ireland is a special part of our union, but one that needs particular care, attention and respect. Having a strong functioning assembly at Stormont is good for the people of Northern Ireland and good for our union. And that's why I was so pleased to see government restored there earlier this year, and I'm grateful to him for his support with that. So can he assure the House that he will continue to work to keep Stormont open, delivering for the Northern Irish people and strengthening Northern Ireland's place in our union?
Prime Minister. Yes, and again, this is a really important point and one that matters to me personally. I worked for 5 years in Northern Ireland on some of the proposals under the Good Friday Agreement, in particular the transformation of the RUC into the Police Service of Northern Ireland. I worked with both communities there. It was for 5 years. It was very important to me, had a huge impact on me, and so I care deeply about Northern Ireland, and I absolutely agree that the institutions government needs to be up and running and want to give all support I can to the further development in Northern Ireland.
Now, as Prime Minister, he will be acutely aware of the threats that our United Kingdom faces from an axis of authoritarian states, Iran, North Korea, Russia and China. And in particular, I'm proud of the way that this House has united in standing up to Russian aggression in Ukraine. And I know that we will never waver in our commitment to the Ukrainian cause. Now, I will always be grateful for the support that he gave me when we were the first country to send Ukraine Western battle tanks, long-range missiles, and the first to offer security assurances to Kyiv. So in light of the threats that we face, can I urge him to always maintain the strength of the transatlantic alliance and ensure that NATO remains the bedrock of Western security, with the United Kingdom playing a leading role?
Yes, and NATO is, in my view, as important today as the day in which it was created, in light of the challenges that we face. And it was a Labour government that was the proud co-founder of NATO, and we've repeatedly said we support NATO to the hilt.
Rishi Sunak. Well, finally, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is Diwali, and I became leader of my party during Diwali, and I now stand down during that same festival. So I'm proud to have been the first British Asian Prime Minister, but I was even prouder that it was not that big a deal. And that speaks volumes about the values of the British people, of our country, and of this Parliament. So will the Prime Minister join me in applauding the kindness, decency and tolerance that has always been the British way?
Yes, and I meant what I said when I said that we were all proud to see him standing there as Prime Minister, representing our diverse country. We were all proud. I think everybody in this House was. So I thank him for that. And his last question, final question as Leader of the Opposition, although judging by the speed with which his party goes through leaders, he may be back here before too long. But in the meantime, I'm sure he'll be a great champion for the people of Richmond. But, Mr. Speaker, finally, I'm sure he won't mind me disclosing to the House the contents of a letter that he wrote to me this week. My answer to it is clear. Yes, I will arrange for him to meet the relevant minister about the A66 that runs through his constituency.
I come to the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Prime Minister for his almost warm welcome? And can I also echo the comments that he has made? It is an immense privilege and the honour of my life to lead the Conservative Party. And I look forward to joining him at the Cenotaph this Remembrance Sunday. As Leader of His Majesty's Opposition, I will be taking a different approach to the last opposition by being a constructive opposition. And so I would like to start by congratulating President-elect Trump on his impressive victory this morning. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary met him in September. Did the Foreign Secretary take that opportunity to apologise for making derogatory and scatological references, including, and I quote, Trump is not only a woman-hating, neo-Nazi sympathising sociopath, he is also a profound threat to the international order. And if he did not apologise, will the Prime Minister do so now on his behalf?
Mr. Speaker, there will be many issues on which the Leader of the Opposition and I disagree, but there will be issues that do unite this House on national security and Ukraine, and I do look forward to working closely with her on that, and I will provide her with the information that she needs to discharge her duties. That's the right thing for the country, and it's far more important than party politics. And the Foreign Secretary and I did meet President-elect Trump just a few weeks ago for dinner for about a couple of hours, and we discussed a number of issues of global significance. It was a very constructive exercise.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister did not distance himself from the remarks made by the Foreign Secretary, and I'm very sure that President Trump will soon be calling to thank him for sending all of those North London Labour activists to campaign for his opponent. Given that most of his cabinet signed a motion to ban President Trump from addressing Parliament, will the Prime Minister show that he and his government can be more than student politicians by asking the Speaker to extend? Can they show that they can be more than student politicians?
Order. Mr. Perkins, I don't need to anymore. Your voice curries, it's like mine, too loud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister show that he and his government can be more than student politicians by asking you, Mr. Speaker, to extend an invitation to President Trump to address Parliament on his next visit?
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is giving a masterclass on student politics. Seriously, Mr. Speaker, we live in probably a more volatile world than we've lived in for many decades. It is absolutely crucial that we have a strong relationship, that strong special relationship forged in difficult circumstances between the US and the UK. We will continue to work, as we have done in the 4 months in government, on issues of security, our economy and global conflict.
Mr. Speaker, he does not answer the questions, just read the lines the officials have prepared for him. It doesn't sound like he wants to invite President-elect Trump to Parliament. He needs to look after the special relationship. The US is our single biggest trade partner. Given the risk of increased tariffs on UK exports, which threaten our manufacturing sector, will the Prime Minister commit now to continue the negotiations on our free trade agreement with the US, which the Biden administration cancelled when they came into office?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course we will discuss issues of our economy with the President-elect, as we already have done. Economy, security and global conflict are issues of real significance that ought to unite this House. But when it comes to the economy, what we've done with our budget is to fix the foundations after 14 years of return to economic stability of the £22 million black hole. We've protected the pay slips of working people. We've done the single biggest investment in our country for a generation in the NHS, in schools and homes. We've given a pay rise to the 3 million lowest paid. If she's opposed to that investment or the pay rise for working people, she's a straight talker, as I understand it. Perhaps she should say so.
Mr. Speaker, discuss, chat. He has no plans whatsoever. No plans whatsoever for building on the special relationship. He needs to realise that we in this country rely on our single biggest trade partner. President Trump is also right to argue that Europe needs to increase its defence spending. The last Conservative government committed to raising defence spending to 2.5% by 2030. Will the Prime Minister finally match this commitment?
Mr. Speaker, there is no more important duty than keeping the people of this country safe. And it was the Labour government that signed the NATO treaty in the first place, and we are strong supporters. We have a strategic defence review. We are committed to 2.5%. Well, I would remind the last time 2.5 was met was under the last Labour government. 14 years, and they never did it once. Last year, the NAO identified a £17 billion black hole in the MOD finances. The former Defence Secretary said the previous government hollowed out the armed forces, and the plan they put forward at the election was pure fantasy.
Mr. Speaker, he will not make that commitment. That is very clear. All that he is doing,
I'm going to hear the questions. If the people who don't want to hear it, they can leave now. Come on.
Mr. Speaker, he will not make that commitment, and yet the world is getting more dangerous. His Chancellor's budget did not even mention defence. The Chancellor's budget last week was a copy and paste of Bidenomics. It turns out that a high spending, high borrowing, high inflation approach is less popular than she may have thought. May I suggest he now urge her to change course, or is he determined to be a one-term leader?
Prime Minister. The one thing I learned as Leader of the Opposition is it's a good idea to listen to what the government is actually saying. I think she just said that defence wasn't mentioned in the budget. It was 7 days ago that it was absolutely clear and central to the budget, as was economic growth. We are fixing the foundations. We're giving a pay rise to millions of people. We're picking up the mess that they left, £22 billion, and a tax rise and a pay rise for working people. And I haven't heard yet her welcome that pay rise for the 3 million lowest paid workers. does she now welcome it to stick to her previous policy that it's excessive?
Mr. Speaker, I was the one who raised the minimum wage last year as Business Secretary. I have a strong record on this, but we need to make sure that we balance the books. His scripted lines are showing that he has not even listened to the budget himself. So I will try a different question. Perhaps he can give something that is unscripted to the people watching. Farmers across the United Kingdom... Mr. Speaker... Mr. Speaker... Mr.
Order! I don't need any help. Can I just say, if somebody wants to leave, I'll be helping them do that. I'm going to hear the question, and I certainly want to hear the answer as well. So please, let's have some courtesy.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard him repeat the lines on the television, fixing the foundations and so on. But what does he say, over and over again, but what does he say to farmers who are facing uncertainty about their futures as a result of the increased taxes announced by the Chancellor? I am very clear that we would reverse Labour's cruel family farms tax. What can he say now to reassure the farming community, who provide security for the whole nation?
Prime Minister.
I'm happy to help the Leader of the Opposition. If she's going to complain about scripted answers, it's probably best not to read that from a script. What I will say about farmers is this. I'm glad she's raised farmers, because the budget last week put £5 billion over the next 2 years into farming. That's the single biggest increase, unlike the £300 million, which was underspent under the last government. And when it comes to inheritance, the vast, vast majority of farmers will be unaffected, as she well knows, as they well know. But that budget was about fixing the foundations, fixing the whole £22 billion that they left, and investing in the future of our country, investing in our NHS, investing in our schools, our hospitals and our homes. And I'm proud that that's the investment work. And if they oppose it, they should go out there and tell their constituents they're against that investment in the future of our country. That's the difference. A Labour government taking us forward. They're stuck in the past.